Provenge is an established cellular immunotherapy used to treat certain men with advanced prostate cancer. Provenge is customized to each individual and is made from his own immune cells. Immunotherapy is the prevention or treatment of disease with substances that may stimulate an immune response. The immune system has memory and can recognize substances it has encountered previously. Immunotherapy is designed to boost the immune system to target and attack advanced prostate cancer. This is why immunotherapy empowers the immune system to fight the cancer immediately and allow the effects to last over time. Indication: Provenge is a prescription medication used to treat certain men with advanced prostate cancer. Provenge is an established cellular immunotherapy and is customized to each individual by using his own immune cells. Important safety information. Before receiving Provenge, tell your doctor about any medical conditions, including heart or lung problems, or if you have had a stroke. Tell your doctor about any medicines you take, including prescription and non-prescription drugs, vitamins, or dietary supplements. The most common side effects of Provenge include chills, fatigue, fever, back pain, nausea, joint ache, and headache. These are not all the possible side effects of Provenge treatment. Provenge is made from your own immune cells, which are collected during a process called leukapheresis. The cells are processed, returned, and then infused back into the patient through an IV, intravenous infusion, approximately 3 days later. This process is completed in 3 cycles, about 2 weeks apart. Each infusion takes approximately 1 hour and requires 30 minutes of post-infusion monitoring. Provenge infusion can cause serious reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you have signs of a heart attack or lung problems, such as trouble breathing, chest pains, racing or irregular heartbeats, high or low blood pressure, dizziness, fainting, nausea, or vomiting. Have signs of a stroke, such as numbness or weakness on one side of the body, decreased vision in one eye, or difficulty speaking. Develop symptoms of thrombosis, which may include pain and/or swelling of an arm or leg with warmth over the affected area, discoloration of an arm or leg, shortness of breath, chest pain that worsens on deep breathing. Have signs of infection, such as fever over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, redness or pain at the infusion or collection sites. Tell your doctor about any side effects that concerns you or does not go away. For more information, talk with your doctor. You are encouraged to report negative side effects of prescription drugs to the FDA. Visit www.fda.gov/medwatch or call 1-800-FDA-1088. Please see accompanying full prescribing information.
The Prostate Cancer Research Institute is an educational organization for prostate cancer patients, their caregivers, and their families. We put patients first and are an unbiased source of information and support. For over 20 years, our goal has been to meet the educational needs of prostate cancer patients at every stage of their journey. Medical technology is advancing rapidly, and new treatments are becoming available. Patients have to make complex choices which have lasting implications. They face unexpected industry biases and doctors who may not be up to date on the latest research. Your donation helps men receive the latest, most up-to-date information, which empowers them to make informed decisions. Our website, PCRI.org, is a wealth of information and resources. Our conferences and webinars are a way to get patients' questions answered by leading physicians and researchers. And we have a helpline for men to call with questions about their diagnosis, treatment choices, and side effects associated with these treatments. Each week we produce multiple videos covering concepts and every patient question that we can think of about the disease in a straightforward and easy to understand format. This was a brief overview of what we do at PCRI, and to learn more you can visit our website. Your donation directly funds our educational programs, which give life-changing information to men during a very vulnerable time in their life, and we thank you for your consideration. You can visit PCRI.org to learn more. Hey everybody, it's Alex of the PCRI and welcome to the 2022 Moyad and Scholz mid-year update. We have an action-packed weekend ahead of us, and it's actually one of the most exciting speaker lineups we've had to date. A couple of things that we're going to talk about in a little bit, but before we do that, here's a short invocation.
I asked again to offer the invocation at the commencement of the Prostate Cancer Research Institute conference. So here we are, and I am invocating from Nashville, Tennessee. My personal adventure with prostate cancer, it began in 2005 in May, January, February, March, April, May, when I was first diagnosed, and a friend pointed me that very same day to my doctor and now my good friend, Mark Scholz. My 7-year journey took me where I didn't want to go, but by God's grace, I'm through that trying season and I am alive and quite well. 5/5/2012, 7 years and 2 days from my diagnosis, Dr. Scholz leaned on me a bit and I agreed it was indeed time to do something medical, technical to get this resolved. I did, and thank God I am good. And meanwhile, we keep our eye on things wisely. I want to encourage you that if you're a patient with prostate cancer, your personal journey will not be my journey nor anyone else's. Your journey is yours to discover. And meanwhile, I want to assure you that our great God provides us with skilled and knowledgeable medical people and family and friends around us to walk through these kind of journeys. And God himself actually offers to walk through the fires of life with us if and when we choose to invite him. I am going to pray, and I invite you to pray with me. God, we thank you that you are the King of heaven and earth and the creator of all things. We bless you today. Lord, most of us, many of us, God, are here not by first choice. We're here by circumstance, and yet, God, you have promised that you love mankind, and we need you, Lord. And we ask you, we commit this day to you, God, these 2 days of conference, that you would pour your spirit out on everyone, God, who has turned their heart towards you. You would give clarity and revelation. You would give peace and understanding, Lord, that on our individual journeys of life, we would find you first and foremost. We ask you to bless these speakers, God, and give them great grace as they present science, the solution, and service to the people in this room, in this virtual room this year. And we pray these things, God, in your name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Elliott. Okay, guys, just a couple things before we start. Go ahead and click the subscribe button on our YouTube channel. This will keep you up to date on the latest information in prostate cancer, and the broadcast you're going to see this weekend is going to stay on that YouTube channel as well, so you can go back to it for reference. Everything we do at PCRI here is 100% free for patients just like you. So if you would like to support our cause, you can visit pcri.org/donate. The link will be in the description below. And we'd also like to thank our sponsors because they help also make this conference free. So I'd like to thank Bayer, Janssen, Astellas, Pfizer, Advanced Accelerator Applications, Tolmar, Dendreon, and AbbVie. Thanks to them and your generous donations, we were able to give this to completely free to people all over the world. Also, one last thing before we start. Go ahead and visit our website if you haven't already. The link is in the description here. It's pcri.org/2022-MYU. That stands for Mid-Year Update. There you're going to find a lot of information that's going to supplement the talks you hear today. We have a virtual exhibit hall. We have information about all types and stages of prostate cancer. You can even enter your name to win a $50 Amazon gift card, and we'll email you after the event to let you know whether you've won or not. And last but not least, you can even go to the agenda, click the name of the speaker, and it'll take you straight to their website. We know a lot of you want to get in contact with some of our presenters, and so we made that available to you. All you have to do is click their picture, and it'll take you straight to the website. All right, let's go ahead and get this conference started. The next person you're going to see on our screen is Dr. Mark Moyad. He is the Jenkins Poe Kempner Director of Preventative and Alternative Medicine Education with the University of Michigan's Department of Urology. He has made our conferences so enlightening and entertaining for the last decade. He is definitely one of our beloved favorites, but also he's going to be able to ask all of our speakers really hard-hitting questions and help contextualize all the content that you see here today. So without further ado, here's Dr. Moyad.
Hey, jazz hands. Welcome to the 8th annual Moyad Scholz Spring PCRI Conference, March 26th and 27th, 2022. Twice the fun, twice the fun. Why? Because for the past 7 years, this conference has only been half a day. And we have had so much demand, probably because the first word of the conference is Moyad, but also Scholz. We've had so much demand. Why can't you make this a bigger conference? There's so much happening in prostate cancer now. You should try to make it double the size. So we thought, sounds like a good idea, but then we forgot that means double the work. But we're glad we did it, and we did it. We made it as large as the fall conference, and it's right. The patient groups were right. The support groups were right. 2 days before we went to air, we got a new FDA-approved drug, right? Lutetium-177. It got a trade name, no commercial yet, but it'll be out very quickly for men with metastatic castrate-resistant prostate cancer, CRPC. But everyone else should be paying attention to this too, because the moment they get approval here, all these other trials are going on to look to see if it works earlier and earlier. That's the story of prostate cancer, breast cancer, and many other cancers. They get approval for advanced disease, and then they use it earlier and earlier. And in many cases, they'll see that it works in certain situations earlier and earlier. So yes, 2 days before we launched the conference, we got a new FDA-approved drug. That's my FDA-approved drug dance in prostate cancer. There's my information. I am Jenkins Pocamta, Director of CAM Education. I emphasize that. Been in this position for almost 25 years, but now we're emphasizing the word education. Why? Because I want to be Mr. Education for the rest of my career. In reality, I have no hobbies except 2 quiet ones. One, I like to randomly insert my dog into my lectures because that way more people like my lectures. I have a self-confidence problem. And if I put my canine in my lectures, then everyone seems to like me. But then they end up liking my dog more than me. So that's a conundrum. Okay. The other thing I like to do is say, listen, I know a million people. I had several people just yesterday. They want to meet. They want to consult. They want a one-on-one. They want to talk. I am doing just education now for the rest of my career, research education. I am educating like I have the past 30 years, healthcare professionals to make them better in my category, which is OTC, lifestyle, supplements, you name it. And educating like I have for the past 30 years, patients to do patient empowerment on a more global scale. I mean, we've been doing that. So we're trying to make patients more empowered and healthcare professionals more empowered. And that's the focus, writing more books, doing more research, doing more lectures. We have too many good docs, healthcare professionals, too many people that are good at the helpline. You don't need another person like me. Someone else needs to be Mr. Education, or I don't care, Johnny Education, whatever you want to call me. And I am doing that, and I've never, ever been happier. Anyway, let's get this conference started, shall we? All right, just got to do a couple housekeeping materials that are very important. And then we will launch the conference, the 8th annual. Can you believe it? 8 years. I've been doing the spring conference for, I don't know, 12, 15 years, but this is our 8th annual spring conference. Wow. Okay, what a year it was for me. First of all, our dog is required to wear Michigan clothing anytime Michigan's playing any sport. And right now we're sort of on a high, right? Because, well, I mean, we lost the NCAA tournament. Some people thought we shouldn't be in the tournament. We made the final 16. So our dog celebrated, but our women's basketball team beat Villanova, even though our men's basketball team didn't. So we're still good. We're still #1 in hockey. We're expected to win the national championship. How can I not be a Michigan fan is what the dog's saying. So the dog has to wear a coat on game day. If the dog does not wear a coat, he does not get a treat. Actually, that's not true. He gets a treat regardless because he's so darn cute. All right. What else happened in my year? We finally did it. I apologize, Ohio State fans. I'm going to gloat, but Leslie, you've basically been clobbering us for as long as I've been alive almost, especially my last 2 decades. Finally, I predicted it last year at the conference. I predicted it at other conferences. I said, this is going to be the year we finally get to the mountaintop against Ohio State, 42-27. At the patient meetings, I think my guess was 37 or 38 to 27, 28. I was pretty close. And seeing that I pick Michigan every year, it's nice to know that one of my predictions out of 20 years or whatever finally came true. Love my Ohio State fans. I really do, except on the day we play you. And I really don't like it when you beat us. So when we beat you, I have a much better year. And you know what I'm talking about. I'm nervous about next year, but I'm always nervous about next year when we play Ohio State. That's a whole other therapy session. All right, just to show you some quick pictures of the game. You know, I was triple masked. It was the only game I went to all year because I had that feeling in the big house, triple masked, could barely breathe. And lo and behold, when we won, oh man, I skipped it. But lo and behold, when we won, everybody stormed the field, which was pretty awesome. I didn't because I was scared of coronavirus. And I quickly took my mask off for a quick shot and then ran out of the stadium. It was a great day in Ann Arbor. I wish we could repeat that every single year. Okay, so now we're doing the conference. Here we go. It's the 2022. And look what the PCRI team does. They have this sort of karate chop of me and a side profile. And just as a piece of advice, even though I like this, if you really kind of micro dissect this educational or advertising piece that PCRI did, it's very troublesome in the sense that, look, Mark Scholz looks like he's laughing at me when I'm doing a serious move. Also, you never, ever should take the guy with the very big nose, the very large nose that I've had my whole life, aquiline, large, gargantuan nose, and then give him a side profile. You give the side profile to someone like Scholz. But as my mommy and daddy used to say, your nose is not big, son. It's just that everyone else has really, really tiny noses and yours is normal size. So I'll just go with that. Here's how we did the lineup. This was just such an awesome lineup that Alex and the team that we put together. So in the morning, we have Matthew Cooperberg from UCSF, who is an active surveillance guru, but he's also a guru on screening. So we threw in that topic along with active surveillance. Mark Scholz also knows a lot about active surveillance, which we'll do during the Q&A, but this was just outstanding. And then we have Jeff Brady, not Tom. Jeff Brady is in the Orlando area. I mean, I wish I could also interview Tom because he's the GOAT, but Jeff Brady is the GOAT in the area of incontinence. And I can just tell you that we spent 2.5 hours finally giving the area of incontinence the time it deserves. I wanted to make this the best piece of information anybody could get in that category. And I think you'll think that it is what it is. Eugene Kwon was very interesting. He's extremely popular. He's nauseatingly popular. We get probably as much fan mail for him, which I like to ignore. You'd think I would get a lot more fan mail. He gets a ton of it at Mayo Clinic. And I said, look, you gave 200 and some plus slides last year. Let's go 0 slides, just off the cuff, Q&A, and then people can watch that, which is about 2 hours or so, and then go back to last year and look at all the slides, and then they've got incredible amounts of information from this genius. Then you move to Sunday, and Dr. Keshin is just at UCLA. He was a major target of ours and agreed to do it. This guy's doing SBRT. He's already been up and coming for a while, but he's a global leader in this area. And the reason why I focus mostly on SBRT is because, again, during the Moyad Scholz Q&A, we can have Dr. Scholz answer about the other types of radiation, including HDR. But I just felt like there had never been a 2-hour session on mostly just SBRT, because let's face it, that's the golden child of radiation right now. 5 treatments and you're done in many instances. I want to hear about the pros and cons. And let me tell you, this doc, he's incredible, and just incredible, just did a great job. And he has other videos out there that are incredible, but I think this one takes the cake. Finally, we finished Sunday with Dr. Vogelsang, one of my favorites. I call him one of the most famous all-around oncologists in the world. I think if you look at just his CV, that's true. I think he shares something quite endearing with Dr. Scholz and others. I mean, really always never giving up. If a patient wants to keep trying, there's always something he wants to go after. To me, there are very few people like them, but they share that bond. You'll see it. I did the same thing with Vogelsang that I did with Kwon, which was no slides. You have done plenty of slides through the years. We're going to go Q&A. We're going to get the best of it. And boy, top notch, top notch. Then finally on Sunday, what's near and dear to your heart, we go the 2 hours, Moy and Scholz questions. Bring it on, we say. Any question. This year, it's mostly Scholz. And I'm going to ask a lot of questions. Why is that? Because PCRI worked me like a dog. So Scholz is awesome and fabulous, but I'll be spending a large portion of that time napping or else trying to get rest or trying to get electrolytes, some kind of fluids in me, maybe even an IV, because after 12 hours of interviewing and researching, I'm exhausted, but I will have my head in the game. And I promise you, it's going to be our best Q&A that we have ever done. All right. I want to dedicate this year's entire conference, because we doubled the size. We were adventurous. We just went for it. Hopefully we didn't make too many mistakes, but I don't think so. To my partner, who's been there with me 25 plus years, Mia. This is a great photo of us. I think we had chocolate. That's why I got chocolate on that side. There's my Arts Tavern t-shirt. That's where we had one of our first dates up North Michigan. My favorite ball cap. And just been the most amazing partner, an incredible marriage. And I'm just lucky, so lucky to have her. And I don't know, someone sent us this picture and I thought that's a great picture. Who else am I going to dedicate the conference? My second group I dedicate the conference to is the PCRI team. I call them simply the best. You know that Tina Turner song, "You're simply the best, dude." See, I'm as good as Tina Turner. Yikes. But I just thought that song represents the team, you know? So if you go through all the different names, from Cooper to the BODs. What are the BODs? The board of directors, top notch. What they do is they take us to a whole new level educationally. And what they do, people don't realize that the people I looked up to in my career were educators, you know, whether it was Jane Brody at the New York Times and others who's just retiring. I mean, people who just took medical education to another level and impacted the lives of tens, hundreds of thousands of people. And this is what this team does. It's easy to get caught up in the fact that we work from offices and then we get to meet people at conferences, but it's their brilliance that took us to this next level, whether it's from graphics, whether it's from IT, whether it's from writing, whether it's from finding the newest, greatest topics, speakers. There they are. If you ever see them, shake their hand, or, you know, do the elbow bump, or just say thank you, because without them, we would still be huddled up in some closet somewhere trying to get this thing off the ground. Last but not least, I would call this, and this is why I'm wearing my Toronto shirt today as we do this. I don't want to say I'm sad. I'm happy that people told me. There was a very well-known prostate cancer survivor, 20 plus years. His name is Aaron Batcher, and he was the longtime chairman at the Prostate Cancer Support Group in Toronto. And for those of you who don't know, I've done 4 million miles in my 30-year career. I've been to this group, I think, 2 to 3 times. I've been to Australia. I mean, what an honor to be in the midst of such great individuals who educate thousands and thousands of people in their career. And Aaron was that way. And he ran this group, and he was one of my good friends that when I was traveling with, he just lit up the room. And so this is a picture of him. And he's the longtime chair of the Prostate Cancer Support Group in Toronto. You can go and look there, and you can see some videos, but just constantly dedicated, constantly devoted to the cause. And these are what I call, I want to call them the quiet heroes, but to me, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. Men and women giants that were standing on their shoulders, because every day, every week, they ran this incredible, and it's still going on, this incredible support group in Toronto, educating countless individuals. And just look at the history of the topics that they presented on there, and and how they educated men, whether it was through Zoom or in person. I don't know what more to say, except that in his obituary, it says his sense of humor. Let me tell you, his sense of humor was larger than life. And that's what also just really, we had this bond that was hilarious, that after we would do the support group meeting in Toronto, we would always go sneak away at some little cafe or something and just have a good laugh. We wouldn't try to go any place too glitzy. We just wanted to talk and laugh. And he was a big Michigan fan and a big fan of Toronto, and loved Florida too. Loved to spend time with Florida. And Ronnie, his wife, they were married 58 years. And I'm going to be 58 next year. And I think, wow, I mean, that's a bond. That's just unbelievable. So I want to give a shout out to the Toronto group, to Ronnie Batcher. Aaron, you're beautiful, and I will never forget you. And you're part of the reason this world keeps turning. And I have hope that not just in the cure, but even if we don't get to the cure, that men and their families can lean on people like you, because the number of people that you impacted globally and in your Toronto group, I lost count long ago. And it was just an honor to be around you. So thanks for being my friend. So on that note, where I got to catch my breath, let's start the conference. And also as a tribute to Aaron, since he loved Florida, I thought we would start the conference in a weird, different way with a little bit of humor, but it's also very serious. We went to move my mom a month or two. She was going to spend some time there. And when I travel and I meet any people involved in wellness, doing wellness education, and they really sort of, I think they're making a difference, we try to learn from them and get them on video. So this video coming up is starring me, Sandy L, who's the instructor who does Qigong, Grazie the dog, who's my favorite dog, and he has a BFF, a best friend in Florida. His name is Charlie. He's the bigger dog in the video. So this is a larger introduction to Qigong, and why I think it's such a beautiful exercise, along with other exercises that we should be teaching on. She is a very good instructor, but her introduction will be released in the next few weeks. So we have a very short introduction by myself, and then she just gives us a quick 4 to 5 minutes of doing a couple basic exercises and then some exercises in your chair. And then we just move right into the conference. So I thought, let's start the conference a little bit different this year. And I really hope you enjoy it. I'll be wearing my Toronto stuff while I'm watching this, and then I'll just go change into my suits for the rest. But thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting the PCRI. And let's get this thing started. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the conference, Moyad Scholz conference. What is it, like the number 20th conference? I don't know what it is. Well, we've been traveling a little bit. We're down in Florida, Sarasota, Longboat Key area, visiting my mom, but we're always in search of wellness. So what we found was a very popular Qigong teacher. Her name is Sandy L. I call her Sandy L. And I thought she would spend some time with us today, just showing us some of the basics initially at first by herself, and then I'll join her a little bit. And as always, Grazie and his good friend Charlie will be coming by. They like Qigong. I like Qigong. So I hope you enjoy this segment. It's first going to be Sandy L. She's going to teach some of the basics of Qigong. Then I will join her. And at the end, we get a lot of questions about people who can't necessarily do exercises from standing positions. They can only do it from a chair. And so we'll finish off the last segment with her showing us some basic Qigong exercises from a chair. And we will put her contact information as well as some recent studies that show the benefits of Qigong. There was a recent one, for example, for bone mineral density and for flexibility and for stress relief. We'll put a number of references there at the end of the videos. I hope you enjoy them. I'm all bundled up in Longboat Key, Sarasota, Florida, because it's like 32, 33 degrees. It's freezing. Freezing! But we're going to do it anyway because we are dedicated to the conference. Right, Grazie boy? Yeah! See you soon! Hi, Dr. Moyad here in Longboat Key, Sarasota area. I've been traveling. I'm actually just down here visiting my mom, and we're looking for wellness wherever we can find it. And we seem to have found it actually in the Sarasota area. So we met a wonderful person whose name is, I'll even let you tell her.
Sandy.
And so what's Sandy's last name?
Love.
Love. Can you believe that? Anyway, so she's been teaching Qigong. Is that pronounced right?
Yes,
Qigong.
that's
And I'm fascinated by it because of all the new studies. My wife took a class with her. A lot of people take classes with her. You can take a class with her if you come to the Sarasota Longboat Key area. And I thought she would just help us at the conference today, and in the future just show us some basic moves. She's already done that, and she's promised to give me a couple quick lessons, even though I don't know what the HE double toothpicks I'm doing. Okay, so what are we doing here?
Anyone can do it.
Okay.
Let's start with the hands, the level of the heart,
Okay.
and gaze into your right palm. And just follow that palm with your eyes until it goes away, and come around with the left.
Okay.
Follow that palm. This is clearing away the mist.
Am I really good?
Well, you're getting there. Actually,
So how long would I do this for? This is not easy.
the nice thing about Qigong is you can do it for 3 minutes if you want, or you can do it for 20 minutes. My practice daily is usually at least 20 minutes, but you don't have to do that. Good.
Wow.
Calm
bit
your
winded.
hands.
Okay.
They're on water. Your
Okay.
hands are lying on water. This can be done seated as well. Now we're going to do pushing and pulling the waves.
Okay.
So let's put your right foot forward and push the waves out and pull them back with your hands. Push them out. Pushing and pulling the waves. It's a very ancient Chinese
I like
Qigong.
that.
It's wonderful. You'll find that it brings you a sense of quiet. Feet together, left foot out. Same thing.
Same.
Pushing the waves. Really picture it. This is wonderful for calming the mind, helping the nervous system. It's part of our winter series. Good. You're doing
Awesome.
great. Okay.
Thank you.
Knees slightly bent. Turn at the torso. Tap. Good. Arms are floppy. Tap the back as well as the front. This has
Wow.
2 names. Arm swings for health.
It's like a stretching exercise. If anyone's wondering why I'm wearing all this garb, it's the coldest day of the year in Florida. It's in the 30s. That's why I'm freezing, but this exercise is keeping me warm.
Knocking on the door of life.
So again, you can do this as long as you want.
Yes, yes. That particular one, slow it down. That particular exercise is very helpful when you're feeling out of sorts.
That's awesome. So can I ask you one more thing?
Uh-huh.
What about for people who can't stand? They've got to only be in a sitting position.
Well, that's a great question.
Can we show them? Because we have a lot of people who always ask me, they say, well, I can't do those standing exercises. Can I do anything in a chair?
All right, let's do some chair ones. First, the meridian massage, of course, with the tapping. Very important for relieving stress. Tap the back of the neck, the top of the head, the forehead, and move around those ears. There's 180 acupuncture points in the ears. Very important. All right, spinal cord breathing. Hunch over, inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale.
That's great. Do we have are we good?
Yes, that.
That is awesome. That is fantastic.
Thanks. You can
Sandy,
do
are
it
you here?
anytime.
You're here all year?
I'm here all year. You can do this anytime. Do remember to close your practice with pulling down heavens, gathering up positive energy, and bringing it right to you. And close your practice by sealing in your chi. Thank you. Be well. Come and visit me at the Paradise Center.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was really awesome. Really great. Even the dogs loved it. Right? Prostate, come to Daddy. You loved it. You loved it. Come here, buddy. Did you like Qigong? Did you like Qigong? You guys like Qigong? Everybody likes Qigong. Come here, you. Come here, you. He likes Qigong. Come on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moyad. Before we get started with Dr. Cooperberg, I just wanted to remind everybody to visit our exhibit hall on our conference page, where you can find lots of helpful resources, information about treatments, payment assistance plans, and many more resources just like that. Our next speaker is Dr. Matthew Cooperberg. He is a world-renowned physician from UCSF. He has incredible expertise in active surveillance and much more. And today he will be presenting the latest updates in active surveillance and PSA screening. Right after his talk, he's going to have a Q&A with Dr. Moyad, and you don't want to miss it. All right, without further ado, here's Dr. Cooperberg.
Welcome to the 8th, I can't believe I'm saying that, the 8th annual Moyad Scholz Spring Conference, which is now twice the size from previous years. And so we've added just all-star speakers. And one of the ones that I've been trying to add for a good 8 years, but we can never flag this person down, is Dr. Matthew Cooperberg at UCSF. And I'll just tell you a quick story that he gets the gold award. I mean, I know in AUA you got the golden cystoscope award, but this is like the gold, I don't know what I call it, the gold doctor award of the year. And the reason he does is he had no idea that he was one of our primary targets for this conference. So then I was in Utah at a prostate conference a few weeks before actually we're going to air this. And I said, I didn't say hi to him, even though I haven't seen him in 5 years. I just said, hey, can you do this? And he said, yes, I will definitely do this conference. So I will just tell you, Dr. Matthew Cooperberg at UCSF, professor of urology, and also epidemiology and biostatistics. I caught him in Utah and he's agreed to do it. He was very sweet. And I think I call him the man, the myth, the legend. And he's the man, the myth, the legend to me because he's not only a urologic surgeon, but he's a professor in epidemiology and biostatistics. And my background is in public health. So there's very few people that know statistics and epidemiology as MDs, and especially as urologists. So he holds a special place in my heart. Plus, we were on the circuit together. You remember all those years we were on the circuit? And what you see is what you get. He was one of the nicest guys I had met out there. And so that's why I call him the man, myth, and the legend. I call him Mr. Public Health, right? So I thought, Matthew, I think you're also chair at the VA there in San Francisco, aren't you?
Yeah, service chief.
Yeah, I know, but you have a million different hats. But I thought you have one of the best websites I've ever seen. It's a massive picture of you. And what it says is,
yes, this is the new UCSFhealth.org redesign.
No, everybody's doing it. Trust
me.
Everybody's doing this. You're larger than life, but to me, you are larger than life. And it says urologic cancer surgeon, husband, father, runner. As long as I've known you, you've been a runner. Skier, which I just saw you in Utah. Music lover. I don't know what kind of music. Do you have a certain kind of music you like, or do you play?
Mostly alternative. Love going to concerts. It's great to see them happening again in person.
Yeah,
it's great.
So if you could go to one concert this year, which one would you go to?
Oh, that's a good question. I went to the first one I got to after lockdown was Weezer, Fall Out Boy, and Green Day playing at the stadium here in the city. It was fantastic.
Really?
Fantastic. Pearl Jam is coming to Oakland next month. I'm going to try to hit that, although it might be during the AUA. So.
Well, and then it says hiker and traveler. So that's awesome. And, I'm going to put this away for a second. So I have a series of surprise questions for my speakers. I decided to skip the first one and move them to the end. But before we get going on talking about active surveillance, I'm going to expand our discussion today. And for those of you, this is the same as with Dr. Vogelsang and Dr. Eugene Kwon. Matthew Cooperberg can tell you that when we go to medical meetings, I call this, it's not a really nice name. It's a crude name. I call it death by slides. There's so many slides, you almost become overwhelmed and you fall asleep. But what a lot of the speakers don't get an opportunity to do is just kind of talk off the cuff with someone who's interviewing them. So I get to talk to all these guys and gals, you know, off hours, and they have such dynamic personalities and they're so passionate about what they do. I always say to myself, I wish they could just hear one of the recordings on the telephone or in person, and we would just get rid of these slides. So we decided, again, this is my fault, not Matt Cooperberg's fault. I said no slides unless you want to make a certain point, and then maybe you'll show some slides at the end, and let's just see where this goes, right? So here's my curiosity question for Dr. Cooperberg. I went back through your past, and I know you've never been asked this question. It says, how many times do you get and you have to explain this to the audience. How many times do you get a prostate or dermatology question when you and your wife are out to dinner with friends? Always, sometimes, or never? Will you explain that question? Because if I was living near you, you and your wife would never get a word in edgewise. You'd be looking at all my moles. You'd be checking my prostate. So can you answer that? Can you ever go out to dinner without people asking you medical questions?
Yeah, my wife, Jacqueline Delev, we were in med school together. She trained out here at UCSF with me. People are much more upfront about asking her questions at dinner. With me, it usually either takes a few drinks, so they try to catch me in the bathroom, or it's always a question about their friend. So,
Yeah. So do you get that? You get that like from Seinfeld and other places? Hey, can you see this mole? Did you get that? You get that at the table? Exactly. I mean, I've heard of a lot of dynamic duos for doctors, but I don't remember the last time I've heard a urologist and a dermatologist. So
there's a few. When I was a resident, it seemed like all the urology residents at Stanford down the road were dating or married to dermatologists, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
So would the answer be always, sometimes, or never?
Frequently.
Knew it.
A high sometimes. High sometimes.
And man, I knew it. All right. That's fabulous. This is how we're going to do it today. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to say one more compliment. And this sounds like I'm being obsequious, but I'm not. The one place you nauseate me the most, honest to God, is I used to be on the circuit with you going back 15, 20 years ago. And people say this, and I'm just telling you, of all the speakers I can think of over the past 20 years, I swear that you still look the same as the day we were speaking 15, 20 years ago. I am absolutely convinced you bathe in formaldehyde.
There's more gray in here, but I would say the same to you. So
no, I appreciate that, but I don't know if it's the running.
Or I think it's the running. I'll say the running.
Yeah, that to me, it's been the running too. Okay, we got through all my fun stuff. Now here's how we're going to do it today. You're listed as the active surveillance guy, but you're also a surgeon. So I want to cover some topics around it, then just talk about active surveillance. And the first thing I want to talk about is screening.
Yep. And
I wasn't going to talk about screening until this week. And the reason is that in the JAMA Network Open, there was a paper called Trends and Incidence of Metastatic Prostate Cancer in the United States. It just came out actually on March 14th. And here's the crux of it. And you can comment on it or not. But I just want you to talk about screening for a moment. It says essentially that metastatic prostate cancer has increased significantly, corresponding with the idea that you didn't have to screen going back many years. And so one of the consequences potentially of telling men that they don't have to be screened for prostate cancer is now that they're seeing in their latest data, this is the SEER database, which is a well-known database, they're showing an increased risk of being diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer.
Yeah. This is a true phenomenon. There's been a few papers actually now out on this topic in the last couple of years, all of which have shown this exact same phenomenon. And what's interesting and honestly a bit of a challenge is teasing out the reason for it or the reasons for it, because it probably is multifactorial. Most of the papers that have been looking at this show this trend starting almost 10 years ago. Now, the mortality curve starts going up, and it's a curve that had been going down for 20 years previously. If you think about the trends for prostate cancer compared to other cancers over the last 25 years, from the start of the PSA era around 1990 to about 4 or 5 years ago, prostate cancer mortality rates were falling and falling and falling and falling, honestly, steeper than any other cancer except lung cancer. And the reasons for this, again, are probably multifactorial, but there have been some very good modeling analyses by Ruth Etzione's group at CISNET and others suggesting that at least half of this, and probably more, is more or less directly attributable to the benefits of screening and early detection and early treatment of aggressive prostate cancer. And then that curve kind of flattened out, and now it appears to be rising. Now, when you think about the history, you just referred to the history of screening in the last decade. In 2008, we got this I recommendation indeterminate from the US Preventive Services Task Force, meaning they couldn't really recommend or not. They said, don't screen older men at that time. Then in 2012, they said, don't screen anybody ever. And they kept pointing to this explanatory text and all these caveats. But the reality is a lot of primary docs interpreted that exactly that way, which is don't screen for prostate cancer. Screening rates and diagnosis rates fell about 25% across the board in a matter of months around 2012. Then 2018, we got this slightly more nuanced recommendation from them. It's a C recommendation, which means in their view, the harms tend to outweigh the benefits, but you should have a shared decision-making conversation between the primary doc and the patient about whether or not to go down the PSA screening pathway. And now screening rates are going up again and diagnosis rates are going up again a little bit. What's interesting about the rise in the mortality rates is that it was starting around 2012, 2013, which is a little bit early because it takes years. Even if you've got a high risk prostate cancer, there's at least a 5-year lag typically between diagnosis and when you might actually die of it, even for the bad ones. So it's a little bit, it would be a little too soon to say, well, the rates fell in 2012 and by 2013, we're seeing the mortality increase because we stopped screening. So a lot of us think it's actually two phenomena. The drop in screening has exacerbated what was already starting to happen as a trend for increasing mortality. Now, why that was happening, we don't necessarily know. It's probably got at least something to do with the aging population, the fact that men are dying less often of early cardiac disease because we're treating early cardiac disease more aggressively. So they're living longer. Most men that die of prostate cancer have lived, made it to their 70s and 80s or older. So it's probably one factor. And then the drop in screening rates is making it worse.
Well, what was I don't even remember. I mean, I remember seeing you on the circuit, but what was your opinion when the task force said, look, I'm not so sure you should be screening anymore? I mean, because it seemed like there were urologists, some of them just lost their minds about that. Other ones seemed to not care as much, and other people actually agreed. So where were you on that fence? Because I don't remember.
Yeah, they got it really, really badly wrong in 2012. And first of all, there are some nuances in the way they set up the screening recommendation, the way they choose the methodology that kind of guaranteed they were going to get this result. The way they choose to consider some trials, ignore other trials, ignore everything that is not a trial. So they sort of set themselves up to come up with this recommendation. The person who ran the task force definitely had a goal in mind, and coming out with the D recommendation, I think is a fair statement in 2012. So, it was, they cherry picked the literature to make things look as bad as possible for screening. And I think that's a pretty fair statement, quite honestly. However, the reason they did it, or at least one of the main reasons they did it, is our fault in the treating community, urology, radiation oncology, and others. Because for decades leading up to 2012, basically from the start of the PSA era to the early 2010s, we were overtreating every single prostate cancer we found. If you think about the whole point of prostate cancer screening is not to find prostate cancer. If you live long enough, every man is going to grow a couple of cancer cells in the prostate. We know from these autopsy studies, you make it to 60, it's already about 50% of men have a couple of cancer cells in there. It's 30% of men in their 30s. You get old enough, everybody's got some cancer in the prostate, and most of this makes absolutely no difference, causes no symptoms, causes no threat to life. I am in a growing vocal minority of people that think we shouldn't even use the word cancer for some of these things because they have basically no capacity to spread or cause any harm. But because we put that C word out there, the knee-jerk reaction is, well, it's a cancer, we've got to treat it. So if you look at what happened with active surveillance, which is watching the low-risk cancers, Even for low risk disease, which basically never spreads, we were only using surveillance for about 10% of those patients, year in, year out, up until the task force. And that, the 2012 statement, as much as it was a lot of us would say a pretty bad guideline, it was a wake-up call and a kick in the pants for urology. And we have now really moved the needle on surveillance. We're now up to about 60% across the country, which is in 60% of men with low risk disease getting active surveillance, which is closer to where we need to be. It's 80% of the VA system. It's 80% in Sweden.
Wow.
That's probably about the right target. It's around 80%. It's never going to be 100%, but that's probably where we need to get to. Just to emphasize that point, the most updated data that we have come from a registry called AQUA, which the American Urological Association has been running since 2012. I've been involved with this from the beginning, and it allows us to track what's happening at now 250 urology practices across the country. It's almost a quarter of all the urologists in the country that are participating. One of the things we've been looking at is the use of active surveillance for low risk disease. And these are data which are going to be presented at the AUA in a couple months. And you can see ongoing progress here. Again, in the early 2010s, we were only around a quarter, now up to about 60% of men with low risk disease who are actually getting active surveillance as opposed to treatment. However, we also know that there is still a huge amount of variation. And what this graph shows here, it's confusing because it shows the reality, which is the likelihood of active surveillance, depending on which urology practice the patient is seen at and which individual urology provider the patient is seen at. So depending on which door you happen to knock on, your likelihood of getting active surveillance by urology practice ranges from 0 to about 85, 90%. Depending on whose door you knock on within the practice, which urologist ranges from 0% to 100%. And this is obviously a problem. This is by no means unique in active surveillance or in prostate cancer or in urology. We use this term small area variations, and this applies everywhere in healthcare where we have had the courage to pick up the rock and look under it. But we know that we need to get at this problem of variation, and using registries and exposing docs to their own practice patterns and outcomes is a first step down that road.
No, that's well put. And I'm going to say it with I'm going to throw my voice, my ventriloquist voice. When in doubt, get a second opinion. Sorry, I had to throw that in. Right?
Always good advice.
I wouldn't want to blame you. And I just keep on the screening topic for a second, because this is how you summarized PSA. You said, PSA is one of the best cancer markers ever studied. We just haven't used it properly. We've overscreened old and frail men. We've underscreened young and healthy men, overtreated low-risk prostate cancer and undertreated high-risk prostate cancer. And PSA does not have a threshold. It's not 4. Can you comment on that? Why is it? So are we just getting rid of the idea of 4? 4 is just, even though it still shows up on some lab reports as 4 is the threshold, because it does. Are you saying get rid of that whole 4 is bad?
4 is bad. 4 is over. And the reason, first of all, you have to understand the reason that 4 kind of got out there in the first place. The reason 4 wound up being the threshold is that when PSA was developed as a screening tool, it was mostly tested in men in their late 60s and early 70s. And that, unfortunately, is still the most common age for a man to get a PSA test in this country, is in his late 60s or early 70s. And the problem there is that PSA is prostate-specific antigen. It is not prostate cancer-specific antigen, and anything else that happens to the prostate can affect the PSA. And as men get older, most men develop some degree of BPH, benign prostate hyperplasia, just growth of the prostate, and that makes the PSA drift up over time in the population as a whole. So when you look at PSA in a population in their late 60s and early 70s, you're going to see higher PSAs. And if you're trying to separate out the noise, the signal from the noise, there's a lot of noise in the background there. Now, if you look at PSA in younger men in their late 40s, early 50s, even up to early 60s, there's much less BPH. So there's much less noise, much less mud in the water is maybe another analogy for it. So the PSA becomes a much more reliable marker of prostate cancer in younger men, but with a much lower threshold. This actually is maybe worth showing as a slide here. There's a beautiful study that was done out of Malmo, Sweden, one of the lines is everybody in epidemiology wants to be an epidemiologist in Sweden because, nobody ever moves. They track every heartbeat from birth to death, and they have these incredible record systems. And they do things like in 1982, round up the entire city population of Malmo, draw blood on them and stick it in the freezer. And everybody kind of lives out their lives. This is years before PSA was on anybody's radar. And they went back later. This was Hans Lilja, who's clinical chemist at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and Andrew Vickers is a statistician there, were able to run PSA tests on these 20-year-old specimens sitting in the freezer and match it with all the vital records that they'd collected in Malmo and figure out what had happened. And it's a beautiful study because this is completely absent any secular PSA testing. There was no PSA available throughout the lives of most of the men studied here. So as it happens, about 3% of the men got prostate cancer, about 0.5 or 6% of them died of it, which is a lot like the rates that you see in the States. And this is what they found in a series of papers here. So if your PSA was under 1 at age 60, you're pretty much done. Your likelihood of ever dying of prostate cancer fell to 0.3%, incredibly low. The vast majority of the deaths happened in men with a PSA over 2. That defined the top quartile, the 75th percentile. But the follow-on paper looked at even younger men. So this was looking at men in their late 40s at the time of the PSA test. And what you see here, and first of all, one of the things I like about this graph is it emphasizes just how long you need to follow men to see the value of screening. So, part of the problem with the task force guideline in 2012 is the trials were not really mature, and all they had was 11-year outcomes to focus on. Well, at 11 years, you can see here, nobody's dying of prostate cancer no matter what your PSA is, because it grows much too slowly. So there's not even enough events to make any comment. 15 years, you're barely getting adequate. This is where you see the differences 20, 25 years down the road, which is why we really need to think about younger men when we think about who is the best to screen. And the numbers here really show you. So the top quartile is defined by a PSA of 1.1, the top 10 percentile by 1.6. And this is where all the deaths are happening. These are the mortality rates here. The median across the population is around 0.7. And there've been a bunch of follow-up studies since. This is looking at a number of different cohorts, including the Malmo cohort. But this includes a couple cohorts of heavily African-American men in the Southeast. It includes the Harvard Professional Follow-Up Study and a few others. And very, very consistently, you can see here the median across the population consistently across these studies is around 0.7 for men in their 40s. You get to 0.8 for men in their 50s, approaching 1.0 by the time you get to 60. And and the 75th percentile is only a little bit higher than that. So you can pretty much wipe out 75% of the population in terms of their risk of having a clinically significant, potentially lethal prostate cancer by screening men, in their 40s or 50s with a threshold of 1.0. And you can do that with a pretty minimal shared decision conversation.
So are you suggesting then anyone who turns 40 as a man should just get a baseline PSA and see if they fit that criteria you just showed?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Maybe not 40, we don't have data at 40, but 45, somewhere between 45 and 50.
I find it interesting that nobody balked at all when the colorectal folks decided to bring screening down to 45. And, I know they have some data, but at the same time, it's not easy to get a colorectal cancer screen. Some of us don't like it, but the reality is, we've moved that line to 45. So you're saying going forward, ideally in the Cooperberg world, 45 is a good age to get your first PSA.
Absolutely, because the other piece of this is that PSA is by no means the end of the story. So this has also been a big evolution in the last few years is, thinking about PSA. PSA is clearly not a diagnostic test, but the old paradigm used to be, well, if you had a high PSA, you go on and get a biopsy. Now we've got all these secondary biomarkers. We've got urine tests, we've got blood tests, we've got MRI. Yeah. So the concept, and we've actually managed to program this into the primary care pathway at UCSF, which was not a small victory after a 2-year conversation with primary care leadership. It was a great, it was really a great engagement. This is now baked into these kinds of low thresholds are baked into our record system, our EMR system. But when we see a patient with a mildly elevated PSA or even a significantly elevated PSA, we do not rush in and biopsy everybody. We do these secondary tests first. So again, there's urine tests like ExoDx and SelectMDx. There's blood tests like 4K. and there's MRI. And we use these very heavily now for men who have an elevated PSA to make the decision, do we then go on to biopsy? Because these other tests, the ones I'm talking about here, are much more specific for high grade, clinically significant disease, because that's what we're trying to find. We don't really want to find the low grade. We want to find the higher grade ones. The meeting you just referred to where David Crawford said, active surveillance is actually terrible. We shouldn't be finding these things in the first place.
And I saw you.
He wasn't wrong about that, right? The best thing to do with low risk disease is not find it.
Yeah. It's funny because when we're talking about the meeting we were at, there is that feeling too. Everybody's praising active surveillance, but ideally I would rather just have nobody on surveillance. Either they're diagnosed and treated or not, right? As opposed to having to be told they have the C word. But I mean, I'm glad you didn't take offense at that, because that makes sense. But you still say, as we still talk about screening, look, we've still driven down prostate cancer mortality despite all these dumb moves in the past by over 50%. Imagine if we use PSA itself more intelligently.
Yeah.
Right.
That's exactly right.
But you know what? The reason I bring this up with screening too is because here's a question that only you can answer on this certain part, because I had a patented answer for 25 years at Michigan. And that is, or anybody that calls, that is, okay, I have a family history, and we'll talk more about that when we talk about active surveillance. I want to talk to my sons. I have to tell my son something. And I always would say, yeah, I'll tell you what you tell your sons. You tell them to do everything possible to reduce their cardiovascular risk to as close to zero as possible. And then that takes care of everything else from head to toe. What I wasn't competent to talk to them about is when it came to PSA screening and what else they should do. So, okay, someone asks you, I have some sons. I want to talk to them about when they should get their first baseline PSA. You said 45. Does that mean everybody, or are you willing to push that back even further for someone that convinces you they have a family history?
Yeah. So first of all, I've stolen that line from you from the times we were lecturing together all those years ago, and I use it all the time in the office.
If I would have patented it, man, I'd be the richest person in medicine.
No, I mean, I honestly, and it's a bit of a side note, but the whole concept of the teachable moment at the cancer diagnosis is one that we, at the whole group of us at UCSF have always taken very seriously. We've been doing diet and lifestyle intervention work forever here with June Chen and Stacy Kenfield, and there's no question. I can think about some guys specifically who, we saved their life not by diagnosing the cancer, but because by getting into healthcare for the first time in 20 years, you start having the conversation about the smoking and the diet and the obesity, and they come back next year, on active surveillance, 30 pounds lighter and, much more active, and, and it's really gratifying. So, and we really try not to miss the forest for the trees. But getting back to your question, it's a little bit tricky because typically it's not me having this conversation, right? It's usually primary care. And, every time I give a talk like this to a primary care audience, one of the comments is always that the guidelines are too complicated and the screening protocols are too complicated, and you need to keep it simple. And for the concept of keeping it simple, 45 makes a lot of sense to me as a start age, partly because men are rarely even seeing their primary care providers in their 40s, certainly not much before that. And because we really have very few data below 45. Having said that, men with family history, and when I say that, I mean strong family history. Everybody's got an uncle or a grandfather or a cousin who had low risk disease and didn't get treated. But somebody who has, their father, their brother, their grandfather all had it. Their father actually died of it at a young age. Real family history, or they've had genetic testing and they actually have a mutation in BRCA2 or one of these other related genes, then we should really think about earlier screening. And the same applies maybe to other high-risk groups like African-American men. That's a little bit controversial. I think when you see a combination of factors, African-American men with a family history, then some of the guidances from the American Cancer Society, for example, will push it back to 40. And there are some families where, somebody died of prostate cancer really early, where I have recommended a test at 30. I have a 42-year-old in my practice who had lymph node mets at time of surgery at 42 years old. This is bad genetics. And, when that sort of predisposition is running in the family, you need to think about it very differently.
Well said. Okay. So you also mentioned some tests to consider before your first biopsy, or like if you're going through screening. And you mentioned these PCA3, 4K, PHI, Select MDX. I think you said ExoDX, and then MRI. So you're still as life is going on, the years are going on, you're becoming more and more a fan of not just of getting a PSA, but if there's a concern there, right, you get one of these biomarker tests to add on to your screening protocol, right? They should ask the doctor.
Yeah.
But what's the catch with these? Aren't they too expensive or are they not?
Yeah, the catch is they are pricey. The liquid tests are usually a few $100s. Most of the companies have some sort of patient program where if insurance is not going to cover it, they will cap the out-of-pocket at something around $200, on average across the tests. But even that is not necessarily cheap. MRI, which only costs a few $100s in Europe and most other parts of the world, here costs thousands. We are having less and less trouble getting insurance to cover the MRI, but it's definitely expensive. The other problem with MRI is there's a lot of inter-observer variability, meaning which radiologist happens to read the scan. We might get different results on it. Yeah. So for that reason, at least at UCSF, we tend to use the liquid markers first and then use the MRI to help guide the biopsy rather than to decide whether or not to do the biopsy. But there's other parts of the world, the UK in particular, you don't get a biopsy without a lesion on MRI, period. And that's partly because MRI is a lot cheaper, partly because there is much less access to these liquid markers. They're just not available there. So, what makes sense kind of depends on the local environment. But, we've used, in the COVID era, we used 4K fairly heavily because it's a send out blood test. And we used ExoDX a lot because they actually have a home kit. They just, mail out a urine test, pee in the cup, mail it back, and we get the results. So it's been very good in an era where we were trying to keep folks out of the healthcare environment.
Yeah, but I could see that. You become a big fan of these in screening when they're needed. That the patient should ask about them, or at least one of these tests, and to tack on to the other things you do, right? So.
Absolutely, because again, the important point to stress here is that PSA. So when we think about PSA with a low threshold, we're thinking about it having a very good, what's called negative predictive value. Meaning, if the test is negative, if it's under 1, you can be pretty darn sure you don't have prostate cancer today, and you're not going to die of prostate cancer for 20 years to come or more. It's got a very poor positive predictive value, meaning if it's over 1 or even over 4, that still doesn't tell us very much. Maybe if medically significant cancer, maybe you don't. These other tests that are coming out here are, again, really nailed to the negative predictive values. The idea is if you have a marginal PSA, well, then we get a select MDX or an ExoDX or a 4K. If you're below the threshold on one of those tests, again, you have a 93, 95, 98% likelihood of not having a high-grade cancer, and we can safely defer the biopsy. None of them, though, tells us you have cancer. None of them has a very good positive predictive value, and none of them is at the point of replacing a biopsy, unless obviously you have a PSA of 35 or you see an MRI with a clear lesion outside the edge of the prostate. There are times it's obvious, but that's an unusual case in the spectrum of screening.
Okay. So I think unless there's something else you wanted to talk about in screening, I wanted to make sure the audience could hear what the latest and greatest is going on with screening before we move on with active surveillance. Are we good there?
The only other point I'd make is that the guidelines, because again, this is still really done by primary care. It's not done by urologists the vast majority of the time. And the guidelines are all increasingly consistent in calling for some degree of shared decision making, at least. I think
can you explain shared decision making?
Yeah.
So you and I are used to that, but now it's the buzzword throughout medicine.
I know. And the idea here is you're not supposed to, the provider or the doctor not supposed to just send a PSA on you as part of your annual blood draw without having a conversation first about what it's about and why we're doing it. To do this, right, the CDC has a 17-page, I'm not kidding, 17-page decision aid about, whether or not you should get a PSA test. And it talks about the risks of incontinence after surgery, for high-risk disease before you ever get a PSA. It's ridiculous. It's like talking about the risks of stroke after heart bypass before you check somebody's blood pressure, or the risk of, muscle breakdown before you, because you took that before you check somebody's cholesterol. It's totally impractical at the primary care level. They have 15 minutes to cover everything in that's going on in the person's life. It's totally impracticable. We had a letter out in Annals of Internal Medicine a few years ago, basically arguing this should be about a 30-second conversation to say that, the reason we screen for prostate cancer is to find the aggressive cancers. If we do the screening, we might find a low-risk one. If we find a low-risk one, it doesn't need treatment. It is good for the men to hear that as early as possible. Definitely before we do a biopsy, ideally before we do the PSA. And that's really about it. And emphasize the point that we do save lives with this. Finding aggressive prostate cancer early, without question, saves lives. And that's really the balance. And there are certainly men that would rather not know. And most men, I would say in my experience, most men sort of would rather know in a brief presentation like that. And then, if the PSA is high, then we have a much more nuanced conversation about how to go forward. Because again, 75% of the men we can rule out for prostate cancer with this baseline test. So, and there are definitely nuances in the guidelines. The task force is still pretty, the language they suggest you put into the shared decision making is kind of ridiculous, but we're getting there. And where the task force still fails, and frankly the AUA guideline is also still limited, is recommending screening starting at 55. And they do that because they have boxed themselves in by saying they're only going to consider this one trial, the ERSPC trial, that happened to include men 55 to 70 as their core age group. That trial did include some men starting at age 50, so there's no particular reason the guidelines couldn't have included that. And the guidelines explicitly do not consider evidence like this Malmo study and the other cohort studies that I mentioned, which in my view, and a lot of other folks in EPI's view, is a mistake methodologically.
Yeah. Well, here's the Cooperbergism. I'm going to say it enough times that it's going to flow. The goal is not to identify prostate cancer. The goal is to identify lethal prostate cancer.
Absolutely.
And that's what you're saying. So before we leave screening, I want to mention one quick topic that has to do with screening and active surveillance that I'm not seeing at meetings anymore. I mean, we go to similar and different meetings. Mm-hmm. So even the most recent meeting that you and I attended, there's 3 letters, and maybe I'm missing it, but I really think this is an important part of the interview because I want to know what you think about it, because we're hearing all sorts of opinions on it. There's 3 letters I'm not hearing much anymore, and the 3 letters are D, R, E.
Yeah.
Digital rectal exam. What the HE double toothpicks has happened to that discussion? Is it still valid? Is it a part of screening? I know when we start talking about active surveillance that urologists utilize it for active surveillance on some level, I would assume. So can you just give us an idea of what's going on with the DRE?
Sure. I thought you were going to ask me about finasteride.
No, that's coming later. That's coming later.
So DRE, this has been a controversial question for a long time. There are a lot of studies that came out in the PSA 4.0 threshold era that would say we're still going to pick up a lot of cancers with the DRE that we would miss with a PSA. That is true if you're using 4.0. Now, if you're using 1.0 or 1.5 or any kind of low threshold, the value of the DRE drops off tremendously. The value of a DRE by a primary care provider who, we have to be honest, doesn't do it as often or with as much attention as a urologist or cancer provider, it's got lower value anyway, and it's a big barrier to screening. Men will sort of avoid prostate cancer screening because they don't want the finger exam. And the reality is the yield of it, if we're using this threshold, is extremely low. Now, once the PSA is higher, once you've got a PSA on the record that's above, we can say 1, we can say 1.5 or whatever you want, then DRE is no longer a screening test. Now it's part of working up the PSA. So a man who's got a low PSA, in my view, does not need a DRE, but a guy who has a elevated or even a marginal PSA does need the DRE as part of decision making in terms of what we're going to do next. If he's got a big nodule in there, we potentially could even skip the MRI. We should just go straight to biopsy. You can get a sense that the prostate is enormous. Ultimately, we're going to get better information from imaging, whether it's an ultrasound or an MRI, than we ever will with a finger exam. But at the primary care level, the DRE is still important I would say only for men who have at least a marginally elevated PSA. Okay. It doesn't have to be part of the first screening step.
That's great. So here's where we're going to spend the rest of our time, except for the very end, there's going to be sort of a rapid fire. Just what does Matt Cooperberg think about a variety of things that cross my brain? So somehow we got to cover this in a simplistic fashion. And I don't even care if you want to use slides now or later, but I really think, when I tend to watch you at conferences, you tend to show you're very calm about the frustration you find with the lack of consensus or in some of these things. But let's talk about, okay, so someone's been diagnosed with prostate cancer. Let's just go there. What's the
Yep.
qualifications for active surveillance, right? And then we're going to cover, what do you do to monitor? Do you come back and see me every 6 months? I know you can't be too specific, but how do you monitor, and what determines if I stay on it, and what determines if I'm bumped off of active surveillance? So if we answer this in the next 30 to 40 minutes, then I think then we'll be doing a great service for people.
Great. So this is all about the heterogeneity of prostate cancer. Okay. And I'm going to show another slide here because I've always loved this one. This is from Ian Thompson, who is, always been one of my role models and rock stars in urology at UT Southwestern, and Laura Esserman, who's a breast surgeon, breast oncologist here at UCSF with us. They had this great letter, it's over 10 years ago now in JAMA, talking about screening for cancer in general. And the idea here, and this is exactly the transition from screening to surveillance, actually. The idea is if you screen for any cancer on a periodic basis, whether you're doing PSAs, whether you're doing mammography, colonoscopies, whatever it is, you screen for cancer at a certain interval. And if you get to the top of the cartoon here, you've died of the cancer. If you get to the far right of the cartoon, you've died of something else, usually heart disease, as we just said. And we know that in the case of prostate cancer, even with aggressive screening, there's a lot of them that we never find. These are the so-called autopsy tumors. These are the ones that, when we do autopsy studies, we find them, but even if the man lives to 80, he's never diagnosed with cancer. Then there are the ones that we find with screening. The man has an elevated PSA, gets a biopsy, we find Gleason 3+3, we'll get to that in a little bit, but we find this low-grade cancer. We can cure it, we can do surgery or radiation or focal therapy or whatever you want, we can wipe it out, but had we never found it, it would have never caused any symptoms or threatened the man's life. Then there are the ones that are higher grade or more aggressive. We find these when they're within the prostate, we cure these and we prevent what would have been a slow, painful death. And there is no question these exist. And this is the ones, treating the rabbits is how we have driven down that mortality rate in recent years. And then there are the so-called interval tumors where the PSA is 0.9, then it's 1.1, then it's 3, then it's 5. And these we're not going to win with screening. Fortunately, this is uncommon in prostate cancer. This is why we cannot screen for pancreatic cancer, for example. It tends to grow on a very compressed time frame. This is very unusual in prostate cancer. It happens, but this is rare. The snails don't matter. It's really all about the rabbits versus the turtles and how many turtles we've squished in the course of chasing the rabbits. And that has really been the controversy with the task force and around active surveillance. And our job is to distinguish the rabbits from the turtles and not overtreat the turtles, not crush the turtle population. Now, there is this galling statement, even in the 2018 US task force guideline, that we cannot tell aggressive from indolent prostate cancer, high risk from low risk prostate cancer. That is nonsense. In 2018, we were already really good at it. We were good at it in 2010. We just haven't been doing it consistently as a treating community. So we know which ones are aggressive and which ones are not. The problem is, despite knowing that, we were over-treating low-risk disease. But to say that we can't tell is just wrong. By looking at the routine stuff that we know about every man sitting in the office, the PSA, the Gleason score, that's how the cells look under the microscope, the number of biopsy cores involved out of a 12 or 14 core biopsy, is it just one or is it all of them? The stage, is there any sign of cancer outside the edge of the prostate? If we put these things together, there's lots of different ways to do it. We have the Kapper score. There are nomograms, lots of different ways to do it. We're about 85% accurate in separating out the aggressive from the non-aggressive prostate cancers. And this is very, very consistent and has been for a long time. And I'll show another slide here. What these we call the Kaplan-Meier plots. This is looking over time at the percent of men in a given category who survive the cancer. And the idea here, if you have, and these are real data from a registry called Capture, which we've run out of UCSF for many years, treated at 45 community practices across the country. So this is very much real world data. If you have a low risk tumor, basically nobody dies out to 15 years. The ones that are a little more intermediate risk, we start to see, some mix, some of these do progress. On the other hand, high risk cancers, half of all men may be dead of this within 10 years, despite treatment. And this, this 85 number here, this is about 85% accurate. And this is using just the basic criteria. Again, PSA, Gleason score, stage, et cetera. We can do even better by incorporating things like the PSA density. That's the PSA related to the size of the prostate. Because if you've got a huge prostate, well, that explains part of the PSA. We can look at PSA changes over time. We can look at how much pattern 4 there is. There's lots of nuances that we're getting for free, without doing any other fancy biomarker work that can help us get even more precise in terms of trying to figure out the aggressive from the non-aggressive.
And we'll go through those, but you brought up a name that is not brought up much in the patient world outside of UCSF, in my opinion. Look, it's very well known in the medical world, and that's the CAPRA score. So people are diagnosed with prostate cancer. They want to log online. They want to go see how, what's going to predict their outcomes in 5 and 10 years. And CAPRA is one of those. So I just did a search before we did this interview. I went CAPRA score, and I just hit it on Google, and it came up. So can you explain to people who are in that position with active surveillance or trying to decide how a CAPRA score can help? I mean, are you advocating people go online and do those?
Absolutely. I mean, so CAPRA, look, there's lots of different ways to do risk stratification. The most common one is an older system that is still the most commonly used. When we think about the NCCN risk groups or the AUA risk groups, you basically get put into these boxes of low, intermediate, or high risk disease based on the PSA, the Gleason score, and the stage. The problem is it's pretty outdated and has gotten very clunky. And I'll show another example here actually, because you wind up in this box whether you have one risk factor or all the risk factors within a given category. So this is just one example here. And I can show all the nitty gritty of how we calculate these things if you'd like, but this is one example. The guy on the left here, 76, he's got a PSA of 3.8, T1C, meaning we can't feel the tumor. He's got a Gleason 3+4, meaning it's mostly low grade with a little bit of intermediate grade. 10% of the cancer is intermediate grade, that's pattern 4, and it's only in 1 out of the 12 cores. The guy on the right is younger, he's 57, he's got a PSA of 8.7, T2A tumor, meaning we can feel it on a DRE. He's also got a 3+4, but it's in more of the cores and more of the cancer is pattern 4. Now, these are both so-called favorable intermediate if you run the classic sort of NCCN risk classification, but they are very different. And I can tell you, with clinical experience, that the guy on the right has much more of a concerning tumor, patient number 2, compared to patient number 1. And we will see this with the CAPRA score. So CAPRA, and CAPRA we designed it and it's been validated 30,000 patients around the world at this point. And there's actually more and more citations of it every year these days, which is kind of interesting. 15 years after we published the original paper. You get 1 point for being over 50. You get 1 point if you have a 3+4, or what we're now calling a Gleason grade group 2. You get 3 points if you have a Gleason 4+3 or higher, or a Gleason grade group 3 or higher. Clinical stage T1 or T2 doesn't really matter. But you do get a point if we suspect T3, meaning cancer outside the edge. And finally, you get 1 point if there are more than a third of the cores involved. So you get the 0 to 10 score, which, those of us that use it, I can calculate this in my head, very quickly, almost as easy to use as the risk groups, and it's much more accurate. That rainbow plot that I just showed with the survival curves, that is based on the CAPRA score. And like I said, we can get even more nuanced by looking at some of the subtleties of the pathology, what types of patterns the pathologists are seeing under the microscope, PSA density, et cetera.
Okay. So CAPRA, so you do CAPRA, but patients, obviously anybody watching this can go do their own CAPRA at any time.
Yes. Yeah, it's easy to find online.
It's easy to find. I just don't, is it me? I just don't think enough patients know about it globally, or am I wrong?
That may be true. Like I said, there are more and more citations of it every year in academic circles, but it is not in the guideline. The NCCN guideline now still enshrines their risk groups. There is now some explanatory text in there that talks about nomograms and calculators and mentions the CAPRA score there among some other equally accurate but more complicated systems.
Yeah.
I think I am seeing it more and more in community urology notes, at least in the Bay Area here. Maybe that's our influence from UCSF. A few of the biomarker companies are actually referencing their biomarkers to the CAPRA score, which is good. So, I think it's sort of slowly getting out there, but I agree, it's not as publicly known as it probably should be.
Well, we used to tell, whether you're talking to public or lecturers or patients or students, in the old days, we'd say, do a Framingham risk score, learn how to use it, encourage patients to do it. I mean, I'm just picking off a cardiovascular score. CV risk calculator is one that I tell people to use. So for people in the Bay Area or not in the Bay Area, if someone is doing a CAPRA score after this, so it's as simple as then they print out their result and take it to their doctor. You encourage that. They would just do their own score if they're not getting one, right? Print it out, and that helps in the discussion of whether or not to stay on active surveillance.
Yeah, I mean, so let's get into that. I mean, that, so who is eligible for surveillance and who is not is a very, it's gotten to be a very nuanced conversation. There was and it's tightly related to how we do risk stratification. So in the NCCN, I mean, this probably is actually worth putting out, because there was this big controversy late last year about exactly this question of who should get active surveillance. So in the risk group system, and you'll see my opinion about this in the title of this slide here, classically low risk disease here is somebody who has a PSA under 10, a Gleason grade group 1, which is a 3+3, or a Gleason 6, that's all 3 terms for the same thing, and their clinical stage is T1 or T2, meaning we can't feel it, or we can feel it, but it's small on one side of the prostate. This is low risk disease. Then there is this subset designated very low risk disease. This comes from older work out of Johns Hopkins, where they were trying to predict not only organ confined low grade tumors, but small tumors under half a cubic centimeter in size. It was a very, very stringent criterion. This was from the 90s. It's really never been updated. It just sort of got adopted into the NCCN guideline. So not only do you have to be Gleason grade group 1, PSA less than 10, you have to have a PSA density less than 0.15, meaning not much PSA relative to the size of the prostate. You cannot have any more than half of any biopsy core involved with cancer. And you have to have less, you can only have 1 or 2 biopsy cores actually involved with cancer. And that is a huge problem in this day and age when we are doing targeted biopsies. So more and more men are getting their biopsies done with MRI guidance or with very careful ultrasound guidance, high frequency ultrasound. So we're taking extra cores of visible lesions. So it's getting very difficult to have only 2 cores of cancer because we're going after these lesions. So that criterion has always been too stringent, and now it's basically ridiculous. But the NCCN late last year shifted their guideline without a lot of fanfare to say, well, we recommend active surveillance as preferred management for very low risk. For low risk, well, you can do whatever you want. You can do surgery, radiation, or surveillance, which was really a sort of disappointing shift in the recommendation. There was a bit of a storm on social media about this, and a lot of editorials came out. We wrote one of them, and they've actually now reverted to saying active surveillance is preferred for all low risk disease. And certainly, our perspective at UCSF and mine is that basically anybody with low risk, so PSA less than 10, Gleason grade group 1, and clinical stage T1 or 2 should be eligible for AS, for surveillance. The question is not about the very low. For us, the question is which of the men in the intermediate box are also eligible. Till a few years ago, that was sort of where we would draw the line. Gleason grade group 1, Gleason 6, you're good. If you have Gleason 7, you need to think about treatment. The Toronto series with Lori Klotz early on did include men with Gleason 7 on active surveillance, and they reported significantly higher progression rates in that group. But they were allowing a lot of Gleason 7s in, even men with 4+3s and higher volume tumors. We're very selective about it. So the right man with a grade group 2 or a Gleason 7 who should be eligible for surveillance has a 3+4. So it's mostly 3 with only a little bit of 4, probably ideally only 5 to 10% of the cancer should be pattern 4. We do look at these subtypes, these nuances. So the fused gland subtype of pattern 4 definitely does better and is safer than the ones that are designated cribriform or expansile cribriform. We will sometimes, allow men with higher PSAs in if we have a good reason for it. If they've got a 100-gram prostate and a PSA of 12, that's fine. They've got a PSA of 12 because they have a 100-gram prostate. So there's lots of ways that we are pushing into the intermediate risk territory that we think is safe. And then for borderline cases, this is where genomics can be very helpful. So we do things like Decipher and other genomic tests for men where we're kind of on the fence. Is this safe for surveillance or not? That's where these tests can be quite helpful.
I called it whenever I watch your lecture, I call it the POD acronym. I got too much in my brain, Polaris, Oncotype, Decipher, right? So these post-diagnosis markers to keep you on active surveillance or not, let me just play devil's advocate. Why wouldn't everybody who's been diagnosed just ask to have that marker done?
Yeah, because like we said before, the liquid tests after PSA are a few $100s. These tests are a few $1,000s.
I know, but this could, they can make or break whether or not you have significant.
I agree. Look, there's a lot of controversy about this in terms of how they should be used. And, where the evidence stands on these tests, they all work. Okay, even if you set a high bar with the Capra score or some multivariable model, they all improve our ability to predict which cancers are going to do well and which ones are not. However, it's a relatively small proportion of cases where we really shift things with the test. In other words, most cancers that are very low risk clinically, or are, I would say low risk, not using the NCCN terminology, in most cases, if we get a biomarker, it just confirms what we already knew, which is this is low risk. So it's overkill, and it's just not a good use of resources to run this on everybody who's got one core of Gleason 3+3. It just doesn't make any sense because the vast majority of those cases, we know what to do.
But if a 4 comes back on any level, it's 5%.
Yeah, that's different. Yes.
You would do it.
We get it on. I mean, not everybody. If it's a 79-year-old, so we really do look at the patient too. In terms of surveillance. If it's a 49-year-old versus a 79-year-old, that's a big difference in terms of how aggressively we're going to look for something worse. If it's a 79-year-old with 2 strokes and a heart attack under his belt, compared to a 79-year-old who brings both of his parents to the exam and takes nothing but aspirin, those are very different people too, in terms of how aggressively we want to make sure we didn't miss something. But you got to remember too, one of these older trials, the Pivot trial, which there was a lot of controversy over interpreting it, and not to get into too many details on that, that what this showed was for low risk disease. This is based on men who had a 6-core biopsy, mostly done by trainees in the VA system in the 1990s, meaning they missed a lot of worse cancer in calling these cancers low risk. There was not a shred of benefit for treatment versus watchful waiting, never mind active surveillance, meaning that we shouldn't be looking too terribly hard to find worse cancer in who have what looks like low risk disease. We do undersample a proportion of men. So we find what looks like low risk, there's actually something worse in there. And eventually that will make itself known, but we are going to get back into an over treatment reference point if we chase down every low risk tumor and look for every single tiny little 1 millimeter focus of fused gland pattern 4, and then recommend that man for treatment.
Well, okay, so I think, we've gone from my lifetime from watchful waiting, active surveillance, that sounds all right, to now it's a big deal and a lot of people are on it. I mean, you guys have one of the largest groups there in active surveillance or patients. But how do you even generally instruct these men once they're told, okay, now you're on active surveillance, you qualify for this select group, this is how I'm going to monitor you? Because I've heard everything. Come back in 3 months, come back in 6 months, come back in 9 months, come back once a year, do this, do that. I mean, what are some of your general guidelines? And now that you're in this select group, how often do you come back and I'm going to see you?
So this is in rapid evolution, I would say. So the major cohorts used to have fairly fixed protocols. Johns Hopkins, it used to be biopsy every single year. When we started, the UCSF cohort, when Peter Carroll started in the mid 90s, it was pretty regimented. PSA every 3 months. We got ultrasound every 6 months. It was biopsy every year, then went to every 2 years. But it's now getting much more nuanced. First of all, we've learned that in the community, none of this is actually happening. Men that go on active surveillance in your state, which has one of the best prostate cancer registries anywhere, the Music Registry, and is really focused on active surveillance as one of their main quality planks across the state. They did a great study looking at how many men who start on active surveillance get even 3 PSAs and 1 biopsy in the first 2 years. It was like 25%, very low. So what's really happening in community is actually probably not adequate in terms of intensity of surveillance. But we're learning now that we really can customize this and personalize it. So when we start a man on surveillance, Yeah, initially, I am a big advocate for confirmatory biopsy, meaning if I see somebody who's been biopsied and diagnosed somewhere else, we will typically do an MRI and a biopsy at UCSF within the first year to make sure we haven't missed something. Because sometimes, the original biopsy can miss pretty significant cancers that we definitely do want to know about, and we see those every year. It's a lower proportion than it used to be. We used to upgrade about 30% or more to higher grade cancer. It's still around 20%. I mean, still definitely happens. Now, if that confirmatory biopsy confirms low grade, low volume, low risk disease, then we are really trying to now spread out the intervals, especially between the biopsies, as much as we can. So we've learned from we're part of this great consortium study called the Canary Pass study, which has been tracking men on active surveillance for years now. Yeah. We had a paper out a couple of years ago, really showing we don't need to check PSAs every 3 months. We do just as good of a job checking every 6 months. Okay. And a subsequent paper we put out a year and a half ago showed that if we look at clinical factors, again, this we don't even have to get into the biomarker space yet. If we look at things like how the PSA is changing over time, whether we have seen negative biopsies after diagnosis, doesn't mean the cancer went away. It means it was so small that we couldn't even find it the second time. We can look at BMI, which tends to affect PSA, a few other factors like that. We can now identify pretty good subcohorts of men, 20, 25% of men who are starting on active surveillance, who we can confidently say 85%, 90% negative predictive value for upgrading. Basically, we can tell them, go home, come back in 5 years for a biopsy. We barely need to check a PSA. We certainly don't need to put you through a biopsy for years. And we're also starting to use MRI cautiously as a replacement for biopsy if everything has been stable for a while. So in other words, if the diagnostic biopsy and the confirmatory biopsy both show low risk disease, and the MRI was either clean or showed a small lesion, and a follow-up MRI 2 years later looks exactly the same, then we're starting to get more and more comfortable accepting that MRI as a surrogate for the biopsy. That is controversial and is definitely evolving quickly. And there are people out there that will use the MRI to replace even a diagnostic biopsy or the confirmatory biopsy. I don't think we're there, but I think if we have a couple biopsies under the belt and things are consistently, favorable or safe, then I'm starting to feel better about the accuracy of the MR.
So there's some idea in terms of criteria. I guess I kind of go back, and not to harp back on this, but again, if you're asking people to come back every 6 months or every year, again, I hate to say this because I just haven't heard the words. DRE is always a part of that.
So DRE is still listed in everybody's protocols. The reality is, for 2 years now, we've been doing almost everything by Zoom, and it has been fine, right? I mean, the idea that we're going to pick up a progressive cancer by DRE where we didn't see it by MRI or ultrasound it's just not going to happen. So it's still technically part of all the surveillance protocols, but the reality is it's becoming less and less important.
Okay. I hate to do this, but just briefly, because you've brainwashed me a little bit, and that is, I don't want to panic people, but you did show a slide at a recent conference that showed that MRI is great. You got to use MRI within active surveillance with certain guidelines, but you're still to the point where around the country, there's not a lot of consensus in terms of, there's a lot of people who aren't necessarily great at reading MRI. That's how I translated your slide. Can you elaborate?
Sure. So there is a consistent guideline in terms of how to read a prostate MR. It's called the PIREDS system. But there's a lot of inconsistency in the way the radiologists actually assign the points to calculate the PIREDS score. And it takes a lot of expertise. And I think this is not necessarily recognized out there in the world. A lot of radiology tests are very easy and very consistent. If you need a CAT scan of your kidneys, you can show up to pretty much any CAT scan center, get the CAT scan, and any radiologist is going to be able to look at your kidneys and describe what they see. Prostate MR is not like that. It takes, actually, I only learned a couple of years ago how much subtlety there is, even in setting up the machine. A hospital can have 2 Siemens or 2 GE MRI machines, and they have to be calibrated differently. And then how you set up the prostate package, basically how you actually set up the MR protocol for MR takes a lot of experience. And then reading the multiparametric MR definitely takes a lot of expertise. And there've been some great studies out there showing a lot of variation. Stanford down the street from us does maybe not quite the volume we do, but they're certainly a high volume prostate MR center. They published a great study, which I'm sure if we had the courage to repeat it, we'd find the same thing. Depending on which Stanford University radiologist happens to read your MRI, the likelihood that a PIRADS 5, meaning a high, bad looking lesion, actually represents a high grade cancer, grade group 2 or higher, ranges from 40% to 80%, within a university. And this has been shown repeatedly. Even the NCI is the best MR center in the country, probably. Same thing. They've got 2 radiologists there that are super high volume and do nothing but prostates, and they're really good. But when you take the still reasonable volume, middle volume NCI radiologists, their agreement drops off very rapidly. So, it's not. I've developed this reputation as being anti-MR. I'm not at all anti-MRI. We do a ton of anti-MRI, but MRI is a test. We will drag the patients down 3 hours from Northern California to get the MRI done here at UCSF, and I'm very cautious about accepting it as a replacement for biopsy until we're better at interpreting them. There's a lot of interest in machine learning and AI systems to do a better job with the information there. And there's lots of other very cool tech in development to improve our imaging.
But what you're saying to me is, because I'm thinking of the tangibility of all of this, for the patients who are watching.
Sure.
Is that if there's any concern about the person reading your MRI in terms of experience, I'm going to try to be delicate here. You may need to think about either getting it at another place or having it read by someone else as a second opinion. Do you agree with that?
Let me be even more forceful about it. Every single aspect of prostate cancer care after the PSA, I'm talking about the MRI, the biopsy, treatment discussions, having surgery, radiation. This should all be done at centers of excellence. Doesn't necessarily have to be an academic center, but it's got to be a place that focuses on this. Some of the big community urology groups have a few urologists that have prostate cancer is what they do, just like it is for us in academics. That's fine. But you are always going to get better care in subspecialty centers for prostate cancer than you will with someone who sees a few of them a year and is taking care of kidney stones and BPH and incontinence and everything else in general urology practice, almost across the board. And that is true. And fortunately, prostate cancer is almost never an emergency. We have this problem in bladder cancer where we know the clock is really ticking. We have the same situation where outcomes are better in academic centers, but if you don't get your bladder either under chemo or out within 3 months of diagnosis of a high-grade bladder cancer, you are much more likely to die of the disease. Prostate is not like that. This thing moves slowly. You have months, you have years in some cases. So take the time to get to a center where this is what we eat, breathe, live, and sleep.
That's well said, because a lot of people will say, so I think I know where you fall on this. A lot of people will say, I got to decide immediately. Yeah. And there's this old saying now that hopefully is coming out, that it's better to decide in a smart fashion than decide in a quick fashion.
Absolutely. Right? Absolutely.
Okay, so now I'm going to go through other criteria in the Moyad mind, and I just want you to comment on them, and some of them are going to be repetitive. If you're going to be on active surveillance or coming off active surveillance, let's pick off a couple of these and tell me what you think for the active surveillance patient. Okay, I want to cover family history and genetics, and I want to cover this BRCA1 and 2 test. I predicted at the last meeting that you were there that in 5-10 years that everybody who's going to be on active surveillance will get a BRCA1 or 2 test to see if they have that mutation. And if they do, they're less likely to stay on active surveillance or they'll be monitored more aggressively. What say you? Does everyone get a 23andMe test or whatever it is? Because they're doing it on the women's side.
Yep.
What do you say about every man watching this in the future getting a test for his BRCA1 and 2 mutation?
Yeah, there's like 5 questions packaged in there. So
good at that.
First of all, not everybody needs to get a BRCA test. If you've got a family history, the criteria, there actually are pretty clear guidelines now in terms of who should get a genetic test, meaning we use these terms, the terms get confusing. When we talk about genetics, we're usually talking about what's called germline genetics, meaning the DNA that you're born with, that you got from your mom and your dad, that drive your risk of getting a cancer. When we use the term genomics, we're usually talking about the way that the DNA has actually mutated or has been dysregulated in the cancer cells themselves.
Yes.
So when you're asking about BRCA, we're talking about genetics. This is BRCA are these genes that are part of the way the cell repairs its DNA and keeps the text of the DNA accurate and proofread. as the cells divide. And if you got a mutation in one of these, you are more prone to breast, prostate, and ovarian cancers. So there are pretty clear guidelines now for people with a strong family history of prostate or of prostate, breast, and ovarian cancer running in a family. Yeah, they should get BRCA testing. But is that a reason that every sort of person off the street should get a 23andMe or an Invitae and get their genotype done? Not necessarily. And what we don't really know is what to do differently with the results. And my clinic these days, I have a lot of men who are showing up because their sister or their aunt or somebody got an early breast cancer. They got screened, found out to have a BRCA mutation, and now the man now got screened and has one, and is now in my office with a PSA of 1.1 and a BRCA mutation. And it's very unclear what we actually do. I definitely think men should be screened with PSA early if they have a BRCA, but there's not yet any sense that we should biopsy at a lower threshold or treat more aggressively yet. The best study on this so far comes from Hopkins in terms of active surveillance. This one is worth showing too, I think. So they looked at their active surveillance series, looking at men who had these mutations. So BRCA2 is the one most closely associated with prostate cancer. BRCA1 is more, it is a risk factor for prostate cancer, but much more for breast cancer. And then ATM is another gene in this family of genes, in the same sort of pathway of DNA repair. So if they looked at men who had any of these three mutations or BRCA2 specifically, they just looked at their likelihood over time of progressing to a higher grade cancer on surveillance, having started with a grade group 1, or the odds of winding up with a grade group 2 or higher. And what you can see here, the blue line is the men who do not have the mutation. So out to 10 years, about 40% of them upgraded. And at Hopkins, almost all those men got treated. If you have one of these mutations, if you have any of the three, likelihood of upgrading was 65% by 10 years. If you have BRCA2 specifically, it was nearly 80%. So a lot of people look at these data and say, we should not do active surveillance for men with BRCA mutations. I personally don't think that's the right interpretation, because the question is, just because you might upgrade in the next 6 years does not mean you're going to die of prostate cancer if we don't take out your prostate today. And this is a really important point about active surveillance in general. Okay, active surveillance is different from watchful waiting. Watchful waiting was an older concept which says, we find a prostate cancer, but you're the 79-year-old with 2 heart attacks and a stroke under your belt. Don't worry about this. Your heart's probably going to get you a decade before your prostate. In the unlikely event that you develop a progressive cancer that's causing you symptoms, come back and we will treat you with hormonal therapy, et cetera. That was watchful waiting. Active surveillance is very different. It says we have every intention and expectation of curing this cancer if we see signs of progression, because we think we can catch that progression event pretty early and treat with every intention of cure. Now, mathematically, and the question with surveillance is always, what are the odds that today the cancer is curable, and next year or at whatever time we find this progression event, it will be too late and the cancer will have spread. Mathematically, that number is not 0. By definition, there will always be some cancers that escape, but it is a really, really, really small number. We talk about 30% progression, 60% progression. Yes, but those are typically just sort of either reclassified or we find them well within the window of opportunity. That window of opportunity to cure is years, it's decades in many cases. So, way less than 1% of men are actually going to have a rapidly progressive cancer, the bird type tumors.
Yeah.
So, if we say you've got a 60% chance of needing treatment, of progressing the next 10 years needing treatment, okay, great. So first of all, you have a 50% chance of not needing treatment in the next 5 years. You tell me I can get to 5 years out and tell me I'm going to need treatment at age 60 instead of 55 and get treated in 2027 instead of 2022. That's a fairly good deal as long as we know it's safe. So our practice, I will offer surveillance to men with these mutations, but it's more careful surveillance. These are not the guys that I'm going to say come back in 5 years. These are the guys that definitely need their PSA checked. They definitely need the MRIs, the biopsies, et cetera.
And these BRCA mutations we're talking about, going back to the genetics, we're talking about, these are germline tests. These are these are the genetics they're born with. We're not talking about in the tumor, which we can have a whole other lecture on. This is the simple cheek swab or blood test, correct?
Correct.
All right. What about age? Have you ever had someone that was too young to be on active surveillance or too old? Do you think there's any, do you think that there is any limit of age, either too young or too old for active surveillance, or is that just out the window?
Definitely not too young. And it is a really important point, because we have absolutely no business doing early baseline PSAs on men at 45 if we're not going to put that guy on surveillance when the baseline PSA leads to a diagnosis of a Gleason 3-3 at 45. You know, and if I find a 3-3 in a 45-year-old, I will usually tell him he's not going to make it to 90 without having something done to his prostate, but he could make it 10 years, he can make it 20 years without needing something done. So, you know, again, surveillance does not mean never, it means not now for treatment. And we absolutely have to offer surveillance to younger men if we are going to screen younger men. And there's even data that younger men have a lower risk of progressing in terms of grade over the first 5 years on surveillance. The too old is a different question. That's actually a more interesting question of how do we transition men from active surveillance to watchful waiting? At what point do we say, look, we've been watching this thing for 15 years. You're now 82. You did have a heart attack last year. The PSA has been flat forever. Let you sail off into the sunset. You know, we're actually not great about that. We don't have a protocol. I was just in a meeting with some of the urologists in the UK, and they're much more protocolized about it. You know, they've got age and sort of biopsy criteria, and they just stop. And you know, most of the time, you know, patients have different reactions to it.
Yeah,
you know, some of them, you know, are sort of relieved to be told they don't have to worry about this ever again. Other men are still really anxious about it, even though they're still smoking at 83, and this is clearly not going to be their problem. They don't want to stop. And so for them, we'll continue checking PSA once a year, but we really try to back off on that.
I mean, in the Bay Area, come on, it's not different from Ann Arbor and other places. There's an old joke. You don't want us to live to be 107, the guy who's 106.
Yeah.
In other words, people, and that's their choice. I don't blame it. So but let me throw in some more thoughts about active surveillance. I used to read in the old data that anxiety would get you off of it, that people would just had too much anxiety. I heard the C word. How do you handle that today with the anxiety that people deal with because they heard the C word?
So that is a real phenomenon. I will say most of the blame, again, lies with us. It is an important part of my job to pull people back from that cliff. Now, this is the point we were making before about shared decision-making. It is much easier to pull the guy back from the cliff if he's not standing on the cliff in the first place, because he knows before we did the biopsy, or better yet, before we did the PSA, that if we find Gleason grade group 1, we don't care, and it's not going to need treatment. And if it is clear from the outset that the reason we do the screening, the reason we do the biopsies, is to find high grade cancer, it's much easier to have that conversation. So I always tell them, and it's not a yes or no answer, it's a yes, no, or sort of answer. You know, either we find a high grade cancer that we need to talk about treatment, we find nothing, or we find a low grade cancer that we're going to watch. You know, if that is clear from the beginning, it's much easier to have the conversation. There are, to be clear, you know, occasional men who just can't get past it. I actually operated for the first time in years on a Gleason 3+3, you know, just a few months ago. Because after 45 minutes, it was clear I was just not going to get anywhere. He was, you know, he was in a health field. He just, you know, he was just a little bit too educated. And, you know, so it happens. But it should be a very, very small minority of men that, you know, that really can't get past it. And look, there's plenty of other reasons too. Men that have a low grade cancer and severe BPH symptoms, for example, you know, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone in some cases by doing a prostatectomy, for example. So I mean, there's plenty of edge cases. You know, you show me a 52-year-old guy with a high volume Gleason 3+3 and a really strong family history. You know, if it's clearly a question of when, not if, we're going to intervene, and that man would really rather have it done today than 5 years from now, that's totally fine. Mm-hmm. And that's why I say that the target rate should probably be 80%, not 100%. In terms of how many low-risk men should be surveilled.
Okay. The question you were dreading, BPH drugs, dutasteride and finasteride, that can shrink the prostate. Yeah. We say, you could say 20, 30%, that can change your PSA. What do you do with these guys on active surveillance? Because there was a time when we thought this might help. Some people still think it might. What do you do with these drugs that can cloud the picture? How's that?
Yep. Well, first of all, we've got a trial. You know, the REDEEM trial showed that using dutasteride reduced the likelihood of progressing to treatment by about 25%, mostly because it drops the PSA and helps with the anxiety. We will mentally double the PSA for men on surveillance, but these drugs are great in that they will drop the PSA. They also stabilize the PSA. So rising PSA on one of these pills, finasteride or dutasteride, is a much more consistent sign of a progressive cancer than a rising PSA for somebody who is not on one of these medications.
That's interesting.
So that's the first point. They sort of fell out of favor because of this whole business with the FDA. It was found in the early trials, and you're shaking your head because you like I do this is ridiculous. When men go on these medications, we find more high-grade disease. And there was all this controversy. Are they actually driving the cancer to be higher grade? Obviously, it's not. And there have been tons of analyses showing pretty clearly all we're doing is diagnosing high-grade disease more consistently, because finding the high-grade cancer, especially in the pre-imaging era, you're looking for a needle in a haystack. Well, if you make the haystack smaller, you're more likely to find that needle with the same number of biopsy cores.
Well put.
So despite that clear logic, there is still this black box warning on the drugs about driving high-grade disease. So they're not used often. I personally use them for men who have low-grade cancer plus BPH, and they're not heading for surgery, but also have a lot of symptoms, or men where the PSA is just really high and we don't have a good explanation for it. The prostate's not that enormous, but we've done 2 biopsies. Both of them show 2 cores of 3.3, but the PSA is 18 and stays up there. I've had a few men like that who we put on finasteride and it falls by like 80%.
Wow.
And I can't explain it, but everybody feels better when the PSA is lower, and they have few side effects. 5% roughly will have sexual side effects. Can make your hair a little thicker. This is the same stuff that's in Propecia.
Yeah.
And I think they're probably underused, quite honestly.
That's really interesting, your opinion on that. It's nice to hear. So we're talking about finasteride, which was known as Proscar, dutasteride, which is known as Avodart.
Yeah.
So you should have a discussion. I mean, I don't downplay the side effects from them, but at the same time, there is this kind of thinking that if a drug's been out there for 20 years, you got to find every possible thing that's wrong with it and scare people. But obviously some people don't do well with it. Some people do. So at least it's a part of active surveillance. So your tangible point is, if you're on any of these drugs, and including the hair drug, how about that? And the PSA starts to go up, that might be telling you that the disease is in progression, right? Yes. That's a really strong point.
And actually, to emphasize the point about Propecia, about the hair drug, men tend not to report this on their medication lists. When you tell your doctor what medications you're taking, men tend not to report Propecia, and it absolutely counts. So Propecia is a 1 milligram finasteride, as opposed to the 5 milligram finasteride, the Proscar that we use for BPH. But even the 1 milligram can drop your PSA. And there was a nice study out of the VA a couple of years ago, because primary care docs still think about the 4.0 threshold. They were not referring men for evaluation who had a PSA even of 3.8, 3.9 on finasteride. So by the time they crossed the threshold, it's really like an 8. So there were actually higher death rates for men on finasteride in the VA than men not on finasteride because of delayed diagnosis. So very important to report this to your docs.
That's really good. Here's the other one quickly I want to go through before we just threw some random stuff. We talked about PSA, but can we just review again? Do you use PSA kinetics, velocity, doubling time, and you definitely use PSA density? Can you just emphasize that active surveillance relies on PSA kinetics and definitely PSA density? You say what?
So density for sure. Again, if you've got a huge prostate, that we can write off the PSA to having a huge prostate, and that's the concept of PSA density. The threshold that's out there is 0.15. Over that, we get a little bit more concerned. 0.12 to 0.15 is sort of gray area. Below 0.12 is reassuring. So that's equivalent to a PSA of 12, and setting a 100-gram prostate would give you a 0.12. It's literally just division, arithmetic. The PSA kinetics are more complicated. The original protocols would say if your doubling time is less than 2 years or 3 years, that's a red flag. Doubling time can be tricky to calculate. The work that we did with Canary, we actually calculated a little bit more of a complicated PSA parameter called PSA-K, PSA kinetics. It requires a calculator to do this well, but it's a little bit more accurate. It's looking at the PSA trend in relation to sort of the whole population of prostate cancer patients. You can calculate this on the website. I will tell you quite honestly, I think a lot of us tend to sort of gestalt the PSA trends. We'll graph them in the clinic, or just take a look at the chart and just get a sense of which way the wind is blowing. Because again, I will very rarely tell somebody you need to be treated based on the PSA trend. But what I will say is we're doing a biopsy this year, this month, not waiting another year because the PSA is going up. And I personally don't have a hard threshold in terms of doubling time, 24 months or anything like that. We really do just sort of look at the trend.
But that PSA density, lower is better. That, you know, someone can calculate that at home and take it to their doctor. It's not a big deal, right? And so here's the other random stuff I want to pick off from active surveillance in your comment, and so we can end in the next 10 minutes. This paper just came out in the Journal of Urology. I hate to throw this at you, but some of your colleagues were on this paper. Some of my colleagues were on this paper. Eric Klein, all the big names. It said here, patients with high volume Gleason GG1 tumors. So, you know, high volume Gleason 6 behave similar to those with intermediate and high risk tumors. So they're now making the claim that from their database, they're looking at that if you've got a Gleason 6, a 3+3, but you got a lot of it and a lot of cores, that this might be one of the reasons you come off active surveillance. Yes or no?
No, not in my view. There are tens of thousands of patients. Scott Egner has done a lot of this work, and he and I we actually have an editorial that's going to come out again, raising this point that we got to stop using the C word for Gleason 6, because it does. If you look at patients that have a pure Gleason 6 and went to surgery, the metastatic rate is basically 0 across tens of thousands of patients. This is not cancer the way we think of cancer. It looks like cancer to a pathologist, but biologically, molecularly, genetically, genomically, it doesn't behave like cancer. So what is true is if you have a high volume Gleason 6, it's more likely that there is also a pattern 4 hiding somewhere in there amongst all the pattern 6, amongst all the Gleason 6. So high volume Gleason 6 needs closer surveillance, just like the BRCAs, just like the high PSAs, et cetera. But I will very rarely take somebody to surgery. Now, like I said a few minutes ago, if you are, you're in your early 50s, you've got a high volume tumor, maybe you have a family history. If it's clear that, it's a when, not if, and you want it done sooner, that's fine. But I would absolutely not say that tumor volume is an eligibility criterion for active surveillance.
But at least it brings up the idea that you've got to really be careful for those 4s that pop up on active surveillance. In fact, your last paper that your name was on, you were second author, is molecular risk looking at Gleason 3+4 prostate cancer. And what you were saying in this paper was cribriform, this type of cribriform pattern, right?
Yes.
If you see this cribriform pattern, it tends to mean it's got a little bit more of an aggressive 4, and you're probably, am I safe to say you're probably not a good active surveillance candidate? And by the way, before you answer the question, I have to get some therapy in. Not only did I grow up with Farsi and German and English, but my mom made me take Latin, so I knew what cribriform meant in Latin. Cribriform means sieve. It means perforated area. That's what it looks like on pathology. It looks like a sieve. But tell me, before we end on active surveillance, what does a patient do if they get this reading on biopsy or pathology?
Yeah. So first of all, this is yet another reason to be seen in a high volume center, because there is, just like there's subtlety in the radiology exams and subtlety in doing the surgery and subtlety in interpreting the PSA trends, there's a lot of subtlety in pathology interpretation. And it is always worth having the slides re-reviewed by a prostate-focused subspecialized pathologist. A lot of community pathologists are, more and more of them are making these distinctions, but most of them still do not. I think almost all the major academic centers now do this. So Gleason pattern 4 has these subclassifications, and cribriform is one of the more aggressive ones. We are even substratifying the cribriforms into expansile versus non-expansile. The expansiles are worse. But yes, I think that's a fair statement that if you see cribriform on the pathology report, that is a yellow flag. It doesn't mean you're absolutely ineligible for surveillance, but those are the ones that we are much more cautious about.
So if they don't report, if your pathologist doesn't even report cribriform absent, cribriform present, you got to get that looked at again.
Yeah, they might not use that language, present, absent, but they should give a subtype of the pattern 4.
Yeah.
So our center, for example, they're not going to say cribriform absent, but they will say the subtype of pattern 4 is, and if it's fused gland or poorly formed glands, for example, that's the more favorable, and we know that.
But they should inquire about that, because
absolutely.
Right.
It is always worth having the slides re-reviewed by most centers. UCSF does reviews for anybody that wants them. Hopkins does a ton of them. It's not difficult to do.
So part of the gold message here from the Cooperberg, Dr. Cooperberg, is that, and that's not just the extent of 4 in active surveillance, how much 4 there is. It's that subtype of 4
Absolutely.
that can make or break whether or not you stay on
Absolutely.
active surveillance.
Absolutely.
That is awesome. The other thing that's awesome is that, do you have a random question? You want to just have time, or do you have to go?
Sure.
Because you made me think about this, and I realized that I've never had anybody address this. And this is not a softball question. You talked about at a meeting, figuring out who needs post-op radiation and who doesn't.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of people think if they get surgery, they get treatment, they don't need to have post-op radiation, they're done. But do you have any advice on who should consider, if they're going out and getting surgery, who should consider a follow-up radiation or not? How do you even start that conversation? I mean,
whole different conversation in the last 2 minutes.
It's a whole different, but shouldn't it?
Yeah.
It should come up though with your doctor, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So first of all, the goals of surgery, obviously our goal is to cure when we do surgery, but some cancers recur despite surgery, and some cancers we know are high risk going in. And if you think about a high risk rectal cancer, breast cancer, the right answer is all the above. People get surgery, chemo, and radiation by plan from the get-go. If we're going to combine treatments in prostate cancer, no question, it is better to do surgery followed by radiation than to do radiation and try to come in with surgery. Surgery after radiation is possible. Some people say it's impossible. It's possible, but it's a lot more difficult and higher risk.
Yeah.
So, my surgical practice tends to be pretty high risk patients. So a lot of patients that I operate on are going to need radiation after the fact. And PSA here is a spectacularly good test. If your PSA is undetectable after surgery, you are fine. There's been lots of discussion over the years about adjuvant radiation, which means giving radiation just based on the pathology report. We find that the cancer was outside the edge, maybe the margin was positive, or it was into the seminal vesicles. We would give radiation just based on the pathology report. There's 3 big trials that came out over the last 2 years, mostly in sort of low to intermediate risk disease, to be fair, that showed there is no benefit for adjuvant, meaning immediate radiation, versus waiting until the PSA rises. Some radiation oncologists believe that this probably doesn't apply to high risk disease, and maybe patients with high risk should still get adjuvant. But the reality is, at our center, we use ultra sensitive PSA. So we will tell if it's under 0.015. If it's under that threshold, they're good. And what I usually tell men is we can talk about adjuvant radiation. But honestly, if you told me there's a 90% chance I'm going to need radiation, I would say, great. That's a 10% chance I don't. And the minute the PSA starts going up, that's the time to do it. The other reason we're tending to wait a little bit these days is we're using a lot of PSMA PET scanning, which is a whole nother conversation again. Yeah. And that scan is much more broadly available in the community now than it was even a few months ago. And to get any yield out of the PSMA PET to try to find out where the recurrence is, you really need to wait until the PSA is 0.2. So we almost never give adjuvant. We wait until the PSA rises, but I don't wait that long. We will scan at 0.2 and start treatment around that time.
And you think every man who gets surgery and has their prostate out, they should have an ultrasensitive PSA, not a regular PSA?
That's controversial, and not necessarily. Some urologists don't like it. Some patients don't like it because you can have a detectable ultrasensitive that kind of bounces up and down and causes anxiety. I don't, we do it and I'm very used to it, but I have plenty of colleagues, even in academics, that still use 0.1 and it's probably fine, honestly. Yeah. I'd like to know, because by the time it gets to 0.2, I like to see what it's been doing over the last few months, but
No, I mean, that's interesting. So I'll leave you on a less serious note. My last 2 questions, they were my quiz questions. You're stuck on Alcatraz Island, which is behind you, right? And you can only watch one thing on TV. Now, keep in mind that I swam from that island to the shore, by the way, if you want to be impressed.
That's a race.
It was a race. I did it once. I'll never do it again. It was the worst night of my life.
You did the triathlon or just the swim?
I did the triathlon.
Okay, yeah, that's
I mean, that's a midlife crisis, man. But I look at that island and I just have this vitriol toward it because I think, oh, that was a bad swim. All right, only one thing on TV and you're stuck on Alcatraz. Are you going to watch the Golden State Warriors, the San Francisco 49ers, the Giants, or a Moyad lecture, or you fill in whatever? What would one thing you would watch?
I mean, obviously the Moyad lecture, but once you're done talking, we'll go back and forth between the Niners and the Doves.
Really?
I like the Giants too. I'm just less of a baseball guy.
The Giants, okay. All right, my last question, which was going to be my first one, that leads to your gift that's coming to your house next week. Michigan plays Yale or Dartmouth, both your alma maters. They play them in football. All right. What would be the final score? See if you can get that right. There's actually
That depends on the year. In my era, Dartmouth, we had a future NFL guy as our quarterback, and we had a legitimate football team. Not that we would have gone up against Michigan, but I might have given it a score. Yeah. These days, I'm sure it's going to be about 53-3 if we're lucky.
Yeah, no, that's a good guess. But the reality is, neither team would show up for the game. So Michigan.
Yeah, right.
So, but we want you to be proud of one of your alma mater, especially the one that I'm most proud of, because I share that with you. And so I don't know if Alex is still there. This is what's coming to your house. We apologize, but this is the fastest they could.
I love it.
Get it. So that's coming next week. Your
Thank you.
Yale School of Public Health shirt.
That's awesome. They sent me a mask during the pandemic. It was my favorite kind of random cloth mask. I loved it.
No, that's on its way. They've already put it in the box. It's just that they told us it won't come till next week. So we had to do this.
Thanks so much.
So I apologize. But listen,
thanks for having me on.
What'd you say?
I said, thanks for having me on. This has been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I mean, look we already did almost an hour and a half and we barely touched the surface, but we got all the tangibles, that people should think about. And I just really want to thank you for doing this. I mean, you did it.
Total pleasure.
We had you did it on the fly at the last second. We've been trying to get you back for years. I hope you really do come back sooner because you have a lot of knowledge to give. And you're a classic example of that stupid stereotype where says, oh, all surgeons want to do is cut. But we have a lot of surgeons out there that are running active surveillance protocols and they're doing a lot of non-cutting. So cutting's important, but you're running one of the largest active surveillance protocols there at UCSF and you're surgeons, right?
Yep. This is all it's all about treating prostate cancer from start to finish, which is what we do. And like I said, it's what we eat, breathe, live, and sleep. And it's the right treatment for the right patient. I mean, that's really what the goal is from start to finish.
And all you watching, please watch this video over, or if you're having questions about active surveillance, give Dr. Cooperberg's office a call. He's been doing this as long as I've known him. And
I will say on that note, by the way, in the COVID era, we do Zoom visits all over the country with absolutely no problem. So anybody that wants a formal visit, of course, it's very easy to find us.
That's a really good point. Hey, listen, I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And I know I'll see you soon, right? Good seeing you.
Thank you, Dr. Cooperberg, and thank you, Dr. Moyad. That was so helpful. All right, our next speaker is Dr. Jeff Brady. He is an expert urologist with Advent Health Medical Group, and I'm really excited to have him here today. He's going to give us updates on the latest developments in incontinence treatment options, both surgical and non-surgical. So without further ado, welcome to the conference, Dr. Brady.
All right, welcome to the Moyad Scholz conference, emphasis on Moyad because I'm an egomaniac. And the reality is people say they're excited about our next speaker, but the reality is I am super excited about our next speaker. And the reason I'm excited is that when I get to travel a lot over the past 30 years, I get to find diamonds in the rough, or in this case, it's sort of diamonds in the Everglades. I don't know what you call it because this guy is from Florida. And so people are always curious as how we vet the speakers. And a lot of it is just getting to know people, getting to know about them. Are they patient friendly? Of course, are they competent? And we've had a history at the PCRI of finding these, world-renowned individuals who are well known amongst their colleagues, but globally with patients, they're not as well known. And we have had a history over the past at least 8 years of this conference, 10 plus years of the fall conference of finding these individuals who are superstars in the medical world. And then once they come to the patient conferences, they become superstars there. And that's who this is. Dr. Jeff Brady has been in Florida. We have his entire gigantic bio. He's been really focusing mostly on incontinence over the last 20 years, some ED too. But he's really one of those rare individuals that has made incontinence and treating his incontinence, whether it's medically or surgically, his specialty. And so part of the message here, and Dr. Brady, I'm holding up your CV, your bio. It's so long that I'm embarrassed. So it makes everyone else feel small. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. But the truth is, this is the topic that if you come to the conference in LA, you realize this is the topic that makes me gaga, that we have all these men getting treated for prostate cancer and side effects do happen, but we don't have enough specialists in the specific side effect that's affecting the majority of men, AKA incontinence. Again, his bio is there. He is one of just several people around the world, including the United States, that focuses on treating men who have been treated with prostate cancer that are suffering and dealing with these kind of side effects and don't get answers, especially in the area of surgical medical options. We're also going to talk lifestyle today. So I want to welcome Dr. Jeff Brady in here. He's the other Brady from Florida that everybody knows. He's the other Brady that I'm excited about in Florida besides Tom Brady. Dr. Brady, thank you so much for joining us today.
Mark, thank you very much for having me. That's a nice, very nice introduction. I guess I'm a diamond from Disney since I'm now in Orlando, Florida. But Mark's amazing. You know, he's you know, the programs he puts on. He's always a speaker that even as urologists, you know, we always learn from him, and so he's been somebody that I've enjoyed following over the years, and so we've gotten to know each other over the years.
Yes.
You know, so I'm in Orlando, Florida, and have been here since 2000, and I do all aspects of urology historically, but you know, more recently now focusing on the things that are important to men with prostate cancer, that being incontinence and erectile dysfunction. So, you know, this talk is an offshoot of that. You know, how do we improve someone's quality of life after they've had been treated for prostate cancer, whatever that is, whether it's radiation therapy, surgery, hormone therapy, all of the above. You know, we're here to help out and try to make your life better. So we'll kind of go through a little talk here. And this talk is something I've done for patients, and part of the talk is for physicians. So it's a little bit of combination of both. So first disclosure, you know, I don't have any industry funding for anything I'm doing, but I think disclosures are important to have. I do have, in my time, I have done some work with some of the different companies that have products in what we're talking about, but no funding for this particular talk we're going through. So this, again, a little bit about me. I've been in Orlando since 2000. I'm married, 3 kids. I have 2 dogs, 2 cats, a horse, and a rabbit. If anybody would like a rabbit, please contact me. I will ship ASAP. My interest growing up, I was a baseball player in college. I kind of now do some coaching, and I do triathlon and the like, but something just to keep busy and try to stay active with my wife and kids. In Orlando, so I got here in 2000. So I trained at the University of Miami for residency, and then did a fellowship for 2 years in Norfolk, Virginia, which was rebuilding all sorts of things, urethras, bladders, the like. When I got to Orlando, I did general urology and had interest also in cryotherapy. We did kidney transplants for 4 years, and I've done all that. But more recently, I've now focused on you know, urologic reconstruction, and so we're now seeing mainly that here in my clinic, and we have a team that, you know, works together to help patients in that space. I did work for my first 18 years with the Prostate Cancer Support Group. We had Sherry Flint, who was our dietitian. So again, we took a lot of Mark's work and said, you know, how do we make help men to get better after they've been treated with prostate cancer? A lot was diet. And these are a lot of the other topics we had, and some of those who've helped along the way. The bottom 3 of the talks that I did pretty routinely, and it would be erectile dysfunction, stress urinary incontinence, and I'd be open for any kind of question they had. And I found I often learned at these groups. That's why we like to do them. So let's talk about prostate cancer. You all know that there are many ways to treat prostate cancer. Many men are cured of their prostate cancer by any of the methods that we use for treatment. Certainly active surveillance is much more common than it used to be, but surgical with robotic prostatectomy, radiation therapy, cryotherapy, and HIFU are all, I think, effective treatments for prostate cancer. The real question is, what do we have after the treatment is done? What are the side effects that we're going to deal with? And so while we have high likelihood of cure, there are side effects that occur, and that's how do we make you better from those? So we look at some of the robotic prostatectomy data. We talk about the trifecta, like how do we make how are your outcomes? How do we measure those outcomes in real terms? Well, number one, are you free of your cancer? Number two, do you have erections if you had them before? And number three, are you incontinent? And that's really the trifecta. If you expand that, a pentafect is you have no postoperative complications, you have negative surgical margins, which would again decrease your recurrence rates. And that's what I think those that do and treat the prostate cancer, which is what I don't. I'm not a surgeon. I'm not a radiation oncologist. I'm a urologist who does reconstructive surgery. But when patients come to me, this is what they're looking at: is, am I cured of my cancer, and do I have those side effects? And when we look at what do we do in survivorship, we still follow PSAs, and we try to do rehabilitation for erections, and where are they with the other complications? And there are things that people are not familiar with. So when you look at things like Peyronie's disease, there's a higher incidence of affecting your erections with shape changes with Peyronie's disease following prostate cancer treatment. And we find that men have loss of penile length, size and girth, length and girth after their prostate cancer. And then a new thing that really wasn't described probably 10, 15 years ago, climacturia, the loss of urine with climax and foreplay incontinence. Things that men don't hear much about, but is occurring regularly after treatments. So we're going to try to work and kind of focus on stress incontinence as what Mark's asked me to go through today. So we'll focus a lot on that. So obviously stress incontinence, the involuntary loss of urine, occurs in stress maneuvers where cough, sneeze, movement, where you have urine that typically would not come out, you'll have loss of urine. Very significant issue for men that they deal with on a daily basis. There are different types of incontinence. There's sphincteric or stress incontinence, and that usually occurs after prostate surgery. There's urge incontinence, which is I have the urge to go to the bathroom, and the bladder squeezes or contracts and urine comes out. Much more common. That's what's most prevalent out there. But we're really going to focus on stress incontinence. There's overflow incontinence, which occurs when you're in tension, your bladder's overextended. And then there's a combination of all of the above. And this is a diagram kind of showing how each of these occur. But we're going to focus on really stress incontinence. To know what happens with stress incontinence, how do we normally stay continent? It's pretty amazing that your bladder fills up and nothing leaks out. Well, what it is that has to happen is you have to have a bladder that is a stable bladder that allows the urine to fill up to a certain bladder fills to a certain volume at a low pressure. And that's what a stable, normal bladder is. So it expands up to, say, a volume of 300 to 500 cc's. And you don't get that feeling of I've got to go to the bathroom. That's that urge type component. And then you have a sphincter at the base of the bladder that helps to control and keep the urine in the bladder until it is time to urinate. And so when it's time to urinate, the sphincter will relax, the bladder squeezes, and then urine will pass out. And that's the normal pathway of urination and how we stay continent. And then if you look at this area, this is something we'll talk about when we look at surgical outcomes. Right in this area here, and hopefully you can see my arrow, this is the bladder cutaway, this is the prostate, the shape right here, and this right here is the sphincter. And the two areas that are important, this right here is the internal sphincter. That's kind of the normal sphincter you don't control. That just normally at rest will hold things closed. Down beyond the prostate and this end is the striated sphincter, the voluntary sphincter. That's what you do when you're doing your Kegel, squeezing open and closing that sphincter right in that area. And just to point out, the membranous urethra is that spot right there in the area of the striated sphincter or the voluntary sphincter. The length of that is important. You talk about outcomes, surgical outcomes, and continence. So just to give you the anatomy. So talking about continence and other prostate surgeries. So there's something we do called a TURP or a TURP. Some men will say I had a roto-rooter. So it's where you shave out the inner part of the prostate. I describe the prostate to men of urinary symptoms like a donut. There's the outer part, then the inner part. We urinate through the donut hole. As we get older, if the donut hole gets smaller, as the whole prostate gets bigger. So that's what happens as men get older, prostate gets bigger, donut hole gets smaller, creates compression. Some men, if they have benign disease and need to have relief of obstruction, one of the answers we have, which is the gold standard, is the TURP or the TURP. There are some other things out there, but this would be the standard. What we do is surgically go in and we shave out the tissue, and this is a little cartoon showing that. And when you treat BPH this way, there is a small incidence of incontinence. The question is, what is the risk of urinary incontinence when someone has a TURP operation? And so when you look at what are the preoperative risk factors for incontinence when you have a TURP, a TURP for benign disease, if you're just a 55-year-old man, so like Mark and I, and we're going to have surgery having a TURP, the risk of incontinence is really 1 in 1,000, very low, not common. We discuss it with patients, but we don't expect many people to have incontinence following that. If you do that in an 85-year-old, the risk is probably more like 5%. So 1 in 20 are going to have incontinence. So it goes up. It's still relatively low, but it's 100% if you get it. So you want to know that information. And then if you take a patient who has Parkinson's disease, a neurologic condition that creates an unstable bladder that doesn't coordinate well, the risk of that is really about 25%. So 1 in 4 incontinence. So as urologists, we're taught, try not to do TURPs in a patient who has neurologic disease, specifically Parkinson's disease. So that's sort of a baseline of what we look at and say, what's the likelihood of incontinence after having a less invasive surgery like a TURP or a TURP? Now we're going to try to take that and look at what happens when we're going to have a bigger surgery, a radical prostatectomy. And again, when we're doing a TURP, if my arrow shows up here, hopefully for you, what we're trying to do, you can see my arrows, we're trying to shave this tissue right here to make that area bigger to allow the urine to pass through the space more easily. And again, we don't go beyond this little region right here, so we protect the sphincter to maintain control. So the sphincter is intact, the membranous urethra is intact, and that is not resected during a TURP. When we do a radical prostatectomy, what we do is we come into this space and we would remove, we can do a bladder sparing procedure right here. We try to maintain the internal sphincter, the involuntary sphincter, and you take and remove the prostate, seminal vesicles, vas deferens, and try then maintain as much of the membranous urethra and the voluntary sphincter as possible. And that's what we're trying to do to keep and maintain. That's what the surgeons who do prostate surgery are trying to do. So let's talk about for those patients, and again, I know there's probably a different mix in the audience here. For those who are considering prostate cancer surgery, let's kind of go through something that might help you in making your decisions of what should I do with prostate cancer, should I have surgery or not. So I'm going to try to break down some of the information we have. So there was a study done, a PLUS study in 2019, looking at patients considering prostate surgery. And what they found is that men who are older, and I don't, age is a relative number. It used to be if you're older than 72, that increased your risk. But I think some people are physiologically younger than that. But the older you are, the more likely you are to have issues with stress urinary incontinence postoperatively. Those who had a higher body mass index. So if you're a bit overweight, that may create an issue, though some studies refute that. Other studies show that is an issue. And then if you have preoperative urinary incontinence, that is also a risk factor of having post-op urinary incontinence. Preoperatively, it may be urge type incontinence, usually not stress incontinence, but if you already have an unstable bladder, that predisposes you to have issues with incontinence post-operatively. So again, those 3 risk factors may lean you away from prostate cancer, prostate surgery, rather than going through a radical prostatectomy. We look at the anatomy. So for those who've had an MRI, they can determine your membranous urethral length. And studies have shown that if your membranous urethral length is greater than 12 millimeters, that you have an improved continence rate. So if you've had that, you could ask your surgeon, what's my membranous urethral length? And if they can identify that length, again, that may give you some valuable information to decide if you want to have prostate cancer surgery. So post-operatively, if we look at what are the risks you would have for stress urinary incontinence with prostate cancer treatment? Looking at the membranous urethral length after you've had surgery can predict your likelihood of having incontinence and time to gaining continence. So if you have a prostatic or a membranous urethral length that is less than 14 millimeters, or you've had a decrease by 6% of the membranous urethral length, you'll have a slower time or a longer time to continence, and you'll have an overall lower continence rate if we find those post-operatively. So the bottom line is the greater or the longer your membranous urethral length is, the more likely you are to have continence following your radical prostatectomy. Some other things to look at. So again, you can look at, they look at studies looking at the shape of the bladder postoperatively. There's a ratio of how long the bladder looks like. They do what's called a cystogram, and they can identify how long it is versus how wide it is. And there is a ratio there that predicts continence. There's also how narrow is the bladder neck, how does it come down? And if the angle is appropriate, that's less than 100 degrees as it relates to the pelvic inlet on postoperative VCUG, which is a study they do after you've had your surgery, that can predict a better continence. And so there's some information that you can improve both of those parameters by how the surgery is done intraoperatively, by decreasing tension on the anastomosis, so that you have better recovery of your control. Okay, so what can you do? So if you're considering having prostate cancer surgery or prostate cancer treatment, frankly, what are things you do to improve your outcomes? One is know what your risk factors are. I think it's having an important, informed discussion with your urologist, the surgeon who's doing your surgery, your radiation oncologist. Figure out what are your risk factors that would predispose you to side effects after whatever treatment you choose. Improve your fitness and reduce your weight. Anything you do to improve your activity, improves your exercise, improve your diet. Any loss of weight will help you to recover and be more fit to recover after your procedures. Pelvic floor physical therapy. So for sure, anyone who has prostate cancer surgery should be doing this postoperatively. There may be some benefit doing it preoperatively. That may not be standard of care, but something you can look at to see if that would make an impact in your outcome. And then pick your urologist wisely. Without question, those who are more experienced doing the surgery have better outcomes. The number that they do varies. It may be that 100 is the right number to be significantly better than you were previously. It may be 200, but I think that the more commonly they do the surgery, they'll have better outcomes. I think that's true across the board, even in our specialty. When you look at things like artificial urinary sphincter or inflatable penile prosthesis, those who do more tend to do a better job. We're used to what are the issues, what are the complications, and the goal is to stay out of trouble and have the best outcome possible. Another thing your surgeon may do if they're more experienced, they may do nerve sparing surgery. And not only does that obviously help with erectile function, but there's some data showing that it may be helpful for continence as well. And so again, on top of that, if you preoperatively identify what your membranous urethral length is, and you find that it's greater than 12 millimeters, that may be, again, portend a better outcome for continence with a radical prostatectomy. So intraoperatively, if we look at what does the surgeon who does your surgery, what are the things that they would have to do to help with your outcomes, specifically as it relates to urinary incontinence, one would be nerve sparing. Again, there are two nerves. There's a right and a left nerve. Depending on your pathology, they may say we can spare one side or we can't spare either. That'd be a non-nerve sparing, or one side unilaterally, or if the pathology allows, can they spare both nerves? And there is some data showing that bilateral nerve sparing shows better outcomes as it relates to incontinence versus a unilateral or non-nerve sparing procedure. Second, they can do a bladder neck sparing reconstruction, just like we showed you there, where you can see you spare the internal involuntary sphincter so that you have better outcomes, and anatomically things are put together more reliably. There are some other adjunct maneuvers they can do to take tension off the anastomosis, some posterior reconstructions of the area, the Rocco stitch. But there are different things out there, again, to help with outcomes and shown to make a difference. And then blood loss. If during your surgery you've had less than 400 cc's of blood loss, that shows a higher likelihood of having immediate continence. And we're not sure if that is because the surgeons have if they have more experience, they have less blood loss, so they have a better outcome because better technique, or there's some theory that maybe there's some regional ischemia because of that blood loss. As they're doing the procedure, do you have some issues where there's some issues with wound healing, and then you have the outcomes are not as ideal. So just some things you can look at as you recover from your surgery. What are things that may predispose you to better outcomes from continence? Okay, so this wanted to move over to something different. So we're talking about when someone's going to have, say, one type of treatment, which is surgery, or one type of treatment, which is radiation therapy. There are some patients, based on their pathology and based on their risk factors, they would do better with combined therapy. And some people get, 2 or 3 types of therapy. So some will have, for instance, a radical prostatectomy, and then afterwards they'll get radiation therapy, or the reverse. And so the question is, if you're going to get 2 therapies, does it make a difference in terms of the order for outcomes? And I would tell you, at least in my practice, what I see, and I usually see the patients after they've had their therapy, there's a big difference. And so I'm not sure it means one should be recommended over the other primarily, but I'm going to give you at least what our outcome is from a reconstructive urologist who treats incontinence and erectile dysfunction. So if we look at the first group, those who have a primary, first robotic assisted laparoscopic prostatectomy, they have surgery first. And then they, for whatever reason, whether it's the PSA never goes down, they have positive margins, or the PSA comes back afterwards, they end up receiving adjuvant or salvage radiation therapy, which is they deliver radiation therapy to the area the prostate was. We find that men still do well from an incontinence standpoint. There's a minimal effect on urinary incontinence. There is some benefit for continence if you delay the radiation therapy till the patient is fully continent. And the incontinence rates are really a little bit higher, but not dramatically higher than what we'd have with those who just have a radical prostatectomy without any radiation therapy. So the incontinence rates are probably between 15 and 20%. Erectile dysfunction rates are more like 75 to 80%. If we look at the other, doing the reverse. So say someone first has radiation therapy because they feel like that is the best therapy for them. And then they have a recurrence somewhere down the road, because unfortunately the prostate's still in the body, the cells are still there, they still make a PSA. Somewhere down the road, you have a recurrence of prostate cancer. You cannot receive radiation therapy again. Most typically, occasionally people have secondary radiation therapy. Those patients are oftentimes have significant complications. So really don't recommend that strongly. But even having surgery is dramatically more difficult after having a radiation therapy. The tissue just does not heal as well. What ends up happening is when you put stitches together, they don't hold as well. And ultimately, we can even tell when we look afterwards, has this person had radiation therapy first and then surgery, because the outcomes are different. So it's a much more challenging surgery for the surgeon who does it. We oftentimes find calcifications. Patients often have recurrent UTIs and strictures and stenosis, and the incontinence rates probably in the order of 50 up to 75% in some studies. And the erectile dysfunction rates are 100%. And when a patient's had this, it's really, you're trying to cure them, and the side effects we can work on afterwards. But this is the more typical pattern that we see when you have therapy done in this way. So, all right. So irregardless of what surgery you've had, let's look at what happens when you have post-prostatectomy incontinence, stress urinary incontinence. The quality of life is significantly affected. This is one of the favorite things that I treat. You take men who are miserable with their incontinence. That is something that happens every day, 7 days a week. Whenever they're up and moving around, they are potentially wet. It affects everything that they do. And in an interesting study done, the British Journal of Cancer, they did a study looking at how distressing is stress urinary incontinence. It was much more distressing than erectile dysfunction, which we seem to talk more about as would be ED. In fact, patients were willing to give up over 2 years of their life to regain their continence again because it affected them so significantly, whereas they'd only give up 4 months of their survival to regain their erectile function. So men found that incontinence has a more profound effect on their quality of life after surgery. So let's look at what is the incidence of stress urinary incontinence. And these are high volume robotic surgeons. Like, these are the top numbers, guys do the top number of cases in the world. And this is from 2009, looking at a review of these cases. And so 1 year following the robotic prostatectomy from the best of the best, the likelihood of having no pads and being fully continent 1 year is 84%. Another way of looking at that is that 16% were still incontinent at 1 year. And then if you looked at and you kind of made that continence definition be a little bit less strict and say, okay, what if you just wore one pad, kind of for if you had an accident, you coughed heavily and sneezed? 91% then would say, I just wear one pad or less a day. So it makes it a little bit better. But still, that means that 9% of men are still wearing more than 2 pads per day at a year. And these are from the high volume surgeons that are out there. So, so again, our stress urinary incontinence rate at 1 year, depending on how you quantify or qualify incontinence, would be anywhere from 9 to 16%. So it's a real number. If you're the patient who gets it, it's 100% for you, and that's what we'll work on. So now, say you're that patient, you've had surgery, and now you're now a year out from your radical prostatectomy, and you have erectile dysfunction, stress urinary incontinence. What is the probability of recovering your erectile function over time? So let's first look at urinary incontinence. So if at 1 year out, what's likely that another year down the road that you'll have urinary incontinence? Probably 30%. 36 months, 49%, 48 months, 59%. And those are probably favorable numbers, more so than you find in some other literature. Erectile function, sort of same thing. If you look out at a year, you don't have erectile function. What's it like at about 2 years? It's 22%. 3 years, 32%. Then at 48 months, it's 40%. So I would say that the 1 year mark isn't kind of the cutoff. You got to make decisions there, but that's some of the data that's out there. Now, if you look at your urinary function versus the time from your radical prostatectomy, what is the likelihood for you to regain your continence? So the earlier you are after your surgery, the more likely you are to gain continence. So we look at 1 month after your radical prostatectomy, 75% of patients who are incontinent will regain their continence over time. At 6 months, 58% will likely regain continence. At a year, still 41% will regain continence. And out at a year and a half, probably only 15% will regain continence. So the longer you go with incontinence, the more likely you are to continue to have incontinence, or the less likely you are to obtain continence going forward. So I would say for us, that's really about the time we start to look at and say, what can we do for treatments? Now, how long should you wait before you have your incontinence treated? And so there is a recent study just came out last month looking at if you have stress urinary incontinence, if you wait, what happens over time? So say you waited 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, can you have treatment then and does it affect anything? So it's a Canadian study, they looked at men, average age 68. What they found is that over the time period of 4 years, 45% developed a new comorbidity. That is, they developed more diabetes, more hypertension, more coronary artery disease, and more arrhythmias. And what they ultimately found was that the duration of incontinence was associated with those new comorbidities. So the longer you waited, again, as we get older, you have more things that affect us medically, you're more likely to have those things occur. The age of the patient and the severity of incontinence were not related to developing new comorbidities, and there's no change in weight or BMI between prostate cancer surgery and incontinence, suggesting that really it was just the time and that it may have affected their ability to be active. So the idea would be we should have strategies to expedite the return of continence so that people can be more physically active, they can do more things, and likely minimize the risk of developing future comorbidities. So again, I don't think we have to wait years. I think at about a year would be a reasonable time to start to say, okay, where are we? Do we need to make any changes from a continence standpoint? That's what we're working on treating. So treatment options for stress urinary incontinence, we have observation, biofeedback, some clamps, bulking agents, PROACT, sling, and sphincter. We're going to talk through each of these a little bit. So first, observation. So no one has died from incontinence. No one has to have treatment. It's a choice. If you decide you want to live that way, you can. If you have a choice, if you want to have treatment, these treatments are all tend to be covered by insurances, and so there's no limitations there. And again, if you find the right people, you can have, I think, effective therapies to make your life better. But certainly, you can have observation. We would encourage pelvic floor training. There's some recently some guidelines were put out by the American Urologic Association. And SUFU is a Society for Urologic Female Surgery and Urologic Reconstruction, and so they have some recommendations. And they said that again that it is worthwhile to consider pelvic floor training. We look at evidence levels. There's kind of A, B, and C, and this is a level C. There's also some question about preoperative, and I think it's reasonable to discuss. And if you have the option to do that, I think knowing what you're going to do afterwards is somewhat helpful. So we'll also talk about penile clamps. I bring this up not that I think it's a great method of treatment, but it is something that I've seen patients be incontinent, wearing diapers for 10 years, 15 years, and have never heard of a clamp. So before we do surgery on anyone, I want them to know that this is there are simpler options that are out there. And if you don't want to have surgery, you can try it. So this is a Cunningham clamp. It just snips into place onto the, gently snips into place on the penis and allows control. One needs to urinate, pinch the little lever, opens up, and they're able to urinate, and they can replace it. And so not ideal, but it's a non-operative way to manage your incontinence. And there are things like this, things like condom catheters, other simple things that you can use to maintain control so you're not diffusely leaking. This is a system, get this through the VA. Pilots used to wear it, thought it was very interesting, very expensive. I think I had one patient use it again, it was through the VA, but penis goes in the little male cup part, and there's a little suction to pull the urine out of there so it would not sit and keep you wet. But just there are those things that are out there that you can look for. And I will tell you that patients bring things to me, and I learn from patients all the time. So look out there and see what you can find. Okay, so again, surgical timing. So again, we went through this a little bit before, but again, the AUA, SUFU, strong recommendation level evidence that if it doesn't improve by the 12-month mark, start to consider some treatment, and we're gonna go through some of these treatment options. So bulking agents, I'll be quick on these. They are really not that helpful, but the idea here is you're injecting material in the sphincter to bulk up the sphincter to make it tighter, because you have to have a seal for you to stay dry. We use different agents. There's collagen, there's Durasvir and coaptite. None of these are FDA approved for men. They are for women. I'll show you here just here's a little tutorial of doing it. So what you're seeing is this is the sphincter area right there in the center. In the back there is the bladder, and we're looking to try to bulk this area. You see where it's open, that needs to be sealed shut to create control. So you see the needle there at 5 o'clock. What we do is then we inject that under the epithelium of the sphincter area. And so we injected at the bottom there. You see you got rising up that area at the top, and then the next shot was just a complete closure, and that person was completely dry and worked well. The only difference is that was a female. Which I don't treat many females anymore, but that's an old slide of doing a collagen injection, or that was actually coaptite injection in a female. It does not work that well in men. And the reason is that that's an area of scarring where the prostate was removed and the bladder and the urethra are put together. That area is somewhat fixed and it's not mobile. So you inject these under the epithelium, it doesn't come together and close so that you get excellent closure like that. So when we look at these, there really is actually strong evidence against using bulking agents. When they do work, they work very short term. You oftentimes need to inject again. And I have seen some men, I get calls from urologists every once in a while saying, oh my gosh, I tried an injection and his incontinence got 5 times worse. Can you see him tomorrow? And so we use it, or urologists tend to use it, and people have very mild incontinence. You do it, and then if the incontinence gets worse, suddenly it's a problem. So not one that we use very often. The other thing I would say about it is there's some injectables like macroplastique is used as well. Again, a lot is off label, but they make our reconstructive surgeries more challenging. So they are sometimes so bulky that our slings and sphincters don't work well, so it can become a little bit of an issue. All right, let's talk about PROACT. This is a newer device that's come out, and what this sort of cartoon shows here is you can see the bladder, and there's 2 balloons that are put through the perineum. They go up and they rest on either side of the sphincter, and you can adjust the volume of fluid in those balloons to create compression of the sphincter. And then you can either increase or decrease that volume postoperatively by these little injection ports that are right under the skin at that area. And it's new. I don't have any experience doing it. I'm interested in seeing how it works. There are those that are doing it throughout the country. I know of some who have done, and they've actually had injury to the urethra with doing it. So I think there is a level of experience that you need to have doing these. But I just mentioned that that's out there and an option. The overall dryness rate is about 60% with the PROACT in their data. The revisions are about 22%. Some were out at out in some other numbers up as high as 73% revision rate. So I would say it's something that you could look at, but the AUA didn't make any strong recommendation either way because they didn't have a lot of data at the time. This came out in 2019. Their reporting on incontinence. I was talking about mild to moderate incontinence. Let's talk about the slings. This right here is kind of a list of all of the devices that are out there. It's kind of a laundry list. It's actually in 2014, but it gives you all of the different types that are not only available in the United States, but in other countries. And we only have really 4 of these that are available to us right now, which we're going to talk about. But this is what's out there and gives you kind of what their complication rates are and little particulars about each of those. But we'll talk about a few of these. So looking at the male sling, they are used for mild incontinence. They should be non-obstructing. They really are trying to just change the outlet where the sphincter works to try to help improve your control. So historically, the advanced slingless one was used. We used screws put into bones just to show you what that looked like. There are 3 screws on either side. We just tied down the mesh onto the urethra to create that. Didn't work well long term, and there were issues with those screws going into the bone and creating discomfort. So was not something that was long-lived. So what came out of the advanced was something called the advanced sling, which elevates the urethra. So the way that looks is right here. We do a small incision in the perineum. We place this mesh sling right onto the urethra. We take 2 small openings on either side of the scrotum, kind of in the folds where the leg comes, and we then can adjust the tension of that sling to create the effect that we want. And again, this has been shown to be very effective in the right patient. So this is how it's placed, a little cartoon. You see the urethra there, and we have a little trocar. The mesh is a polypropylene mesh, so it's a permanent suture that's there. So if we get the effect, the hope is it works long term. Now, the way the sling works is the body has to grow into the interstices of that sling. So it's like a chain link fence. And so as your body fixes into place, it can work well. So after the surgery for a sling, you have to take it easy for about 6 to 8 weeks. You're not doing any heavy lifting or squatting to loosen up the sling. And this shows you from the side the effect that we're getting. So the top part of this picture shows from the side, you'll see the bladder to the left. There's the pubic bone there. The sling is in black, and then the urethra is in blue there. And as we tension the sling, or as we pull the sling up, you'll see that the bulb of the urethra sort of repositions up toward the bladder neck. And that's probably where we get the effect. You take a sphincter that should be circular and working in the right position. It's because the tension from the removal of the prostate now is sitting tangential, so it doesn't work well. When you take the sling and you put that back and reapproximate the sphincter in a normal position, well, now it's in a good circular motion. It can close better than if it's sitting tangential and doesn't close well. And that's the theory of how that would work. And so again, this is the sling looking sort of from the side, and what you'll see, you'll have the bladder up here, and then this is the area of membranous urethra, the amount of the sphincter that's functional there before you tension. You notice what the size of that is, and then when we reposition that sling, or position the sling and reposition the sphincter, you'll see we have a much larger area of continence that gives you better closure. So that's the theory of how that sling would work and give you hopefully effective control. There are different slings that are out there. Just to give you idea, the Virtue is a quadratic sling, and that can work well. The Advance is just a 2-arm sling, and I think that works well. And Advance now has an Advance XP, which is a little bit better type of a mesh. The artificial urinary sphincter is a different type of procedure. This has again, for those who have mild, moderate, or severe incontinence, you can choose them for either of these. It's probably our gold standard. It's been around longer than the slings and can be very effective and show maybe a better effectiveness than some of the slings if you look at some of the outcomes. But it's a little bit more of a device. So when you look, there's a pump that goes in the scrotum. This is all under the skin. You cannot see it. The only thing you really know or feel would be that pump, which is hidden under the scrotal skin. And the way this functions is when it's turned on, there's a salt solution that's in the system. It creates closure on the cuff, almost like a blood pressure cuff, except it's always turned on and creating closure, squeezing on the urethra so no urine comes out. So anatomically on this picture here, you can see the bladder. Urine should not get past that cuff until your bladder feels full. And when you feel full, you pump that pump, 2 to 3 pumps. That should pull the salt solution from the cuff down to the pump, put it back into the balloon. The balloon has a certain wall tension that will push the fluid back through the tubing to the pump, fill the pump up, and go down the cuff and close the cuff. And that takes probably about 60 to 90 seconds. That's how long you'd have to urinate. If you need the longer, you can pump it again to keep it open. So the only time you have to pump this is when you need to urinate. And that's the artificial urinary sphincter. Kind of show you another view of how that would look. So when we have patients who have urinary incontinence, they come to see us as reconstructive urologists. First thing we do is we take a history and physical exam, try to rule out reversible causes, see if we can avoid doing surgery if possible. Again, educate you what's out there. Sometimes we'll do what's called a 24-hour pad weight. We don't always do that, but it's helpful to give us an idea of how much you leak. So what we do is have you take from 7 a.m. one day to 7 a.m. the next day. Every pad you use, you put in a Ziploc bag, you seal it, and then put every pad you use that day, and then bring that big Ziploc baggie in for us to weigh. We use the Ziploc so the urine doesn't evaporate, so we get a good number or a good volume of how much leaking you have, and then we use that to help quantify that and then put your risk categories for outcomes for sling versus artificial sphincter. And so if you have less than 200 cc's, sling is probably a reasonable option. If you have more than 400 cc's, an artificial sphincter is probably a better option. And then we have a discussion about your level of comfort of outcomes. For evaluation, we always do what's called a cystoscopy. It's a flexible cystoscope. We look into the urethra, into the bladder to see how things look. We're looking for multiple things. One is looking at how does your sphincter coaptate? So how it collapse well. Then we give you a grade out of a grading scale of 0 to 5. 0 doesn't do well at all. 5 looks perfect. There's certain how long it is, how tight it gets, how active it is. So it's a bit of subjective grading. We try to figure out how good does that sphincter work. And we're looking for other things like scar tissue, contractures, foreign bodies. We've actually found things that are stuck in from the repair, and those things you want to identify before we do any procedures. We also do a bedside urodynamics where you cough and see how much you leak, usually while you're laying. Then we sit you up, and then we stand you up and just see what makes you leak. And again, we get a bit of a feel for how severe the incontinence is. So if we look in there on cystoscopy, we see there's a big defect or scarring of the sphincter, we know that that's, you're going to have issues, and a sling would less likely be effective. This little video that hopefully will work for us here. I'm going to try to play this. So you can see how that squeezed well, and there's a good length to that. That was a good, I probably give that a 4 to 5 or 5 out of 5 in terms of the grading. Now here's somebody who is not as good. So you can see that's a very different closure of that sphincter than the first one. There's not the length to it. There's not the severe closure, and that person had more severe incontinence. So again, that helps us to predict outcomes. This is again on cystoscopy. We found this calcification in this person's bladder neck. So we said, we want to take you to the operating first, get that out of there, see what's going on. And we found it was one of the clips they used during the prostate surgery, and that does happen sometimes. That clip may migrate. It sat right in the bladder neck where the anastomosis was. And so sometimes if you take those clips out, that may allow the bladder neck to close better and give you better continence. So it's something that we would at least look at to make sure before you go and do some other surgery that you may not need if that were to work well for us. So that's how that would look. And then so now there's some other grading systems just looking at, and I'll kind of not to go through too much detail, but if you look and again, fill a bladder with fluid on cystoscopy, then we do our stress maneuvers, do our bedside urodynamics, you can predict the outcomes based on a recent study that Al Morey did in Texas. If you take that cough test that we did and say they used a grading scale of 0 to 5 or 0 to 4, 5 areas to look at. So no leakage, delayed drops only, early drops, no stream, early drops, delayed stream, or just stand up and leak completely, found different outcomes. And these are the outcomes. And so what we found is that if you had no leakage or minimal leakage, that they had good outcomes of 78% with the sling. If you had more significant leakage, we've got in the yellow there that your outcomes were much better for the artificial inner sphincter. And so they would more strongly at least advise a patient to look at the artificial sphincter as a better treatment, but ultimately the patient makes a choice. We just try to give you information so you come up with what you'd like to ultimately do. And then just a word on urodynamics. I used to do urodynamics on most patients, and now it's rare to do that. So urodynamics is kind of like an EKG of the bladder, where you come in, we put catheter in the bladder, fill the bladder up, and see how your bladder functions. How does it hold urine? Does it have spasms? Does the sphincter work well? And we can get a number called leak point pressure. But I found that never really made much difference in terms of our outcomes and recommendations. So the only people we do urodynamics on now are those who have neurologic issues, or if they're leaking at night. So most men who have post-prostatectomy incontinence, they're laying down at night, they are completely dry. They stand up or cough or sneeze, they leak. So if someone has some history that doesn't sound right, yeah, then we would consider a urodynamics. But I would say that's not a standard that we do for every patient at this point. Okay, so who's an ideal sling candidate? You have incontinence, and you really want to have a sling because I don't want anything I got to pump. I just want to have the sling. So I would say, look, if you have less than 200 cc's per day, probably reasonable. If you have a good looking sphincter on cystoscopy, if you've got no injury to the sphincter, if you had no prior surgery, no prior bulking agents, some of the bulking agents have shown to decrease outcomes in the sling. Radiation therapy decreases your outcomes. And again, if it's a radical prostatectomy over things like a TURP or other types of surgeries, they tend to do better. And knowing that the success rates are probably 70 to 80%, maybe up to 85% in some studies, but I would say 70 to 80% of what most urologists would quote. And again, frustrating for us, we do the same surgery in two different people. I've done it before. I've done the sling and two men back to back. They looked exactly the same. I did it while I was teaching. One guy came back and hugged me. He was happy. He was completely dry. The other person said it really didn't change much. And frustrating for us is we don't completely understand why it works well in one than the other. But that's just the nature of where we are right now with our understanding of how slings work and our outcomes. So I would say 78 to 80, maybe 85% success rates with a sling. So who's a poor sling candidate? Therefore, who should have the artificial urinary sphincter? Well, someone has more significant volume of incontinence. So if your volume is greater than 400 cc's leaking, probably a sling is less likely to be effective. I tell people probably less than 50%. If you have any of the other risk factors that we mentioned before, then you're probably a better candidate for an artificial urinary sphincter, but you're also a good candidate if you have very mild incontinence and you want something that's very effective. Our success rates are probably 80 to 90% with the artificial urinary sphincter. And so just for comparison, side by side, the artificial sphincter versus sling, they're both outpatient surgeries. Usually keep a catheter overnight. The artificial sphincter will require you to pump to urinate. Most men don't find that to be an issue. They're happy with it, but it does require hand manipulation. We do what's called delayed activation of the artificial sphincter. So it's turned off for about 8 weeks after the procedure. We allow the urethra to heal. And then we have better outcome, lower erosion rates. And so you don't get immediate effect. Whereas with the sling, we take the catheter out. You find out right away if you are dry or not. There is somewhat of a retention rate with slings, which we don't tend to see with sphincters. So about 10, 15% of men after a male sling have urinary retention, which is we got to put a catheter back in. We just usually wait for a week to 10 days. I've never had anybody stay in retention or had to remove the sling for that reason. So it's usually very temporary. Both you can have an MRI, and I would say the only thing warning with the artificial sphincter is you have to be very, very careful about having a catheter placed in the future after you've had a sling in position. We usually would say, I tell my patients come to our office, if you're going to have, say, back surgery, come to our office the day beforehand, we will deactivate your sphincter. And we'll put a 14 French or smaller catheter in so nobody else has any effect of that. And again, our success rates in the sphincter are about 80 to 90%, and with a sling about 70 to 80%. I will say this is some of the things we've actually done for our patients here in Central Florida. We did have a temporary tattoo that we had patients use. You'd be surprised, patients who go to the operating room and tell, for knee surgery and say, I'm going to have surgery on my knee, but I have a catheter. You can't put a catheter in because I have an artificial sphincter. and they still have a catheter put in. And so we've had people put this as a tattoo in certain areas where they can at least let everybody know that they cannot have a catheter placed. And in our hospital system, once we place a sphincter, we have this as part of their electronic medical record. So they show up in the hospital with a stroke. In our system, this will fire. It says they have an artificial sphincter and cannot have a catheter placed. Again, to try to keep patients and the artificial urinary sphincter safe. So our treatment outcomes, again, observation is an option. You're not getting any better, but you're not going to have any get any worse, but you won't have much change. The bulking agents, some people say as high as 25%. I'd say that's an overestimation. We really don't recommend that strongly. The slings are reasonable with 70 to maybe up to 85% success rates, and the artificial sphincter is really in the 80 to 90% range of effectiveness. So yeah, I think those are all reasonable options for treatment. And again, wherever you are, find a urologist. There's those in the Sexual Medicine Society who are very skilled at doing this. You can find them online if you go into fixed incontinence. If you just Google that, you'll find urologists do a fair amount of this. And again, these are minimally invasive treatments, usually outpatient, high satisfaction rates. And if anything goes wrong, like with a sphincter, patients in our office saying the next day, we can replace the sphincter right away. They love them. To me, it's the most gratifying thing that I do. And I'll continue doing this probably for the rest of my career. So I'll end that with there. And then, Mark, we can kind of go over some questions if you've had.
All right, Dr. Brady, the other Dr. Brady in Florida, the Diamond at Disney. That's your new name. Thanks for changing it. That was awesome. Seriously, that is one of the best talks to just comprehensively cover incontinence and what men deal with and what some women deal with who are watching too. So I really appreciate that. But I want to spend a little time just picking your brain a little bit about incontinence. And it kind of goes back through some of your slides, but so people walk out of here with some extra information, if that's okay. But before I start, since you talked for about 45 minutes to an hour, I do want you to bring out the gift that PCRI got personally for you and to see, if you appreciate it. So I want you to keep in mind to the audience, we surprise everyone with gifts. I want you to explain that gift when you bring it out and why it is so near and dear to your heart or your prostate or whatever's near and dear to you, sir. So we got Dr. Brady a special gift that nobody else has probably given him since, I don't know, for a while, since he's been an adult. And we thought we would get one for him and we would get one for his wife. Although I don't know if your wife's a fan of it or not.
This is great. This is my college. I went to Lemoyne College. It's my Lemoyne College hat, which we're the Dolphins. Unfortunately, we're not in March Madness. We're Division II, but we're known for baseball and for lacrosse. We're the #1 lacrosse team in Division II. So that's your number. Thank you very much, Sharp. I haven't worn one of these in a long time.
And there should be a second one in there for your wife. So if your wife is excited about wearing a Lemoyne hat, it looks good on you, man. I just don't understand. I think this place is in New York, right? It's a small school in New York.
This is we're a Jesuit school in Syracuse, New York. We're kind of a sister school of Gonzaga. So that would be, that's what it's Jesuit school. So it's the Creighton, Loyola, Lemoyne. That's kind of those are the teams. So
and you played baseball there.
That was many, many years ago. Yes, I played baseball there.
But you actually played in college. What position?
Yeah, so I was mainly a pitcher, but I would play anywhere you let me. So I played some outfield as well, and I pinch run if I wasn't pitching. So I kind of did anything you let me.
That is awesome. So you think your wife's going to also wear the Lemoyne hat, or is she not a big fan?
On a sunny day, she would wear this hat. Yes, protect her from this Florida sun.
Good answer. So I want to show you how much I'm trying to support you here emotionally and mentally. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Here's my big surprise for the day for you.
Oh my gosh! Look at that.
I also got my Lemoyne top. So everyone at PCRI, can you believe this?
That's pretty amazing.
Isn't it amazing? So I got 2 observations. One, the school's in New York and your mascot's a dolphin. But now you're actually in the state where your mascot should be a dolphin. So explain that one to me. And you know what else I thought of? Because again, I have a problem with self-confidence. So I thought, this is amazing. I had not heard of the college until you and I decided to do this video. And I thought at any point during my lecture or during any point in the future with you, if I want to just translate this college into something more personal, I can just put Moyad.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Isn't that amazing?
You look like the
college.
You look like the athletic director of Lemoyne.
Thank you.
I like that. That's very good.
I just want you to know I'm supporting you so much so I left the tag on. So
that's you should have free tuition for your kids.
Okay. Now you tell me we already paid their bills. That's a whole other story. All right. Anyway, so I'm going to keep my Lemoyne shirt on. We're going to have fun the next 30 minutes, and then we're going to try to do a quick ED video. We'll see where it goes. I want to give people some background as to how I met you many years ago. What people don't understand out there in the YouTube world is there is one surgeon, and he has probably done more radical prostatectomies than anyone on the planet, and his name is Vip Patel. And Vip Patel was supposed to speak for us a couple of years ago, but that was during the exact few days that the hurricane came through Orlando. You remember that? And so he couldn't make it. So we never had him. So we're supposed to have him in the future, but he's done more than 10,000 radical prostatectomies. And I was talking to him one day, I don't know if it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And I said, look, I know you're a great surgeon, but you must seen every complication in the world. Who do you send your side effects to? And he said, do you know Jeff Brady? And I said, I don't know. I'm just getting used to this game. He said, he's my guy. He said, you got to talk to him. I send anyone who has problems or incontinence issues or anything, I set him up with Jeff Brady. And that is actually how I got introduced to you.
Yeah. I think you were down. Actually, you came sometime soon thereafter, and I came out to a dinner. And I said, if you were in town, I was going to come listen to your talk. Yeah, Vip and I trained together. We were at the University of Miami. He was actually my junior resident. He kind of jokes that he did his first radical prostate with me in a VA. I was a chief and he was a junior, and he got much better after operating with me. Not because of me. He just has more experience. I think he's up to 15,000 now. So God. He makes it look. Yeah, he's amazing. He makes it look easy. I've gone down for if. We had a urologist who had a bladder neck reconstruction as a child. We're not even sure why, but for whatever he had that. So he said, can you, both the urologist and Vip said, can you come down? And I said, sure. I'm not sure I'll be able to help, but came down. I watched him do that prostatectomy, and somebody already had major reconstructive surgery. It took him under 2 hours, and he made it look easy. Vip is amazingly talented, and he's focused on, on that area. I think he provides men a tremendous service. For those who want prostatectomy.
Yeah, I like him. He's just a really nice guy, right? You think, okay, here's the king of the surgeries, and this guy has more experience, and he's had every VIP in the world. He's done, celebrities, all of this, and I'm thinking, what's this guy going to be like? He's actually very down to earth, and so it's interesting that you guys became friends, and he refers to you, and that kind of makes sense to me. So I just wanted to let the audience know how I got to know you. So that is really fascinating. So here's what I want to talk about. I want to jump around when it comes to incontinence a little bit, and I want to get your take on this. The first one I want to do is I want to just teach a quick lesson to the audience that really I don't think has been hammered into a lot of healthcare professionals or patients yet. And that's the idea of these neurovascular bundles. So when it comes to neurovascular bundles and preserving these things, and you can tell me about the anatomy because you know better than I do. To me, there's like two cables running alongside the prostate, but they control. So for the longest time of my career, when I wrote my first book going back 30 years ago, we had this diagram, and all we talked about when it came to your two neurovascular bundles is you want these spared ideally to maintain your erections. Well, if you fast forward into 2022, from clinical studies that have come out recently in the past, there's just as much of an impact on your urinary health and continence when it comes to neurovascular bundles. So the discussion of neurovascular bundles with any of your doctors should not just be about preserving erectile function, but you want to try to preserve these to preserve your urinary function. What say you about that?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great point. I think it's a combination of a better dissection, a more anatomic dissection, so that that neurovascular part that runs right under the prostate and goes right adjacent to the membranous urethra, if you can more carefully preserve and leave the nerves intact, still in the body in a patient so that it's still active and everything is firing properly and you have adequate blood supply to the tissue, it not only is going to help blood supply to the penis, but probably blood supply to the area of the sphincter mechanism so that you have a better outcome there. So I think it's a combination really that I think, you know, surgeons are technically better than they probably were before. And if you have a more anatomic dissection, you're going to have a better outcome overall.
But if you damage those bundles, let's say these are your two bundles, right? You got two of them.
Sure.
Let's say if you damage these bundles, whether it's through radiation, whether it's through focal therapy, whether it's through surgery, you will have a problem with not just erections, you will have a problem with continence or keeping your urine, right?
Well, I don't know that's exactly the same, what you'd say universally. I think everything, it depends. So if you have a surgeon who goes in, who maybe is more challenging because the patient is overweight, so they can't see as well, or they've had radiation before and you can't dissect as well. Well, now you may have to go wider, more widely, and you're going to take the nerves.
Yes.
If you can still, if you're doing that, say from a cancer control standpoint, that it is more effective to do a wider dissection because the cancer is a higher grade, potentially a higher stage, or you're worried about positive margin, say on the right or on the left or on both sides, you may go more widely on purpose. But if you can still have a great apical dissection, spare the bladder neck so that you have some of that intrinsic sphincter as well, you now have a better anastomosis with, you know, on the bladder side, you've got the involuntary sphincter, and on the at the end of the apex, the membranous, you've got the voluntary sphincter, and you can re-anastomose that so that you have full complex of your sphincter mechanism. You still may have good control, even if you've done a non-nerve sparing procedure. But I think, again, it comes down to the technique of the surgeon that's doing your radical prostatectomy. And that's why, again, if you have somebody who understands the anatomy and has seen different sort of exposures or different problems that come up, you probably have a better outcome.
Yeah, I mean, well put. I just think that for the audience, there has to be a discussion about those bundles and the importance of not just erectile health, but urinary health. And what we're learning is they're synergistic. They very much depend on each other. So, and then when one of those bundles is compromised, I mean, some people, it's clear. I mean, some people, you can't, the cancer's there, you can't spare it. But some people, what's your experience so there's some people out there that have had to lose one of those bundles and the other one's intact. How does that speak to incontinence and erectile function in your experience?
Yeah, so I mean, it's easier, more clear information on erectile function. If you take someone who's got good erections before their surgery, they have a good operation where they can spare the nerves appropriately. They do rehab afterwards, and that's whatever you can do as soon as the catheter comes out to get erections, because erections are good for erections. So if you do adequate rehab down the road, if you look a year out, what are the outcomes? If you have both nerves spared, about 75% to 80% of patients have adequate erections, sometimes without even using medicines, but they have good outcomes. If you spare one nerve, it's really more like 50% have good outcomes at a year. And if you don't spare either nerve, the outcomes are about 15%. So even if we take both nerves, we don't completely understand the anatomy there. If you take both nerves and say, look, I don't expect him to have erections, it is still worthwhile to do your rehab because 15% of men will still achieve erections down the road. When you look at incontinence in the same way, we don't have that clear-cut information. So I don't think it's as vital. The nerves that we're talking about are the nerves that stimulate the penis to have erections. That's why there's a more direct effect. There's probably an indirect effect on incontinence, and some of that is going to be blood supply. Some of that's going to be maybe it's nerve input, and some is just going to be anatomy. But I still would say that you probably have a slightly higher continence rate if you have both nerves spared, but it's not as dramatic as it would be for erectile function. And I don't know if we have any data that I'm aware of that says like, here are the percentages of outcomes. But again, the more anatomic you can be by sparing the tissue, then the better your outcome functionally will be after your surgery.
Yeah, because I just think, and I always grew up to think nerve is 100% erectile function. That's what nerves are about. And now there's just this new idea. Now it makes sense to me that nerves are also, when you're talking about prostate cancer, nerves are also about continence, about urinary function. It's not just all about erectile health. Okay. The next thing I wanted to talk about is incontinence is a very confusing area because there's two dominant forms, as you mentioned. One is called stress incontinence, and the other one is called urge incontinence. So now for many of the people that you see that deal with surgery, we're talking, you're talking about mostly the stress type, right? The stress, you cough, you sneeze, you laugh, and you leak urine. All right. So let's shelf that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the other incontinence that gets all the TV commercials and all the pharmaceutical commercials. And let's face it, that's urge incontinence or overactive bladder, right? So do men who deal with prostate cancer suffer from urge incontinence too, or is it all stress incontinence?
Yeah, it's a good question. Some have combined incontinence. So it's sort of, they'll have stress component, but when the bladder gets filled, they'll have the contraction of the bladder. That's that urge incontinence. And so there are probably about 15 medicines on the market, and they'll keep developing them because it's the most common type of incontinence that we see. But some men will have a combined type of incontinence that we may consider doing urodynamics in it. So if I have, say you have surgery, and I kind of go through, we have a specific questionnaire for incontinence. And one of the kind of questions that we had asked is, are you dry when you're laying flat in bed at night? And if you're completely dry then, or minimally incontinent there, then that sounds like a normal type of incontinence. So you stand up and gravity is involved, then you have leakage of urine, coughing, sneezing, that's stress incontinence. If you're leaking at other times, that doesn't make sense to us. And then we get a little bit concerned about overactive bladder or detrusor hyperactivity, which is again that bladder muscle squeezing and generating a pressure that may cause leaking. So, and there are two ways to manage that. So you can address the stress urinary incontinence and then see if they have any residual incontinence, and then you can see, do you need to add anything or do anything there? Or we can say, if you want to be completely informed, we can do a urodynamics ahead of time and see, do we see any detrusor overactivity that might suggest that. Now, most men, if I say to you, hey, do you want to have a urodynamic test, which involves a catheter in a couple places, and most men will say, I really don't want to do that. And so I don't push it as strongly as I used to, but we can if there's somebody who's really inquisitive. And in Florida, we've got a lot of engineers who come in with, want data. And so if they want data, we can give them that data if they want to ahead of time, but it's not mandatory.
So do you feel confident that when someone, after they have been treated for prostate cancer and they have any type of incontinence, do you feel confident that the person they're seeing knows exactly how much of it's due to stress incontinence and how much of it's due to urge incontinence? Or am I making this, or is this simple? Everybody knows, but is this something that they have to ask their urologist? Like, what specific incontinence do you think I'm suffering from, one or both? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Yeah. And so one thing they could do, and oftentimes people have had this before they get to us, is they may try one of those 15 medicines that are on the market. Yeah. And so like if I'm a robotic surgeon, but I don't do any incontinence, and somebody says, I still got some leaking, they'll say, hey, we got these samples. Why don't you try these for a week and see how they help? And that's a trial to see if some people say, look, I'm a little bit better, but I'm still having leaking. Well, that may be the patient that has sort of both incontinences at play. It is rare for somebody to say after prostate surgery to take one of these medicines and suddenly they are cured. That I would say it's uncommon, but it's worthwhile to try, because if you try that, again, for me, I'm a surgeon. I like doing surgery, but I also like to be conservative. And so if I can cross off everything else off the list that's conservative, I feel I can sleep better at night knowing I tried everything else before we got to the operating room. Yeah. And so medicines are helpful to try, clamps are helpful to try. And if people say, I don't like that, then, I feel more comfortable that surgery is a better option for them.
I just wish after any single prostate treatment that occurred, someone could stand up and if you quiz them saying, are you suffering from stress, urge, or both? They could tell you, but I'm just guessing and I could be wrong. In my experience, they can't. And all I know is I keep looking at the urologic data that suggests that a certain component of men after prostate treatment, including after radiation, will have urge incontinence, and that's not getting much attention. It's like the little brother. So I just want to keep on the, before we go to stress incontinence, which is the dominant one in the prostate cancer, right? Yeah. I want to stay on urge incontinence, also known as OAB or overactive bladder, because again, if you don't know which one you're suffering from, you'll see a TV commercial or you'll go to some kind of event like PCRI and someone starts talking about this great therapy and you think, well, I have incontinence, that's for me, but it could be for the type that you're not being affected by. So, right. So there has to be that initial awareness of which type of incontinence do you have. Talk to your specialist, talk to Brady about which one that you have. So I just want to bring up one that gets a lot of TV time. It gets a lot of attention because it is what it is. Botox, right? Everyone thinks that Botox is for the wrinkles and the lines, but the truth is Botox has become an option for incontinence, but a certain type of incontinence. Can you just briefly touch upon that?
Sure. Yeah. So in the space of overactive bladder or urge incontinence, again, if you can imagine we had in that slide from before, it's a muscle that just contracts. And if that muscle contracts strongly enough, then urine may come out. And so preoperatively, or those who've had radiation therapy, when they still have their prostate in place, some men have some mild urge incontinence and some women will have urge incontinence. And so the first line therapy for that would be, behavioral, trying to Kegel maneuvers, trying to suppress bladder contractions. One thing we teach people to do is, or patients try, is when you have the urge to go to the bathroom, squeeze your sphincter, do 5 Kegel maneuvers. You squeeze 5 times, there's an inhibitory effect on the detrusor muscle of the bladder that kind of quiets it down. So you can try behavioral things first before going to medical therapy or other options. If behavioral things don't work, and avoiding the things that may stimulate your bladder, like say caffeinated beverages, may cause more irritability to the bladder, so you have more of that frequency. If you do those type of simple things, behavioral, then you can look at what are the medicines. And the medicines are the anticholinergics and now the beta receptor medicines, Myrbetriq and Tizin. Yeah. And what they do is they kind of quiet down those bladder muscles. They decrease the strength and the frequency of those contractions so that you have more time, more bladder filling, and more time to get to the restroom before you have a strong contraction, urine leaks out. If those don't work, if you try a few of those medicines and there's combinations things you use and you're still having incontinence, overactive bladder, urge incontinence, you can look at 2 other options. One is called Interstim, which is like a pacemaker for the bladder. So it's a little, at first you wear something on the outside, which is like a little pacemaker. There's a little lead that goes to the spinal cord. And what that does, it resets the nerves that go to the bladder so that it doesn't contract as frequency. It kind of resets them so you do better. And that can be effective. The other option would be Botox. And Botox is something we usually do in the operating room. For females, you may be able to do it in the office, but it's usually going with a rigid scope into the bladder. Now we have a long needle that goes through that scope, and we inject just under the epithelium, just into the muscle at different spots around the bladder itself, where you tend to get those contractions occurring. And what Botox is, a paralytic. So it's to make the muscles no longer contract. So when the muscles of your face don't contract, things will smooth out. When the muscles of your bladder don't contract, you don't have urgency and frequency. And so that's how it's used. And it can be effective. The risk for that would be urinary retention. If you inject Botox and the bladder muscle now is sort of paralyzed and doesn't do anything, and probably more of a risk in someone who still has a prostate. If your prostate has been removed and you have detrusor instability, you probably still be able to generate enough pressure to get the urine out. But there is the risk of urinary retention. So we tell patients, you may have to catheterize or self-catheterize after doing Botox. So yeah, the bladder not only looks younger, but hopefully is more effective at holding urine as well. So
I mean, there's just a whole line of urologic jokes you can make. Some people don't understand that. Some people don't understand it, but I mean, it seems like Botox for everything. So when I think of Botox, first of all, I think I should have quit my job and worked for Botox long ago. I mean,
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah. Okay.
or maybe I should work for Lemoyne College. I'll take the AD off there. Here's two things I think of when it comes to Botox, because let me just give you a taste of the amount of education, how far we have to go in your field just to play catch up with the public and with some healthcare professionals. We get calls all the time from men that have had very significant side effects from a variety of different treatments. And they hear about Botox and they think that's the solution. They think that's going to be as good as a sling or anything else that we're going to talk about. But they don't understand that Botox is for a specific type of urinary incontinence, and you have to suffer from that. And you have to have failed, like you said, other therapies to get there. But when I think of Botox, Jeff, I think of two things. Very expensive. I could be wrong because I have not seen someone get Botox urology yet, but I know it's popular. And so answer to that question, very expensive. And they seem to do very well with the repeat customer. Once you're a Botox customer, you seem to come back and want it on your face for the rest of your life. Well, that's a cha-ching moment. And
Right.
So is that true in the urologic area, that it's expensive and you got to come back a lot?
Yeah. So I don't have a lot of experience in Botox. I would say that there are probably some in the female urology world who do more of that. But if you read the books, they will say that it lasts about 6 to 8 months. And if it's effective, then you may need repeat treatment. And so that is potentially a thing that you would need ongoing if you get results. But for those, I mean, there are some people who are debilitated by it. So, you know, if it works, and again, usually that's kind of second or third tier treatment. So if you failed everything else and you're miserable, that you're living in the bathroom, you're driving going, I wonder where the bathroom is. I think if it's effective, I think it's probably worth that, you know, whatever the price is to have that. So it's nice that we have something to help those patients who really suffer from that.
No, I mean, the data looks really good. It's a great option. But whenever I can get a therapeutic moment that something's too expensive, I'm going to take it. You know, I'm going to be a little sarcastic. It's my therapy. But I mean, it looks great for the area of urge for those people who need it. It looks like it's got a hell of a future. The other one in urge incontinence that I just wrote about for the AUA, actually. So I just wrote about this in an AUA update for the students, because people don't realize it. And you don't have to do much commenting on it, but it is for urge incontinence. If you haven't had a number of other treatments work, is sort of a modified form of acupuncture. It's called percutaneous tibial nerve stimulation. It's like urgent PC. So you guys, you use that, guys and gals, you use urgent PC and some of these things, a little needle that goes to the tibial nerve. You can go at home and you do a couple treatments. You do them in the office over a couple months for OAB. And I know some prostate cancer patients that have received it. Are you a big fan of that for urge incontinence?
Yeah, it's, you know, I've never used that. So it is one of those that you probably have to find someone who does a lot of that, because it's technically you've got to have an office set up for that. And I bet, and I'm not sure even the company's name, there used to be a rep that would come around, but I bet if patients are interested in that, they can probably contact the company and they could probably let them know where are the practitioners in their area that have an interest and experience that. Because again, you don't have somebody who says, I'm going to try it, I don't know what I'm doing. You want to have somebody who has an interest in it and has an expertise to place the needles in the correct position and teach you how to do it the right way.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. The company that I know is the one that stands out is the Urgent PC device, just like it sounds. URGENT PC. Talk to your practitioner about it. It's one endorsed by the AUA as like a third line therapy or something. But okay, so we just kind of dealt with urge incontinence as a standalone. Now what I want to do is go back and talk about just incontinence, stress, or whatever comes up in the discussion. And I want to bring up a couple of quick items as we move on to other treatments for incontinence, okay? Here's the other thing I find, and tell me if you use it or not, and tell me how you might use it. And I know this is only for BPH, but I think it's very helpful sometimes after prostate cancer treatment. So we have this International Prostate Cancer Symptom Score, right? Mm-hmm. Or it's also known as the AUA Symptom Score. It's basically the same. This is the international version. You can go online and answer these questions about your urinary health and hand it to your doctor. Do you use this, or do you tell patients to fill this out?
My office staff would laugh because I asked them to have them fill it out every visit that they're there. And we can then track and trend how they're doing, based on their treatments. And for us, it's a good way to get a snapshot in time of how they are. So I love it to get it like baseline before I ever meet anybody. I want to know where they are when we start. And then, we do it sequentially over time. We also do the same thing with the shim or the IIEF for erectile function as well. So there are validated questionnaires that are very helpful.
So that's interesting. You give it to every single individual who comes through there. I didn't know that. So that simple piece of paper you can fill out occasionally tells your doctor a lot of what's going on for you with you, which is amazing. So, all right, now I want to move into non-surgical therapies that you talked about for incontinence, and I thought you could just give some commentary to each, okay?
Sure.
And the first one I want to talk about, I'm not making fun of it, but I'm just trying to up the education level. I call it Kegel or Kegel. It depends, you say tomato, I say tomato. Plus what else, Doc? Here's my 30 years talking. People seem to throw this out like it's candy. Hey, just do these, have a nice day. Okay, so first I want to get your comment on, is this really helpful? And if they are helpful, you did mention that you thought they were in your talk. How often am I doing these after prostate cancer treatment or not? I mean, how often do you want me sit there doing these exercises where I just squeeze that internal muscle there? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So it is, I think if you find a physical therapist or, in whatever area of the country you are, you're going to find somebody who has an interest in developing your schedule and a recovery for you. So we talk about incontinence, we talk about erectile function. I talk about, use the analogy of like having your shoulder surgery. You have the surgery, but the recovery is your recovery, what you do afterwards to strengthen the tissue around the shoulder, the muscle around the shoulder, so you have full range of motion, full strength. The same thing with your incontinence. So you want to find a physical therapist or someone who has an interest in that who can work with you and show you how to do the Kegel maneuvers the correct way. In my world, most of what I see are those who have failed that physical therapy, the biofeedback, all of those type of therapies that you do afterwards. But if nobody's ever done it, now again, so a lot of, I think those surgeons who want to have the best outcomes possible, they're going to do the surgery, but then if they want to get the trifecta, the pentafecta, they're going to say, okay, right away, get working on your erections, right away, get working on your continence. So that's how their numbers are probably better than people who just do surgery, but then don't help them afterwards. So I would say, work with your physical therapist, find out. I think doing it at least twice a day is probably effective if you're doing them the right way. Okay. And what they can do is they can show you, they'll have sensors to show you, like, this is the key, this is the muscle you want to squeeze, which is likely probably that membranous urethra, the external sphincter that's creating contraction. I'll tell men, it's imagine like you have an erection, you're trying to lift your penis. That's probably that's the maneuver that you're trying to replicate. When you're urinating, I'd say urinate, don't do it while you're urinating, but the same maneuver that'd be cutting off the stream. That's the closure you're trying to do. So when you're done urinating, every time you're in the bathroom and you're there, which is probably 4 or 5 times a day, try and do 25, 30 Kegel maneuvers where you're squeezing, holding, trying to hold tension. So I don't have any strong programs that we follow, but those are the things that I would guidelines I would give patients to try.
And so you brought up there are 2 points I think of. The first point you brought up, and it's all over the internet too. You can see that people, a lot of doctors will say, hey, you're doing it wrong. You need to really go sit down with a pelvic floor person or a physical therapist and understand how to do them right. So that's interesting that you said that. And then the second thing is, it sounds like this is not fluff after prostate treatment, that there's something to doing them and helping with your incontinence.
Right. And I think whenever you talk about any kind of treatment, you got to go risk versus benefit. And I think the risk of this is pretty low. And if there is some benefit, there's not a lot of downside. It's probably more time and effort than anything. But I think it's an important time to put in, because if you can avoid needing surgery by me or avoid needing clamps or those type of things, I think it's probably worth it. So.
Okay. Well, just to show you how easy it is, I think I did about 4 of them while you were talking. I'm just saying, I know you didn't notice. I thought you would, but you might notice being the expert that you are, but I got away with a few of them while you were giving the lecture. All right. So here's something else you said during your talk, which I have never thought about, because again, I would say that erectile function is what gets all the glory. It gets all the commercials, it gets the money, it gets all the attention, but it's tied to your urinary health. You talked about pelvic floor muscle therapy, pelvic floor muscle training with, I see it with and without biofeedback, but you mentioned it as pre-treatment. So are you one of those that think before you get treated for prostate cancer, not just afterward, that you need to, two-part question, A, try out some pelvic floor muscle therapy, and B, what in the HE double toothpicks is pelvic floor muscle therapy? I mean, we throw out this acronym PFMT, but do you think we should get it before we're treated? I know you probably think we should get it after we're treated. And, you know, kind of what is it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So good question. So I have a sheet that we have that we give patients. And again, I don't see many prostate cancer patients pre-op anymore. I don't do that surgery. I've done it for over 10 years. But we used to have where we say, like, this is what you ought to start doing beforehand. So part of it was general good health. Stop smoking, start exercising, you know, lose weight if you can while you're waiting for your surgery. And if you have the opportunity and insurance allows you, you could try to see physical therapy beforehand. Because again, these therapists would probably love to see you before you've had any therapy. The question becomes coverage. Yeah. And if your coverage allowed and the therapist will allow it, then you could see them beforehand and just kind of so you've got set what you're going to do when the catheter comes out. Because nowadays, catheter probably comes out 5 days, 3 to 5 days for some people. And so that's when you want to start working on everything. I mean, rather than waiting, then coming to see your urologist, say 2 or 3 weeks later, and then, okay, can I start now? If you can be ready and start your therapy, your recovery as soon as possible afterwards, I think that should get the most effect.
Okay, but that should at least be a discussion that comes up. A lot of people will hear about it long after treatment as an option, and from my experience, and then they'll realize there's this army of people that can help them with all these little things, right? Including, I think you brought up a really good point, including to make sure they're doing their Kegel exercises correctly. They're doing all that right. As another side, okay, so that helps. Well, that'd be a nice discussion before, even though we deal mostly with people who have already been treated at PCRI, and but still, that's an important comment. I just want to put this one word away. We've talked about it. You brought it up in your talk, which I appreciate, but it's all over websites. If you've been treated and you think that you want real special incontinence studies done, you said that you don't do these as much except for certain types. I think one you said neurologic injury, but can you just give a quick, again, brief, like who asks for a urodynamic study? It's a one name, it's called urodynamic study, but it's actually many studies in one. And so right. In the old days, when my dad was out there and we were talking to the incontinence experts, everybody was supposed to get a urodynamic study. So tell us again, quickly, what this is and who should ask for it or who should stay away from it.
Yeah. So I've got probably about 5 or 6 slides that I made for you. I could bring out at some point, but basically what a urodynamics is, it's telling us how does the bladder function. So what you do is it's usually done in an office. You're awake for the procedure. The slides, I got a picture. It's a special chair you sit on. A small pediatric sized catheter goes into the bladder. That fills up the bladder. It has a little pressure transducer on the end. So you can measure the pressures in the bladder as you fill and then when you urinate. There's another pressure transducer to kind of get an idea of the abdominal pressure. And then what we do is fill the bladder up, or the technician fills the bladder up at a certain rate and see how you do that. And how does your bladder store urine? And then if it's a man before prostate surgery for cancer and they're thinking about, do they have obstruction? So sometimes you do it for BPH. You would then urinate, and then you see what is the flow rate, and then what is the pressure that the bladder squeezes to generate that flow. And then we have special curves. They say, what's the pressure flow curve? And if you've got, imagine a high pressure and a low flow, that's indicative of obstruction. And so I have a man who comes to my office, they've got a lot of symptoms, urinary symptoms, try all the medicines for BPH and nothing's really helping. We can then do a cystoscopy to evaluate the anatomy. We do a urodynamics to evaluate the pressure flow dynamics and see what's happening. If they have, again, a prostate and bladder configuration looks obstructive, and on urodynamics, they have obstruction, we then say, well, look, you've got obstruction. It's probably what's giving you a lot of your symptoms. And a lot of men, when they have long-standing obstruction, will also have the Chuser instability, because that bladder, it's like a muscle. It's got to squeeze to generate a lot of pressure to get the urine out. It's like getting a cramp in your muscle, right? That muscle is now hyperactive, ready to go whenever. And so people now have a functionally smaller bladder that's more irritable, but a lot of it can be from obstruction. And so using that urodynamics in that space, we then go and say, okay, we can try to relieve your obstruction. So that would be doing a TURP or one of the other less invasive procedures. Or if you have prostate cancer, if you did a radical prostatectomy and you remove the prostate that's creating obstruction, well, you now have relieved the obstruction. And so that may improve your flow, may improve the ease to urinate, and may quiet down the bladder. So some of that, the Chuser instability gets better because doesn't have to squeeze so hard. That's how we would use it prior to, say, prostate cancer in that space. If you then took somebody who has post-prostatectomy incontinence, you're then looking to say, is their bladder normal? Do they hold the right amount of urine? Can you quantify what they leak at? So as we do, it's called a leak point pressure. And you may hear that, for those patients who are looking at these kind of studies. Same setup, same configuration, catheter goes in the bladder, we fill the bladder up. And then what the tech will have you do is they'll have you do like a gentle, slow increase in pressure in your abdominal space. You're kind of squeezing down with your tummy to generate stress incontinence. And when you see at the lowest pressure possible that the urine comes out, they're going to mark that as your leak point pressure. And if you can imagine, if you have a leak point pressure that is very low, well, it doesn't take much for you to leak urine, like a small push. If you don't leak with that, but you got to generate like a high pressure, like a strong squeeze or a strong cough, well, now that's when the urine comes out. So if your leak point pressure is higher, then you may be more likely to be a candidate for a sling, because you still have some more pressure at the sphincter area. So that's how we use it. But again, for most of us who do incontinence, we don't find it as helpful unless there's somebody who's got some, different, based on the history questionnaire that we use or discussion of the patient, that it doesn't sound like the typical stress incontinence. That's when you say, well, maybe I should do a urodynamics in this patient. But most of the time we don't have to for stress incontinence for men.
Okay, so it is an option. You said, yeah, you did say there were some exceptions, maybe some with those with neurologic issues, right? So, okay, but I'm glad that again, I'm just biased here. That's a word I just don't hear very often at the patient advocacy meetings, just that word, that people understand what it means. And that's part of the reason you're here. So let's talk about lifestyle for a second before we go into other non-surgical options. I have an overweight person who is dealing with obesity. They're coming to see you and they tell you, listen, I really want you to do a procedure on me, but I want to lose 20 to 30 pounds before I see you. Is that like bariatric surgery? Does that make sense? Or do you say, listen, we got to get this done? I mean, do you see that weight loss before getting some of these procedures? I know I said I was going to talk about non-surgical, but I'm just talking about weight loss in general, can impact the efficacy of the non-surgical as well as surgical procedures if they were to lose weight right before you offer them something?
And I guess it depends what surgery you're talking about. But I think in general, if someone is in better shape, so if they, again, have less weight they carry around, so they can now get up out of bed, they can move more. If they're used to, if you take somebody who's completely sedentary and overweight, you do a surgery and then they are still sedentary and sitting in a chair, and now they're not used to getting up. It's even harder to get up and move around. So if we can get them into some sort of mini program, even if I tell people just go walk, take your wife or spouse or partner or whoever and just go for a mile walk at night, the week before your surgery, start getting in that habit. That's immensely helpful, because now after surgery, when it's even harder to get up and do something, say, well, I've already started, I got to keep doing it. And, if you're talking about prostate cancer, they're at risk for things like deep vein thrombosis or blood clots. I mean, just having prostate cancer and pelvic cancers increase your risk for that. What's the treatment for that? Getting mobile after your surgery. So, wearing your socks, your compression socks after surgery, getting up as quickly as you can and moving and getting active and staying active. And we teach people, how to do leg pumps. If they're watching TV, every time a commercial comes on, 10 pumps, so in that, especially that immediate recovery period, that's helpful. I find patients are at risk for DVTs, for pelvic cancers, and then you put on a leg bag. It's like a tourniquet around your leg. Well, you're now impeding blood flow out of the leg. So I tell them, look, we have some different types of catheters that we use, some that are kind of Velcro that aren't as tight. And again, try not to have something that's too tight on your leg to keep your blood flowing so you don't get blood clots. So there's a lot of things that people can do post-operatively and even pre-operatively to help them with the recovery after surgery, whatever that is.
Okay. But what would you say is the Brady favorite? If people are watching this and saying, what's the one thing I can do in lifestyle that could change my side effects, potentially my incontinence severity, or prevent severe incontinence after a procedure happens? Is there one go-to lifestyle or behavioral change you pick out and talk to patients more than others? I mean, you can talk about blood sugar, you can talk about blood pressure, you can talk about cholesterol, you can talk about diet, you can talk about sleep, you can talk about weight loss, but is there a go-to, like, look, if you could do one thing to reduce this side effect or reduce the severity of the side effect after treatment, is there a go-to you talk about?
It would probably, I'm looking at your Brooks shoes in the background. I would tell them it's exercise. Really? It really, because again, I think that, all the things you're even talking about, the things that we mentioned, blood sugar, blood pressure, those things oftentimes get better if you're out and moving. And if you lose any extra weight, all those things improve. One of my old partners used to say, he was one of our robotic surgeons. He said, he would tell people, he would actually mandate that they had to lose 20 to 30 pounds before he did their surgery. Wow. And his rationale was, he said, look, if I struggle in the operating room, you're going to struggle afterwards. And so, look, if you can get better, make it easier for me to do a better operation on you, then he wouldn't need to come see me. You wouldn't have incontinence or have erectile dysfunction. So that was one of his methods to motivate people. And this is when robotic prostatectomy first came out. And people wanted to have that. There were very few robotic surgeons in Florida at the time. And, he had pretty good results with patients losing weight so they could have better outcomes with their prostate surgery. So for me, that's probably the biggest thing that I would say, from the erectile dysfunction side. The other thing, men are worried about is, penile length. And there's data out there that after prostate surgery, you lose penile volume, length and girth. Yep. And, one of the best ways to get length back is to lose weight, because a lot of the weight that we have is in that pre-pubic fat pad. And so, men will come and say, gosh, doc, I've lost so much. And certainly that can be, but a lot of that is, you take the penis, you take their fat pad, as they gain, weight, the penis disappears in that fat pad. And so if they can lose weight, physiologically, they will likely do better with surgery. And then, aesthetically, they may be happier with their outcome with surgery afterwards as well. So another reason why we say, look, if you can lose weight, that's a good thing.
So that is interesting, because like you gave that example. So as you're losing that fat pad, it's exposing more of the penis. It's exposing more of the length. Yep. That's interesting. That's really interesting. So exercises are good. I had no idea what your answer was going to be, but of course I love that answer. And yes, those are Brooks Ghost shoes. It's the new Ghost model. So my birthday is February 15th. So feel free to send me a pair, because they're so hard to get online.
What size?
11.5.
Okay, very good.
Let's talk about these non-surgical options really quickly, and then we'll just cover surgery the rest of the way. Mm-hmm. I don't know, pads or briefs. I mean, people wearing pads. So again, here's the concept. People put on these pads or briefs, and then when they see you, like you said, after 24 hours, they put it in a bag, and then you weigh it. And then from that 24-hour period, just one 24-hour period, you can tell me how much I'm leaking and whether or not I qualify for a certain procedure just from weighing the pad or brief.
Right. So it wouldn't be that you qualify. So if someone has stress incontinence and it's bothersome enough and the patient chooses to have surgery, all patients are qualified. There is not any limitation on any insurance plan that I know of or Medicare. All patients are open to have treatment. The way we use pad weights, and there's been some debate lately in our literatures, do you need to do pad weights? But I've found them to be helpful because you'd be surprised. You'll have one patient who will say, I just use 2 pads and they are saturated, soaking wet, and they may be, diapers more so than pads, but they don't understand or equate it properly. And just saturated, they say it's 2 pads. And then I've got, a type A engineer from Cape Canaveral who wears 10 pads a day, and every time there's a drop on there, that's what he uses. And those are not the same patients. And so if you have them bring in what they used in 24-hour period in a Ziploc baggie so the urine does not evaporate, they kind of bring both in, and then I have them bring another Ziploc baggie with a dry one drive, whatever it is they're using. And we have a scale, we can measure what is their actual urine that they're leaking in a 24-hour period. And then using that number, we can quantify their potential outcome. So if someone has 200 grams or less a day, then slings are still probably reasonable. And if it's above 400, slings are probably less effective. The idea is that the more leaking you have, the less likely a sling is to be effective. It's not to say you can't have it. I've had a number of men who leak, 6 pads a day and are 500 grams in a day, and I'll say, sling is a lower success rate, but they'll say, I want to try it, and we'll do our best to give them the best outcome possible.
So when am I coming to see Jeff Brady, not Tom Brady? When am I going to see Jeff Brady about my pad test? Am I waiting 3-6 months after treatment? Like, when's the earliest you see somebody with this whole pad weight test?
Yeah, good question. I'll see, we see people earlier, depends on how much it bothers them. And there are some who have complete incontinence, say at 6 months, and they're very, very frustrated. I have talked to patients we give them what the natural history is of recovery. We, again, make sure they're doing everything they can to get the best improvement possible. And I will usually encourage them to give them time, because with time, again, depending on their history, if I take, say, Mr. Smith, who's never had any other treatment, just had a robotic prostatectomy and has severe leaking, he's going to be different than someone who has had, say, Mr. Jones, who had a radiation therapy and had a salvage prostatectomy, and they're both leaking a whole bunch. Our first patient's got a better chance of recovery than our salvage prostatectomy. And I would encourage them all just to see how they do, at least out to a year, and then you get a feel. I have done surgery for a few men before a year. Just letting them know, look, there's a chance you may get better and not need this. But usually they're pretty dramatic leakers, and it's not just, hey, I've got to wear a pad or 2 days. It's profound incontinence that is, they can't go through life. They've got to wear dark pants every day because they can't wear shorts. It's really troublesome to them. And so we'll consider surgery earlier in those patients, but we try to give them as much time as possible, because again, there's not, the upside of time is that if you've got somebody, say, who's a 450 cc or gram leaker today at, say, month 9, and they get down to like 200 by, say, month 14th, well, now the sling, I'm going to talk to them more strongly about a sling. So if time gives us some improvement, it may open up the options of what we can offer.
Interesting. Okay, so that covers my pad or briefs question. The penile clamp thing, the occlusive clamps, you mentioned the word Cunningham clamp. That's interesting to me. How many people know about that? I mean, is that something that's well known?
I'm going to pull some
because, okay, like the Botox, I always, in the Moyad world, there's always the pro and there's always the con, right? And the con to me is, putting a clamp on there for too long a period would seem that could be destructive to the tissue, but I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd comment on penile clamps, occlusive devices, Cunningham clamps, and who is that somebody you talk with? Who do you talk to about that?
Well, the good thing is with Amazon, you can order your own clamp. I thought you could tell me you're already using one, but while we're talking about it.
I look at, my philosophy is anything non-surgical, surgical's open, but all these things have merit. It's a different world. And you're right. When I grew up with my dad in urology, you had to order a penile clamp from a special place. Like you said, now you can get them from Amazon.
Yeah. So you're right. It used to be you had to go to a medical supply store, you had a prescription, and it was not an easy thing to get. This is a Cunningham clamp. So it comes in this box right here, like that. I think Bard makes it. But this is what it looks like. And so the way that it works is there's a little sort of a groove here where this clamps down in place. And then you'll see there's a groove in the bottom here. So the way these work is the penis goes in here with the urethra's on the bottom of the penis. Okay. And so that sits like this. Yeah. And you can adjust the tightness that you want so that it's to your comfort, how much pressure you need. And then you walk around that until your bladder fills up and you have a need to go to the bathroom. And then all you have to do is pinch this right here. Yeah. Open that up. You go to the bathroom and dry off. One thing I'll mention also, we talk about post-void dribbling. A lot of men dribble when they're done. Yeah. And so we teach men to strip through urethra when they're done. So they'll take a tissue paper, grab the penis, put it on stretch. Yeah. And they go with their finger down below the scrotum and kind of manipulate the bottom part of the urethra to get everything out. Because a lot of men have post-void dribbling. Yeah. But you can kind of prove some of that. But that's Cunningham clamp. And so again, that works pretty well. This is the Weisner clamp, which some men like because it's round and it's a little bit different shaped and there's no metal edges. Some people worry about the metal edges. And this one works like this. It just kind of flips open that way. Yeah. And then same concept though, but kind of cinch that down into place. And then when you need to open it, just pull that open. You can go to the bathroom. But there are different type of clamp systems. There's also something called the squeezer clamp. Which one was that called? Which one was that called that you just brought up? It's called the Weisner. Weisner. So that one was the Weisner, and the first one came from Barr, right? It was that was the Cunningham, the Barr. That was the Cunningham, because people don't understand that Barr is a big name in urology, right? I mean, they've been around. There's a reputable company. Weisner clamp looks fine too, and so that one is online also. Yes, and there's also something called the squeezer clamp, which is kind of a variation of both of these. So, and again, patients find these, and they bring them and they tell us about it. There was a patient advocate, made something called the MIC clamp, minimally male incontinence clamp. He made it in his basement. I think he's now no longer making it, but it was a plastic device, much smaller. But if you look up MIC clamp, male incontinence clamp, it's a plastic clamp that some men like because it was less bulky. But if you can find one, something like that as an option. I guarantee you, no one on the internet, especially with a Lemoyne hat, has given that kind of walkthrough of the different clamps. So, but I just want to let you know that you're famous now for that. But the second thing is, you seem to be a fan of these clamps. I've never really heard somebody give a kind of an overview like that. You are a fan of them, right? Well, like I said, so I sleep well at night knowing that I talk to people about everything. So, if someone comes to me and they've never heard of it, we at least show it to them. Because if you have somebody who can say, you know what, that makes my life better and it doesn't involve surgery, then that's good for me. So we try to let folks know what's out there and try it. And if they come back a few months later and said, I did that, I'm not a fan of that. What else do you have? Then we go forward from there. Well, it's not, but I see the caveats on the clamps. It's just that, you don't want to wear it when you're sleeping. You don't want to have it on too long. It can cause damage to the tissue, but sort of this off and on usage until you feel, even for short periods of time. I mean, if you look, there seems to be a lot of men that are happy with it, but I appreciate you taking us through that. Here's another non-surgical option you mentioned, condom catheters. So you have a condom on a catheter that fills. Are you a fan of that? And how do I, even if you're a fan of it or not, how do I even get that? Yeah, you can order those online too. So there are different companies that make them. This is actually one system that I had a patient come to one of my talks on incontinence. And I said, why don't you come to, you learn a lot. You'll probably, ultimately you'll probably want to have a sling or an artificial sphincter. He came and he said, is it my turn, doc? When I was done doing my talk, he got up and he talked about this. This is a type of a condom catheter. Yeah. And he thought he was there to sell people on this type of a catheter, but it's a system. So the penis, like a condom, the penis would go in here and sit. This has an area like a receptacle that can collect urine if you need, and then there's a little valve where you can empty it off at the end.
Yeah.
And maybe hard to see here, but down there's a one-way valve in the system, so urine can't run back this way. But this is a concept of what a condom catheter is. Other condom catheters have where it can run to a bag so that the urine drains in a way. But same idea. The biggest issue there is that getting the condoms to stay on, they don't stay on very well. And especially if you imagine you've now had prostate cancer surgery, you've lost some penile length, some size, and now you're trying to get that to stay in place. And if it falls off, it can be pretty embarrassing. So I would say there's not a high satisfaction rate with condom catheters. But like I said, like anything, maybe something that somebody would wear. And even when I like to talk about the clamps, somebody could, they say, go to church and have a time where they don't have to worry about it. This may not be something they wear 24/7, but when they've got to be at an important event where they need some extra protection, that's when they're going to use it.
That's really interesting. And okay, so I want to give you one, and you tell me if it's true or false. Then we'll go to a few more, and then we'll call it a day, and we'll do the separate. We'll cover the separate ED items. All right.
Mm-hmm.
True or false? So what I learned in school was that the bladder sits on top of the prostate, right? And then, so the bladder is sitting on top. Here's your prostate. The bladder is sitting on top of it, but behind this area is your intestine. So if you suffer from a lot of constipation, so if you have a constipation issue, since the intestine is behind the bladder, it can push up against the bladder, giving you the feeling that you need to go. So there are some websites, and this makes sense to me as the lifestyle doc, is that if you can prevent constipation, for some of them, you can actually get better bladder function. What say you about that?
I completely agree. Yeah, so I used to treat more pediatric urology as well. So so my fellowship was in adult pediatric reconstruction, and pediatric urology, about 25% of it is dysfunctional voiding or dysfunctional elimination syndrome. And so some children learn to urinate wrong, like when we do potty training. Imagine me telling you got to urinate. So I'm going to potty train you. I said, go and sit down on the toilet and go to the bathroom. So what kids learn to do is they learn to start pushing and straining. They're not relaxing. That's what urination should be. So they learn to do things incorrectly. And then what can also happen is they get constipated as well. Mm-hmm. You now have where that, the rectal vault, which sits right behind the bladder, the prostate is now full. And the patients will have that feeling of a full pelvis. And again, the bladder may not expand because you got something pushing on as well. And so that sensation leads to this, we call it dysfunctional elimination syndrome. So for kids, we try to teach them to hydrate better, to have higher fiber diet. So like for kids, they love popcorn usually. So you get them to have popcorn as a snack and do the type of things that will help so that they get more regular. We teach them to use, like, for those who are pet lovers, I teach patients that, the time to have bowel movements is right after you've had food, because there's a gastrocolic reflex. When you have food or the stomach is stimulated, the colon also secondarily is stimulated. So that's how you train a dog. You feed them, then you take them out. That's when they'll have a bowel movement. The same thing works for us. So you should have bowel movements after you've had some food if you do it at the right time. You get in the habit of doing it at the right time, using those other things, you can have improvements in your bowel habits, which will translate into better urinary habits as well.
That is so awesome. See, so constipation causes a lot of problems. That's why you got to address it. And also, it's just that anatomically, it sits right there. Man, okay. Here's a drug that we still hear about. I think it's approved in Europe. Man, we hear about it in urology for everything under the sun. But can you just give us a quick, it's duloxetine. And duloxetine is that serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor. I think it was also known as Cymbalta. I forgot the trade name when it was out. And they say sometimes that might help with incontinence. Does that do anything in stress, or do you work with that drug at all?
Yeah, so not typically. I mean, we have not had much experience with it. So historically, if you had something in the bladder neck, you could try things like the Sudafed type medicines, the decongestants, or tofranil, maybe another one that helps to kind of quiet down the bladder but increase tone at the outlet. But you have to be careful about any of those, pseudoephedrine-like medications because they can increase your blood pressure as well.
Yeah.
And again, our outcomes are usually not great. So yeah, somebody has mild incontinence, very minimal incontinence, then you could try it, like tofranil would be one that I would typically use, try. But like I say, our outcomes are not super high, but worth a try.
Yeah. Because it's a funny area, in the world of over-the-counter supplements, in the world of prescriptions, you can't get anything approved on the male side for stress incontinence. I don't, I don't know.
There's not.
Okay. So then that brings us to the surgical options. And these are the three you talked about. We talked about the male sling. We talked about the gold standard, which is the artificial urinary sphincter, also known as AUS. And then we talked about PROACT, right? So I hate to do this to you, but can we just go back over it's according to you, nobody else, sort of the Brady pros and cons of these options? And you can spend more time on one versus the other, but I can tell you the con on the PROACT is so new. We don't have a ton of practitioners doing it, right? But can you take us just kind of how people need to think about these three pros and cons?
Sure. Well, I'll start with the PROACT. We'll start with that. I mean, the PROACT, it's new, so it is interesting that it may be effective. Anything that's new, you've got to figure out how to do it right. And experience and trial and error is part of that, because it may be that we find some modification of the PROACT that down the road, that may be the treatment of choice. So it's really early in the game on that one. The nice part about it is it's an outpatient procedure, sort of minimal morbidity from what I understand. It has some adjustability, so you can add or remove fluid from the balloons so that, if you don't have enough tightness, you can tighten up a little bit.
Yeah.
The downside, like I said, talking to one practitioner who I know who's, in our societies, who's I think a straight shooter, he said, gosh, I got in the urethra with one of them. And so it's, how do you do that? Again, that's probably experience and how to do it better. And so there'll be a learning curve with that, that we'd have to figure out, how do people do, good jobs. Looking at the male sling, the pro to that is there's nothing to pump. If you look at, so that's the top one there. So, patients, anytime you put something you got to pump or manipulate, they get worried about it. Say that's foreign to me. That doesn't feel, they feel like something else is abnormal. The sling is really sort of like part of your body. Once you put it in and you've recovered, there's nothing to pump. You don't even have a sense it's there. It's just working and it's there. Don't have to do anything. Other upside is it's immediately effective. So you find out once that catheter comes out, you get that, that immediate response of did this work or not. You will have to wait and not lift anything heavy for about 6 to 8 weeks. And the reason for that is that sling has to fix in place. And if you start moving or squatting or doing anything and the sling slips, well, suddenly now you've undone what we've done with the sling and you'll leak. And I've had somebody do that. It was, we did a surgery on Wednesday. On Sunday, he dropped the Sunday paper, he squatted down, stood up, and he was leaking again. And so we went back and redid his sling. But again, you really want to baby it when you are recovering, if it's working, for sure.
How long does it take to put in a sling? Is this something that's short, or is this a long operation?
Yeah, about 30 to 45 minutes. So it's pretty short. So most of our operative and in the operating room is really putting him to sleep, shaving, washing, getting anything ready. But the procedure itself is pretty straightforward. That's rare that there's major issues with that. The artificial urinary sphincter is the similar incision. So that's the middle, kind of our gold standard, if you will, for stress incontinence. That probably takes about 45 minutes to place. It's done with a small incision under the scrotum and then one small incision in the lower abdomen. So just 2 incisions. Comparing them, the artificial sphincter actually, I think, hurts less. We use a local anesthetic. I mean, general surgery, but we use local. Every surgery we do based on body weight, the amount of we can give you. So most men wake up with both surgeries pretty comfortable. But the sling, you're going through kind of the muscles of the pelvis to bring the sling up. And so if you ask what do most men who complains a little more, it's probably the sling patients. And they will complain usually minimally about where the incisions are laterally, but usually it's above the incision in the lower scrotum and the midline. They'll say that there's either increased sensitivity or hypo or decreased sensitivity right above the incision in the lower scrotum. And usually that lasts for about 4 to 6 months. And either men stop complaining about it or it gets better over time. And some of that is probably because as we do our dissection, we're pulling the tissue out of the way to get to the urethra. But the sling tends to have a little more high of that complaint that we see with the artificial urinary sphincter. So again, back to the sphincter, outpatient surgery takes about 45 minutes. You have a catheter for both, usually at least overnight or over the weekend.
Yeah.
For the sphincter, it's turned off for 6 to 8 weeks, and then we turn it on. That's an easy thing we do in the office. And the reason we keep it deactivated or turned off is that while you dissect on the urethra, when we place the cuff around the urethra, that tissue has some inflammation. And historically, in the 1980s, they used to turn the sphincter on right away. And the erosion rate was about 20%. And erosion is that the cuff goes into the urethra. It's a disaster. You got to take everything out. So again, it's how with the PROACT, we may learn how to do things differently. They learned that if you can turn off the sphincter and deactivate it, so it's in position but locked open, there's no fluid in there creating compression, that allows the urethra to heal, the inflammation subsides, that when you turn on the sphincter in 6 to 8 weeks, you now have an erosion rate, which is about 3%. So it makes it much more safe to do that. So we turn it on about 6 to 8 weeks later. And then the only thing you have to do when you got to urinate is you just pump it 2 or 3 times. And while it seems, and some people say, oh my gosh, I don't want anything like that. I will tell you, when men have that, and if you develop a leak in the system, so again, the one downside of the artificial urinary sphincter is there's a revision rate of about 25% over a 10-year period. What that means is it's very delicate. If you look at it, I've got what these are, it may be hard to see it, but the cuff itself is super thin. Yeah. And if you develop a leak in the system, it's no longer going to be effective. And all you need to do then is just take it out, replace and put a new one. And patients, if it starts leaking, they'll call the next day, say, can we get a new one placed in? And that's how much patients love the artificial urinary sphincter.
That's funny. That's exactly my experience has been that people dread the idea of putting this contraption within their body, but the ones that get it and the ones who suffer from very severe symptoms, the happiness rate, the quality of life rate has been very high, right? So I think that's what but one thing I didn't mention, well, a couple of quick things. So with the sling and all these things, you're putting metal in me. And you mentioned something in your presentation, MRI is pretty hot right now in prostate cancer and all sort of phases of the game. What happens? Can I have an MRI still if any of these things are put in, sling, artificial sphincter, PROACT? I can still have an MRI?
PROACT, I'm not sure about, because that I have to find out. There's a metal part, I think, to the PROACT, where there's like a little part of the access port that I don't know if you can. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to. But currently, right now, with the artificial urinary sphincter, with the male sling, with any of the inflatable penile prostheses, you can all have MRIs. And usually we give you a card, so you got it. You got that in your wallet, or take a picture of it in your phone. So whenever you need one, you can do that. And there have been studies actually trying to see what happens with the sling, where they did MRIs the pelvis afterwards to see what it looked like.
Okay, that's helpful, because MRIs become such a big deal. The only other thing we didn't answer today, which I'll let you answer, is that a lot of times I'll be reading on all these different treatments. I don't know. I've never even asked you this question. Of these options, which one do you do the most of?
Probably the artificial urinary sphincter. Yeah, it's
really?
Probably, yeah.
I would have guessed, that's funny. I would have guessed the sling. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So, well, if we added a fourth thing there, if we added the mini Jupette, which we have not talked about, which is an inflatable penile prosthesis with a sling for mild incontinence.
Okay.
Probably way for me right now, it would probably be the artificial sphincter is one. And then the mini Jupette and the male urethral sling would be kind of probably similar in numbers.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that in our overtime option that's coming up. We always do this sort of Moyad overtime. If you love hanging out with us, we can make you hang out with us longer than you wanted. Sure. So we're going to do that in a moment and go through those slides and make it as sort of a tag on extra credit for people that want to see it. Because even though we advertise for you incontinence and ED, we wanted to first get across the point that they're interrelated. We wanted someone to cover incontinence from A to Z. We've never done. That's now been you. So you take on a historic moment in here. And then for people who really want more, we're going to cover a little bit of ED after we sign off in a moment and sort of do an extra credit thing, if you don't mind. But here's the last question I'm going to leave you with, because I read about this all the time in terms, radiation in prostate cancer right now is hot. And it's hot because you have different devices out there like SBRTs. You have people getting radiation in 5 days that used to needed it for long periods of time. Regardless of what the pros and cons are, it's hot. There are a lot of people getting radiation, and there always have been a lot of people getting radiation for prostate cancer. What I tend to read a lot with these surgical procedures is there seems to be some caveats with some of them. Hey, not so great if they've had radiation, or maybe be careful if they've had radiation. Can you comment on this in terms of someone that has severe side effects from radiation or incontinence or some of the things we talked about, and whether or not, are they in a different category, or do they qualify for these things like other patients do?
So, and just to be sure, you're talking about patients who have not had surgery, but only had radiation therapy and they have side effects. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So historically, those really are probably going to be urge or overactive bladder type patients.
Okay.
So it's usually not stress. So for those who have had their diagnosed prostate cancer, and the radiation oncologists, I think, are well versed at this, they try to identify using the AUA symptom score sheet, which I think patients should use and bring to their urologist, their radiation oncologist, if they can do that. If you give it to them, that's going to be helpful. But they should identify which patients are at risk for having urinary symptoms post radiation therapy. And radiation therapy, again, I'm a surgeon, but I think I was always taught surgery and radiation therapy had similar outcomes, and I think that's probably still true. I think each patient has to make a personal decision what makes the most sense for them. But there are things and characteristics about individuals that they may do better with one or the other. So if we take somebody who has obstructive component, a lot of urgency frequency, they can't empty well, that patient is going to be someone who's going to struggle with urinary symptoms after the radiation therapy. And the patients who get in trouble, so anybody who's ever had radiation therapy, if you have that, you have to be extremely, extremely cautious to not let anybody do a TURP or do a procedure, because I've seen patients go from being dry, but just urgency frequency, to be completely incontinent. So once you've had radiation therapy, the tissue just does not respond well to surgery. So if you have an outlet procedure done, it can be done, and there are patients who will get away and not have much leaking or no leaking at all. But I have seen some who have had the reverse. And again, just like I said, you got to be careful about doing a TURP in a patient who's had Parkinson's disease. We got to put on their radiation therapy, because if you've had radiation therapy and you now have, say, urinary retention or just severe urinary symptoms, it's a real challenge. So you want to identify those patients before they have radiation therapy, do the TURP or leave their obstruction before they have the radiation therapy, and then have it afterwards.
Okay.
But if someone, just in terms of that there, and so most of the incontinence, if they don't have a prostate procedure, is usually overactive bladder urge type incontinence, and usually treated with medicines. If you ask somebody who, say, has had radiation therapy, and whether it's alone and they've had a TURP, or they've had radical prostatectomy and radiation therapy, or they've had radiation therapy and a salvage radical prostatectomy, say those three patients, they may have stress urinary incontinence. And those patients can have treatment with any of the above options, but I would say that the sling goes way down in terms of success rates, probably less than 50%. And usually we don't recommend it for someone who's had radiation therapy. And those patients, usually an artificial urinary sphincter would be the treatment of choice for those patients.
Okay. So so artificial urinary sphincter, that's what when I go amongst the urology crowd, they've dealt with people who have had severe side effects from radiation. That has been a choice of theirs to do the sphincter, the artificial urinary sphincter. But so for the man watching this who's a year, 2, 3, 4 years out from radiation, that's having incontinence, it sounds like you'd say, hey, go to an incontinence expert, let them figure out which type you have, and then you can address those options. Because again, we go back to the beginning, pegging the type of incontinence, mixed, urge, or stress, getting that down to a science then leads you to the specific options available for you. So You must deal with that though. Down the line, someone's had radiation 3 or 4 years ago. They had surgery, then radiation. So that's kind of the approach, right? You figure out, is this urgent incontinence? Or is this stress? Is it mixed? And then you lay out the options. Is it that simple in my brain?
Yeah, right. So we would, and if somebody comes and it's not just straightforward post-prostatectomy incontinence, we'll try the medication. So, fortunately, we still have some samples available, or you try relatively inexpensive medicines and say, look, see if this helps. And if it helps, there are some that they take it and they go, it helped, but it didn't help me 100%. I still have some mild leak. We at least say, okay, we take that information, we kind of store that. And then if they are going to have a sling or an artificial urinary sphincter, we place it and then see how are they doing at that point. Okay. If they still have some overactive bladder type symptoms and some breakthrough incontinence, then we may add the medication. But we can at least give the patient information before they have their surgery, so they can make an educated choice of, do I want to have an artificial sphincter or a male sling, but I still may need to take the medication. But if they don't have those symptoms, I mean, it's rare for us to have to put a patient on any medicines additional to their surgery if they have just got straightforward stress incontinence and none of this, mixed incontinence with overactive bladder with it.
Okay. If I have a sling procedure, I'm still open to other procedures if that doesn't work. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Great question. So you don't burn any bridges. So if you have the sling and say you're one of the 20 to 30% where it does not work, you still are a candidate for the artificial urinary sphincter. So we would come back somewhere down the road, basically same incision, same approach. We place the sling in a little bit of a different position than we do the artificial urinary sphincter. Usually we do not have to take out the sling. In fact, you don't want your reconstructive urologist to take it out because that sling is usually fixed onto the urethra with the advance. Okay. With the virtue, which is that that quadratic sling, that's usually outside of the muscle where the urethra is. So there's a little bit easier to remove that one. But the standard male sling, the Advance XP, we don't remove that. You should just leave it in place, and we place the sphincter cuff just a further downstream, but still almost in the same anatomic position we would have used anyway. So people can still have that and still have an effective outcome. I will say I've had some other patients who I placed. So for a while, I wasn't crazy about the slings that were out there. We tried the Advance, didn't work. I had 5 or 6 patients and I sort of gave up on that. And so put in a lot of sphincters way back when. And then say 5, 6 years later, his sphincter developed a leak. We reevaluated him, look in there, he had a great Kegelman. I mean, I look in there and go, wow, this is great. And I said, do you want to try and do a sling? Because you look like you have a great anatomic setup for placing a sling. So we went in and we placed a sling. I never touched his sphincter at all, and he was completely dry. And I never touched the sphincter again. And he went from having an artificial sphincter first to now placing a sling secondarily and having complete dryness and never had to do anything else again. So either one does not preclude using the other one. Obviously, what you want to do is figure out what's the best option for the person that gives them the best outcome to have one surgery, because I just want to do one surgery if we can help it. And I'm sure every patient does too. Yeah. So we try to pick the best one first, but either one does not burn a bridge for the other options available. Okay. And then there's another word I see online with a lot of surgical procedures. I see it for a lot of things. And use the word too, erosion. So could you just translate? Does erosion mean that the device is going into the tissue, or does that mean the tissue is eroding? Just so when people are reading side effects, what does erosion mean to you when you get something placed surgically and suddenly erosion happens? What does that mean to you? Right. So it is different in different types of surgeries. So when we talk about the incontinence world, the urethra is a tube. Imagine like a garden hose. And what an artificial urinary sphincter is, we are wrapping, a cuff around that, and that is going to create pressure on that area. So it's going to have pressure, almost 24 hours, 7 days a week. And what can happen is that continual pressure on the area can thin out the tissue. And if there's a certain wall thickness to the urethra, and if it wears through that tissue, suddenly it gets into the lumen of the urethra, and now you can see it. So the artificial sphincter cuff has, over time, probably created some ischemia or wear on that area and thinned out the tissue. So now it's worked its way into the urethra itself. You can also have that from having the sphincter turned on and then a Foley catheter, urethral catheter in place. I got some internal and external putting pressure on that area, and we can have an erosion of the artificial urinary sphincter that way as well.
Okay.
So for some patients who are at high risk, like those who had radiation therapy, we oftentimes do what's called nocturnal deactivation, which we try to teach them to turn off the sphincter at night when they're laying flat. They tend to be dry. So if we can teach them to turn it off at that time so that the urethra can, breathe, so to speak, and blood can flow through more easily, that may preserve the integrity of the tissue. There's no research out there. There's no papers out there on that. That's kind of just a gestalt of saying, hey, we don't need it while you're sleeping. Can you give the urethra a break? So we try to do that in patients who are facile with their hands and can learn and learn to deactivate it. And that seems to work well.
Okay. I don't know if I should bring this up or I should just let you do it during the 10-minute extra time we're going to have, but I'm kind of sorry I didn't bring it up. I just don't know if you wanted to comment on it. Even from friends of mine that have had surgery and other procedures, they'll talk about climacteria. So they'll spill urine when they climax, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times if they're not told ahead of time, it's scary because that's the situation I ran into even with some friends where they said, what is this? And I thought it had been explained, but in a couple instances it hadn't been. And it's in your write-up in your bio, you talk about foreplay incontinence, but you also talk climacteria. Can you just briefly talk about that? Because that's becoming sort of a more common theme on the internet, patients suffering from that. And who do they see about that?
Foreplay incontinence is when you get aroused. Again, the idea is that you're relaxing smooth muscle to maybe have blood flow to go to the penis. Well, you may be relaxing the smooth muscle of the bladder neck as well. And so that some urine may leak out into the urethra and then, leak out through the penile urethra out to the penis. And that's foreplay incontinence. And, we developed a sort of questionnaire or grading system of that, have, 4 different grades for that. But that's a real thing. So patients will describe up to 38% of the time having foreplay incontinence. And that can be pretty bothersome. Imagine, your partner, your spouse, you're trying to be romantic and suddenly you're all wet down there. I mean, patients are mortified by it. And as urologists, we were not trained to recognize that as an issue, but that has become something that's come up. And then climacteria is when you have the sensation that fluid may come out. Now, the prostate is what makes the fluid. So when we normally have climax, the prostate produces the seminal fluid. That's what nourishes the sperm. That's the prostate's function is to make that fluid. It's a gland. When that gland is removed, you'll no longer have climax. But what does happen to some men is that when they climax, fluid may come out. Now, there are some bulbourethral glands that are there. We don't think that that's what that really comes from. We really think it is likely urine that is being passed.
Yeah.
And, patients will say, upwards almost 40%, up there's near 50% sometimes. In some studies will say that they have climacteria. For some patients, because they expect to have fluid come out at that time, it doesn't bother them that much. So they don't complain about it. So the bother rate is really more in the 20-25% range rather than that everybody's bothered by it. So those are real entities that occur. Now there are simple things to manage it, like empty your bladder before you're sexually active and the like. But for some men, even that doesn't seem to help. So there are some reports of the male sling being effective for that. The artificial sphincter may also be effective for that. There's also a new technique out there called the mini jupette, which is an inflatable penile prosthesis, and adding a mini sling, right across where we place the prosthesis, that will create some compression of the urethra, so that when you have the prosthesis either partially or fully inflated, it will close off the urethra, so that it may limit the amount of fluid or eliminate the amount of fluid that comes out through the urethra when you're being active. And that's the mini jupette, which we can talk about later if you want to do that.
Okay, so at least as much as people talk about them, if it's severe, either of those, the foreplay incontinence, the climacteria, if it's severe, there are options. That's the point, right?
Yes.
And if it continues for a long time or gets more severe, that should be talked about, because you also hear of the guys who have it, soon after a procedure, and then seems to be better. I don't know if you have any comment on that, or maybe they live with it. I don't know, but it's an interesting phenomenon that it's starting to get more attention. The last thing I'll leave you with is anything in the future that we're going to see in incontinence that's going to be mind-blowing, or is there something you're watching over the next few years that would be interesting for prostate cancer patients in terms of treating incontinence as a side effect, or you just think what we have will be upgraded in terms of just a little bit better?
No, it's a good question. There are newer, the engineers are trying to develop improvements in some of the systems, so that when you look at the implants for ED or the incontinence devices, like the artificial sphincter, there may be some, say, remote type systems that can turn on and turn off the system. So you're not pumping pumps. So it's not a manual thing. It's early in the development phase, but probably in the next year or two, they'll start to have some studies looking at doing that. Like when you look at the erectile dysfunction space, our problem really is the pump, because that's where a lot of our, say, infections or problems come up with that. So if you can eliminate the pump from the scrotum, that may help minimize some of the side effects of infection. So that may be really a game changer there. And the same thing with the artificial urinary sphincter. It's, can you get something where you just press a button and suddenly the sphincter's open, and you don't have to go down and press and pump and do all that. So more news, just keep your ears open. That'll probably come to fruition here in the next year or two. There's another company that right now, there are two companies in the United States that have the penile prosthesis. There's a third company that may come on the market at some point, which may be helpful. They reportedly are trying to develop an artificial urinary sphincter. So maybe a new type of device that's there for us. But again, I don't have any information on how reliable those devices are and what the outcomes are. But there may be some new things out there. And it's always great when you have competition. Competition drives ingenuity and progress. So hopefully, as we have more things that are out there, the companies will work to improve their products.
There's one word I did not use in our entire talk, and I've never asked you this question. And because you're dealing with incontinence and you're dealing with ED and you're dealing with very sensitive issues, do you have any comments on the partners of these individuals suffering through this situation? Do you find, because I remember going back when I did my first book, I remember looking at a study from Memorial Sloan Kettering, and there were other studies, and now I completely agree with all their findings. This is 30 years ago, that when a man is dealing with prostate cancer, and they actually did studies in a close relationship, they did studies on the partner psychologically, in terms of their mental health and sometimes physical, was suffering as much as the man who was going through the suffering. They were, and you've seen this, this. The caregiver is taking care of all of their aspects of their health, plus they're taking notes at all the meetings. So what's your comment on partners watching the men go through this? I guess what I'm trying to go at, do you have any advice for them, or do you actually have partners call you up or just kind of pull you aside once in a while at a meeting or something and say, hey, let me just tell you what's really going on here? Because I've always found it interesting how the partners seem to know everything that's going on. And sometimes, they're the ones that make the call. So I don't know where this is going in my mind, but I just thought I would ask you your perspective on that.
Yeah, no, I think that's very accurate. You'll see there are couples that come in all the time, and using erectile dysfunction as when we say someone comes and they have erectile dysfunction, they've failed everything, and not infrequent will have the patient saying, I would like a penile implant, and you'll have the wife over there shaking her head saying, no, I don't want to do that. Even though he wants to. And the comment usually from the spouse is, I don't want you to go through an operation for me. Like, they feel guilty that their husband or their partner feels like they've got to have an operation to have their relationship, be what it is. And so, I try to, again, I like to have partners, which has been tough with COVID. Now you can't have, a lot of times, family members there, but I think it's a couple's decision, and go through, and I want them both to be on board. And I think that, that helps everybody. It's not, it's really just so that when it's the important time where he wants the ability to feel whole again, that he has that ability to do that. That's what a penile prosthesis is. It's not to set the world on fire, but it's to help him feel better about himself after something that he's lost. I mean, the goal obviously is for them to use it, be satisfied, be happy. I mean, there are some men, we see this from the VA, they have it in, they don't ever want to use it. They just want to have the ability so it's there. I mean, I want those men to then at least be able to use it, feel comfortable with it, because it's really, I mean, the prosthesis and the sphincter, all these things, they're pretty straightforward once they're in place. It's almost like, wearing your watch. You don't even know it's there until you go looking for it. When they need to use the implant, they're going to pump it up, it's going to work, and they'll have the erection whenever they want. But for wives or, partners, I think they go through it because they see their person going through a painful time, and they want them to get better, but not want them to go through something else. And even for incontinence, same thing. It's men trying to figure out, can they trust a physician, a surgeon, to make them better? Because they already went through it once. They said, okay, they talked to the robotic surgeon, and they most time do have good outcomes. And they hope they wouldn't have incontinence, they wouldn't have erectile dysfunction, but they're in the statistic that had it. And so now they gotta say, well, I'm going to trust somebody else to do another surgery on me to try to make me better. So what's helpful for that patient or even the spouse is just, again, to get information, to figure out what the risks and benefits are, and how can is it worth it to go through any of those things? Is it worth it to go through and have an implant? Is it worth it to go through and have an artificial sphincter or a sling? I would say for the incontinent patients, those patients are miserable. I mean, they're living with it, they kind of adjust to it, but you can really make their life better. So going through those procedures, I think you can make an effective and a significant difference in their life. Erectile dysfunction, the same thing. If I've got somebody who's really motivated and they want to, I think it's a great option. Satisfaction rates are 90 to 95% for both patient and partner. So when they're educated and they understand what they're doing, they make the right decisions, and I think they're good, effective therapies for patients.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I have completely broken all records here. I think we're hovering around 2.5 to 3 hours, which makes me feel guilty, because there was the only bathroom break that was taken was by me. I really appreciate all the time. I mean, from the slide presentation to all the Q&A that was thrown at you. I've been doing this a long time with PCRI and a lot of different groups. I've never seen incontinence covered across the spectrum like you covered it. So I really appreciate it. I'm glad you didn't go into pro baseball and you went into incontinence. So Jeff, I really appreciate it so much that I even brought out my Tom Brady Michigan jersey.
That's awesome.
To kind of honor you when he played for Michigan. It's the same last name. I mean, he's the GOAT. So I kind of figure you're the GOAT in incontinence, but thanks, man. I really appreciate the time. I really, really do.
No, it's great. I really appreciate doing it. It's something I love doing. I appreciate giving us the opportunity.
Great. I'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you, Dr. Brady, and thank you, Dr. Moyad. That was so helpful. Our next presentation is a sponsored talk from Janssen Pharmaceuticals, and they will be discussing non-metastatic and early metastatic prostate cancer, presented by Dr. Matthew Rettig, who's an expert from UCLA. I hope you find this informative.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I understand there was a little bit of a technical glitch with the audio, but my name is Matt Reddick. I'm a GU medical oncologist. I work at UCLA, where I serve as the medical director of the prostate cancer program. I also work at the affiliated VA on Wilshire Boulevard, where I run a program, a national program for the VA, which focuses on precision oncology and biomarker-driven clinical trials. So I'm going to be giving an overview of prostate cancer, and I'm happy to go over this topic in some detail and hopefully add some information about some of the more recent approvals and breakthroughs. So the title of this talk is Prostate Cancer, Understanding the Challenges and Powering Yourself. So these are the learning objectives: to provide an overview of prostate cancer, learn about the role of androgens, which are male hormones like testosterone, what the role of androgens do in prostate cancer, and explain the process of disease progression. So the state of prostate cancer is shown here. These are data from 2019 with the incidence in 2019 at 175,000 almost. And prostate cancer is the most commonly diagnosed malignancy amongst men, other than non-melanoma skin cancers. The numbers have actually increased fairly dramatically since 2019. There are almost 250,000 cases that have been recorded for 2021, and even more cases expected in 2022. So this is the cancer-related mortality data. Prostate cancer has remained in the number 2 spot, and you can see in these 2019 data that there were over 31,000 deaths attributable to prostate cancer. In 2021, there are actually over 34,000 cases that have led to the demise of patients. So the numbers are increasing both in the incidence and mortality of prostate cancer. So these are the risk factors for developing prostate cancer in the first place. First of all, age. Prostate cancer incidence rises after age 50, and it actually increases more rapidly with age than any other malignancy. It's also more common amongst African Americans, where the incidence is about double that of Caucasians in the United States. And there seems to be a lower risk amongst Hispanics and Asians. Interestingly, if you look at African Black population and compare them to African American population, African Americans have a much higher incidence of prostate cancer. So there's clearly environmental factors that are playing a role in the incidence of the disease, as well as biological factors. Importantly, geography, as I just alluded to, plays a role in the incidence, with more cases being diagnosed in North America. So the incidence is higher in North America and Northwestern Europe. And the other factors are family history and inherited genetics. So these are similar but not the same. So when we think of prostate cancer that occurs in familial clusters, there can be both a genetic component as well as an environmental component, because families generally are exposed to the same environment or similar environments. Family members will have similar exposures that can drive the incidence of prostate cancer. Inherited genetic changes, what we're talking about here are specific genes that, when mutated, result in a high risk of prostate cancer. So these are hereditary cancer syndromes. And some of the more common ones are the BRCA or BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes, which when mutated result in a high incidence, a high risk for prostate cancer. With family history, there's both the environmental factors and what we call polygenic risk, where there's not one specific gene, but variations of multiple genes that may, in combination, play a role in driving risk of prostate cancer. And then there are other factors that are less well established that have been associated with prostate cancer incidence. I would say that obesity is an important risk factor for the development of prostate cancer, and actually for worse outcomes once the diagnosis has already been established. So prostate cancer symptoms. So most of the time, prostate cancer is diagnosed in men who are asymptomatic by PSA screening, at least in the United States. And however, there are patients who present with symptoms, and they could be symptoms of local disease, that is disease within the prostate that's causing urinary symptoms. For example, problems urinating, especially at night, which is called nocturia. There can be blood in the urine or semen, erectile dysfunction. And when the disease metastasizes, it spreads, it most commonly goes to the bones in 90% of patients who develop metastatic disease. And this can cause pain as well as systemic symptoms such as weight loss or loss of appetite. If there's weakness or numbness in the legs or feet, loss of bladder or bowel function, that's a sign of spinal cord compression. It's pretty rare to present with spinal cord compression. I've certainly seen it a number of times, but that would be a fairly advanced state of the disease. So in terms of screening and diagnosis, first, of course, there's the PSA. This is a secreted protein. It's only secreted by prostate tissue, so it's very specific for prostate tissue, not necessarily prostate cancer. Both benign and malignant prostate cells can produce PSA, although non-malignant cells usually do not result in PSAs that are much over 10. That would be pretty uncommon. So as the PSA is higher and higher, there's a greater likelihood that the rise in PSA or the higher than normal PSA actually represents prostate cancer. And there's a threshold for what we call normal at 4, but it's clear that men who have a PSA that's less than 4 can have prostate cancer. And if the PSA is greater than 4, especially in the 4 to 10 range, most men actually do not have prostate cancer. So that's important to keep in mind. And the PSA screening is something that should be strongly considered for men, especially if there is a family history of prostate cancer or other cancers. That would be a patient that ought to strongly consider PSA screening. The digital rectal exam really has not much role in the diagnosis of prostate cancer. It can be done, but it's actually not recommended as routine screening for prostate cancer. And then there's the prostate needle biopsy. This is done to establish the diagnosis. Classically, it's done with ultrasound guidance, but now we have better approaches, more accurate approaches that involve both ultrasound and MRI. So a patient who comes in with an elevated PSA will frequently, at least at UCLA as an example, have an MRI of the prostate to try to identify regions that might represent high risk of prostate cancer and aggressive prostate cancer. And nowadays, those MRIs are loaded into an ultrasound machine so that the MRI image is viewed in real time while the ultrasound guided biopsy is being performed, so that the needle can be directed into the region of interest that may represent a high-risk prostate cancer on the MRI. In addition, the role of the PSMA scan, the prostate-specific membrane antigen PET scan, is evolving so that it may play a role ultimately in the diagnosis of prostate cancer, and studies to evaluate that are ongoing. Typically, there's with an MRI biopsy, we call it a fusion biopsy, where the image of the MRI is fused to that of the ultrasound. There are biopsies of the target region, the abnormality that's seen on MRI, as well as systematic biopsies in other areas within the prostate that are not necessarily identified on the MRI. And we know that about 15 to 20% of high-grade prostate cancers may be found in regions other than the targeted region that was identified on the MRI. So that's important to keep in mind. So in terms of the approach to the diagnosis, men can deal with it in many different ways. I think taking a proactive approach to fight the disease, as shown on the left, is a very reasonable and appropriate approach. Patient takes control of the diagnosis and plays an active role in asking questions and trying to identify the best treatments, sometimes getting second and third opinions. Other patients take a more practical approach without any emotion. Some are confused and simply want the doctor to take over and don't ask many questions. I'm not sure that is an ideal approach. And then lastly, patients who really feel hopeless and there's as if there's no choice but to go through the whole process. This can happen especially at the outset when a patient is hit with the diagnosis of prostate cancer. But it's important to remember that the overwhelming majority of patients can do well with this cancer, even when it's metastatic for many, many years. And we're improving outcomes of patients with advanced prostate cancer all the time. And I should point out that just a couple of days ago, the PSMA-based radioligand therapy was FDA approved. So that's coming and should be available to patients as a way of treating advanced prostate cancer. So let's talk about the role of androgens or male hormones. So in this schematic, what you see on the right is MCRPC. It stands for metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. The terminology is not that palatable using the term castration, but it is accurate. And for the purpose of this talk, let's use that term, understanding that it's not an ideal term. So MCRPC is the state of the disease that is the lethal form of prostate cancer. So the mortality related to prostate cancer is attributable to MCRPC. And what we want to do is try to avoid or delay the development of MCRPC. And you can see the two precursor states in the bubbles that are on top of each other. The light blue bubble, which is metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer, and the purple bubble, which is non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. So those are important states, and we'll go into those in a bit more detail in the upcoming slides. On the left, you have localized prostate cancer, where the vast majority of patients are at the time of their initial diagnosis. And when patients undergo definitive therapy, such as surgery and or radiation, about 1 in 3 overall will develop a recurrence. And that recurrence is nearly always initially manifested by a PSA failure, PSA going up. And we call that a biochemical recurrence. So in order to identify prostate cancer, its recurrence or progression, we have the PSA, as I mentioned, which is used to follow patients after surgery or radiation. Of course, after surgery, should not be any prostate tissue. So any PSA that's essentially other than undetectable, with some rare exceptions, represents a recurrence. Imaging is also done. As I said, we have conventional imaging, such as the bone scan, CAT scan, or MRI, but now we have newer technologies, advanced imaging techniques, such as PET scans, with the latest and greatest being the PSMA PET CT scan. So I mentioned this a little while ago, but PSMA stands for prostate-specific membrane antigen. Membrane is the wall of the tumor cell. And this protein, PSMA, is embedded into the wall of the tumor cell. And there's a floppy end that sticks out. And that has been used and exploited for the development of a PET imaging approach, where there's a probe that attaches to the PSMA protein that's sticking out of the tumor cell, and that probe emits a signal that is detected on in a PET CT scanner. The important feature of this is its accuracy, its sensitivity, and specificity. It can identify metastatic lesions when conventional imaging approaches do not. It can also take a patient who is thought to have metastatic disease, say on a bone scan, which is not very specific, and actually downstage them and determine that the patient does not have metastatic disease. So I have seen situations where a patient comes in and has had a bone scan, they come to see me and they think you have metastatic disease. The picture really isn't that clear, and a PSMA scan is done and demonstrates the absence of metastatic disease. So the PSMA scan was approved over the last couple of years, and it has an FDA label or approval for the initial staging of prostate cancer and at the time of PSA or biochemical recurrence after surgery or radiation. So in terms of localized prostate cancer, the goal is to either treat it with curative intent for the more aggressive or high-grade lesions versus active surveillance in patients whose tumor biology is not expected to affect the patient's life expectancy, and the disease is more likely to remain quiescent. And those three options of active surveillance, surgery, or radiation are all important considerations. And those discussions about what is best for a patient needs to be had and takes into account several factors, including the aggressiveness or grade of the cancer, the so-called Gleason score, the PSA, the clinical stage, as well as other molecular factors that can be used to help risk stratify patients and determine what is the best option for any given patient. So turning to androgens, male hormones are androgens, and testosterone is the primary androgen. The testicles produce about 90 to 95% of the circulating androgens, and androgens are a part of a normal physiologic function in the prostate to help maintain the viability of prostate tissue. And when the way androgens work is that they circulate and get to the target tissue, such as prostate cells. They get into the cell and they bind to and activate the male hormone receptor, the androgen receptor. And it's the activated androgen receptor that regulates the expression of genes that in turn drive the proliferation and survival of cancer cells. So the concept of inhibiting androgen production or action is the basis for all of our hormone therapy for prostate cancer. So, as I said, ADT or androgen deprivation therapy is really the cornerstone of the medical therapy for prostate cancer. For localized prostate cancer, it's largely used in conjunction with radiation therapy for patients who have what we call intermediate or high risk prostate cancer, where the hormone therapy is given for between 6 months and 3 years, depending upon the aggressiveness or risk of the cancer, as well as the type of radiation therapy that's used. When patients have metastatic disease, androgen deprivation therapy with agents that suppress the production of testosterone by the testis is the cornerstone or backbone of the treatment. And those are usually agents that are given by needle or parentally, such as leuprolide or goserelin. And now we have an oral one called relugolix, which can also be used and is very effective at suppressing male hormone levels, testosterone levels. So I kind of alluded to this already. The androgens circulate, they bind to the androgen receptor, which in turn activates genes that are involved in the proliferation and survival of cancers. So that's what androgens do, and that's why we block their production or their action. In terms of their production, as I said, we have the androgen deprivation therapy drugs like the leuprolides or the new oral agent relugolix. And for the blockers of androgen function, we have the so-called lutamides. So these are bind to the male hormone receptor and prevent androgens from binding, and therefore prevent the action of androgens on the androgen receptor. These are the lutamides, the first generation lutamides, which are fairly weak in their inhibitory effects, are bicalutamide, flutamide, and nilutamide. The second generation, the newer androgen receptor blockers or antagonists are apalutamide, enzalutamide, and daralutamide, and are now used as part of the therapy for metastatic prostate cancer, advanced prostate cancer. So let's talk about disease progression. So the overwhelming majority of patients who have prostate cancer respond to androgen deprivation therapy, ADT, the leuprolide-like drugs. Ultimately, however, the tumor adapts to that treatment. And when it adapts to it, it starts to grow. And that's almost always initially manifested by a rise in PSA, followed by scans showing more disease. And that state is what we call the castration-resistant state. And when patients have castration resistance, they may have metastatic disease, which is called metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, or the progression of the cancer is manifested by a rise in PSA only without evidence of metastatic disease on conventional scans, and that's called non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. So the non-metastatic castration-resistant space is very important to understand and recognize, as it is a precursor to the metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer state, which, as I said, is the lethal form of the disease. So let's define what it is. So first of all, it's castration-resistant, which means that there's some evidence that the cancer is not responding to the castration-based therapy, the therapy that lowers testosterone. And when we do regular conventional scans, such as a CAT scan or a bone scan, we do not see metastatic disease. So it's non-metastatic and also castration-resistant. And we have a number of therapies that are male hormone receptor or androgen receptor blockers that have received regulatory approval for non-metastatic CRPC because of their ability to markedly delay the onset of metastasis and also improve overall survival. The non-metastatic CRPC state has a variable prognosis. As you can see here, there are some patients who have very aggressive disease, and actually about 1 in 5 can die within 2 years. And about half the patients will develop a bone metastasis within 2 years. Now, there's the 2 factors that will predict for the time to the onset of metastasis. One is the PSA doubling time, and the other is the absolute level of the PSA. And I use what's called the 10-10 rule. So if the PSA doubling time is less than 10 months, or the level of PSA is greater than 10, that patient will have a higher risk for the early onset of metastasis. With the PSA doubling time representing the more powerful predictor. So on the one hand, if you have a PSA doubling time of 3 months, the median time to metastasis is only 9 months. If the PSA doubling time is 4 years, it may mean, 15 months, it may be more than 4 years before a metastasis will develop. So it's important to keep this in mind. This is a heterogeneous population with some patients at risk for early onset of metastasis and others that are not. So ultimately, patients can progress to metastatic prostate cancer, irrespective of whether they have received prior androgen deprivation therapy, ADT. For example, at the time of diagnosis of prostate cancer, the patient may already have metastatic disease. Alternatively, the patient may have been treated with surgery or radiation with the intent to cure, and then over time, the PSA comes back, but there's no treatment, and ultimately the patient develops metastatic disease. So you can see these 2 different paths to metastatic disease, one in which the patient is diagnosed with metastatic disease at the time of the initial diagnosis, and the other population where metastatic disease develops after initial therapy for localized prostate cancer. So when it's metastatic, at least initially, it's typically castration sensitive. So this is a situation where the patient has metastasis, for example, to the bones, the most common organ to which prostate cancer cells metastasize. And when they initially develop metastatic disease, they will be treated with medical or surgical approaches to lower the serum testosterone, a castration-based therapy, and the patient is responding to that therapy in the overwhelming majority of cases. So that's called metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer. And like non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer is a precursor to metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, the lethal form of the disease. So the 2 scenarios that I gave you for how MCSPC can develop are shown here at the bottom. One is the patient who is diagnosed with prostate cancer, and at that time the patient has metastatic disease. That's called de novo metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer, as opposed to the patient who's been previously treated for his prostate cancer, for example, with surgery or radiation, and develops metastatic disease. That's recurrent MCSPC. And interestingly, recurrent MCSPC has a better prognosis than de novo MCSPC. Usually when we think of a recurrent cancer, we think of one that is more aggressive, but in this particular state of the disease, recurrent metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer has a significantly better prognosis than the de novo MCSPC. So when considering treatment for prostate cancer, this is referring to any state or stage of the disease, we take into account various factors, including the patient's age and expected lifespan. I tell you a story where I was working at the VA clinic, and this was about 20 years ago. And the patients would check in with a card that had their information embossed on it, like old credit cards, and you'd swipe it, and it would indicate the last two digits of the patient's year of birth. And I call the patient, and he comes in, and I see that his PSA is 13. And I look at him, he's wearing his jeans and high tops, and sits down. And I said, sir, this is seems to be wrong. It says you're born in 96. And this was about 2001. So, sir, you're not 4 years old. And he says, no, you're right. I'm 104 years old. I'm a World War I veteran. And I looked at him and I said to myself, who is screening a 104-year-old for prostate cancer? Anyhow, we sent him on his way. But the point here is that we do need to consider age and life expectancy in our approaches to prostate cancer, irrespective of the stage of the disease. And we take into account other illnesses, what we call comorbidities, whether the cancer is high grade or low grade. So low grade tumor that's localized to the prostate would probably be treated with active or managed with active surveillance. And then, of course, the benefits and complications of therapy are considered in selecting the optimal treatment for any given patient. So these are the two important states that have been emphasizing the metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer, or MCSPC, and non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, which are both precursors to the MCRPC, metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer state, that is the lethal form of the disease. And you can see that the treatment for these entities is really using multiple agents at the same time, and not just androgen deprivation therapy. So for non-metastatic CRPC, we have 3 of these anti-androgens, the so-called lutamides, second generation lutamides, which when added to ADT, delay the onset of metastasis and improve overall survival. The delay in metastasis is about 2 years, so it's quite significant. For metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer, androgen deprivation therapy alone is no longer sufficient. It really isn't, and patients should be offered at least one other treatment. Interestingly, what we know, and we've known now for about 3-4 years, that and with chemotherapy, it's more like 7 or 8 years, that adding a second drug to androgen deprivation therapy for metastatic CSPC markedly improves overall survival, and that the benefit of the adding a second drug is far greater than reserving that same drug for when the patient develops metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. So early treatment with multiple drugs is really the standard that should be used for the overwhelming majority of metastatic CSPC cases. We're now learning that even 3 drugs is better than 2 drugs. There's recent data that suggests that adding a hormone therapy, an androgen receptor antagonist, so-called lutamides, to chemotherapy improves survival even more. So my advice to any patient is to empower yourself to manage the disease. And there are 3 areas where patients can struggle. One is confusion about the states of the disease and the treatment options. So I've given you all these terms. Hopefully some of it has sunk in. There's non-metastatic CRPC, metastatic CSPC, metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. And the treatments for these different states of the disease are changing all the time. Newer approaches that improve outcomes are being instituted all the time. And now we have the regulatory approval of a PSMA-based radioligand therapy just a couple of days ago. So you can see the landscape of treatment is evolving constantly, and that's a good thing. Another issue is not getting an understanding of what the future holds and how the cancer progresses. Hopefully I've given you some insight in how the disease progresses over time. And I think it's really important to understand that and have an appreciation for what it means to progress to the metastatic stage, especially the metastatic castration-resistant state, which is the most lethal form of the disease. So ask questions, do your own research. I think if you're listening to this talk, you're probably someone that asks questions, does your own research, often seeks a second opinion. That's a great idea. And see how the treatments can affect your health and quality of life. So it's not just quantity, but also quality of life that needs to be balanced. And I think that a lot of physicians, when they make recommendations, may focus purely on quantitative improvement in survival. And for some patients, it's quantity, and in some patients, it's mostly quality. And there's a balance that needs to be reached. And I think your physician needs to listen to you, the patient, to get an understanding of what your goals and preferences are. Work with your physician to make health decisions that are in alignment with your lifestyle, as I just indicated. And knowing what your health status is really important for healthcare discussions. Knowing what your other medical problems are, the medications that you take, because there can be important drug interactions that need to be considered in recommending therapy for your prostate cancer. Of course, once you're on treatment, you have to ask the question, is the treatment working? And how are we assessing that? Typically, we use a combination of three factors: how you're feeling, so your symptoms, the PSA, and finally the scans, with I think the scans being the most powerful objective evidence for how well the disease is working. It should ask what the options are, not only standard of care options, but also potentially clinical trials. You need to know where your cancer is and how to optimally detect spread of the cancer. And if you don't have a metastatic disease, how can you prevent it? What interventions can forestall or prevent the onset of metastatic disease? So these are patient resources. I think the American Cancer Society is a great resource. The National Comprehensive Cancer Network is also a great resource. It's nccn.org. And they have a patient information sections for various cancers. So that's another great source in addition to those that are listed here. And finally, I just want to say thank you for listening. Hopefully, I've enlightened you a bit about the various stages of the disease. It's a complicated disease in which there are different states, castration sensitive versus castration resistant, as well as different stages, how advanced the cancer is, metastatic versus non-metastatic. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rettig. If you would like more information about that presentation, you can visit the Janssen booth in our exhibit hall. All right, our next speaker is one of PCRI's all-stars, Dr. Eugene Kwon. But before we get started with him, I just want to remind everybody, go to the exhibit hall. On our conference webpage, you can find lots of helpful resources, information about treatments, payment assistance programs, and much more. Okay, back to Dr. Eugene Kwon. He is a world-renowned urologist from Mayo Clinic. He has incredible expertise in imaging and immunology and much more. And today he will present the latest information in prostate cancer imaging, treatments, and most of all, patient empowerment, which is what PCRI is all about. Right after his talk, the Q&A session with Dr. Moyad will begin, and you won't want to miss it. All right, without further ado, here's Dr. Kwon.
Hey, Eugene, this is my dog. This is our mascot. What do you think of him?
What is the dog's name?
His name is Grazie, like in Italian. Thank you.
Oh, Grazie?
Yeah.
Grazie, like Godfather?
Like grazie.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Grazie. Grazie, can you see me? Can you? Oh, you can see me. Can you see me, Grazie? Grazie, look at me. Look at me. Here I am. Okay, P. P.
I've never seen him react to anybody in the computer. That's unbelievable. This is a good way to start. Now I got to hand him back to my wife. Otherwise, he's going to lose it. Before we start, it's Dr. Kwon and some of the members of the PCRI team, the well-known members. If you don't know who they are, just look at their picture online and you will figure it out. And I can tell you that we are coming live from the Mayo Clinic at the most prestigious office in the Mayo Clinic, and that's Dr. Eugene Kwon's office. Look how big an office they gave him in such a pretty window. But the truth is, we decided that Dr. Kwon has done so much for the PCRI. We all had a huddle before this interview, Eugene. Can I call you Eugene? I've known you forever. I can call you anything, right?
Right.
Okay.
I respond to anything.
All right. So we decided, what is the best gift that Eugene Kwon could get that no one's ever given him? So that was the thought, and everyone back to the huddle, to the board, and said, all right, we all voted unanimously that this was the best possible gift. So feel free to open it, and I'll give you a hint. It's not a puppy.
Hey, here we go.
Remember, the rules of getting gifts is that even if you hate it, you got to pretend like you like it. So anyone who watched the last video with Dr. Kwon and PCRI knows why this gift is appropriate and that he will cherish this gift for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Okay.
It looks like an advertisement. All right.
So show the audience the t-shirt.
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
Says, I do the doctor thing to support my guitar habit. Isn't that true?
It is. It's absolutely true. There's no question that I love playing music, and I have a little recording studio, and I like recording music, and writing music, and this is it. I mean, I aspired to be a rock star, but I had all the equipment, I had all the energy, I had all the passion. I just didn't have enough talent.
Well, I mean, Eugene, are you going to wear that shirt, or are you just going to put it in a drawer someplace?
No, I'll wear it. I'm a t-shirt kind of person.
Okay, but no one's.
I'll do a selfie one of these days, and I'll send it to you just to prove the point. All right.
Yes, because realize that in today's world, nothing really shows more love than a selfie. Okay, so before we start, I'm going to give you a Moyad quiz. Are you ready for it, Eugene? And I'm letting this, so don't Google it. All right, here's my first question. What is the unofficial mascot of Grinnell College? Now, Grinnell College is where you went to college in Iowa, right? That's a Division III school. Right?
Right.
Okay, so what is the unofficial, because they really don't have an official one if you look online, but they have an unofficial one, mascot of Grinnell College. 5 seconds. What do you think it is?
I have no idea.
Alex and Peter, can you help him? No, I bet you can't. So I knew you were going to get this wrong. And so I put, sorry, it's the fox squirrel is the unofficial answer. The fox squirrel, the nemesis of my dog, is your
I have no idea
mascot.
what a fox squirrel is.
If you go look at Grinnell College, it says everywhere squirrel unofficial, squirrel unofficial. And I just thought, I bet you all you did was just study chemistry the 4 years, so you never paid attention to what the mascot was. That was my guess.
I was recruited for the football team, and I was asked to be a running back.
Really?
And my friends dragged me out there to one of the games. They were on the football team, and during the game, they left the football team on stretchers, or the game on stretchers. And I decided I wasn't going to join the football team. And as a matter of fact, in the most recent alumni magazine, the headline in the alumni magazine was Grinnell won its first football game in 1,000 days.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's right up there with Michigan.
Yeah. Big Ten champs. You can't take that away from us, even though I know you like to in text all the time.
Yeah.
All I know is before the interview started, we stumped the great Dr. Eugene Kwon. He did not know that the fox squirrel is the unofficial mascot of his alma mater. You're going to get a ton of letters from Grinnell that says, shame on you.
I get a ton of letters that say donate.
All right, I'm going to get you a fox squirrel for our next interview. All right, I'm ready when you are. Let's get this thing started. All right. What's my quick introduction? Everybody knows that I hate introductions. You can see all the information online. Dr. Eugene Kwon's bio is the size of the book War and Peace. It's gigantic. Some highlights for me is that I would say not just that he studied chemistry at Grinnell, the fact that he spent a lot of time in Iowa. That's interesting, right? You were at University of Iowa. You were a Hawkeye. So you went to probably the second best Big Ten school, which is not bad. And then lo and behold, I think you've been at Mayo most of your career, but people don't know that you're a professor of not just urology, but you're also, and we'll get to this later, you're a professor of immunology, correct?
That's correct.
So that was purposeful, right? Because you wanted to spend a large portion of your career studying the immune system and immune boosting or immune fighting, cancer fighting drugs that are immune based, right?
Yeah, so the reason that came about was because when I was at NIH, I started a collaboration with a gentleman who was brilliant, and he was at Berkeley. And at that time, he had no reason to work with me because he was so brilliant, but I misrepresented myself to him over the phone. And I said that I thought that his research was cool and that I want to collaborate on some projects and that I was at NIH. And this was at the behest of my boss at NIH, who was also with the National Academy of Science. So my boss said, you can set up whatever project you want, you can pick whatever collaborators you want, and we will underwrite it. So during that phone conversation, I convinced this guy from Berkeley to work with me. And that person was Jim Allison, who won the Nobel Prize last year.
Yeah.
And we started together working on a project that he had already, started to do a little research on. And I just happened to be there when he started to explore the concept of checkpoint blockade. And he had just identified the first molecules. And so we worked on this together. And with his collaboration, I was able to write a paper on the topic. And the paper was with the idea of introducing immunotherapy to the field of prostate cancer. And I kept telling him up and down, prostate cancer needs attention. We need smart people like you. We need some brilliant paradigm changes. Please work in this area. And he did. I mean, he worked in the area, and eventually we introduced the checkpoint inhibitors, which became the big treatments for multiple malignancies. It's still being explored for the management of prostate cancer. And I think I have some ideas, and all of us have some ideas of how we're going to bring that to fruition down the road. But the reason I ended up at Mayo with a professorship in immunology is because he wrote a letter and he said, you know, you guys should hire this guy as an immunologist. And he joked to me, he said, as a matter of fact, I wrote in the letter, and they should make you chairman. And so Mayo hired me as a professor of immunology. And actually, for the first 8 years, I was in charge of cancer immunology and immunotherapy for Mayo Clinic for the Cancer Center. Wow. But then as I've gotten clinically more busy for prostate in urology, you know, that's primarily what I've been doing. But I do have a laboratory here. And in the early years when I was here, we made another discovery. I think we have about 4 or 5 publications in the National Academy of Science. So the papers that we discovered here while we were collaborating with Jim Allison after I arrived actually set the groundwork for the next batch of checkpoint inhibitors, which is Keytruda and Opdivo, nivolumab and pembrolizumab. And that work, basically, we made the clinical observations talking about the relevance of those molecules inside of humans. Up until our papers, everything was more at the murine model levels, but we didn't know if these things were clinically operational. Did they really have impact in humans?
Yeah.
So my group published a paper on PD-L1, which was B7H1 at the time. And then that launched the whole checkpoint blockade in terms of pembrolizumab, nivolumab, PD-1, PD-L1 pathway. The scientific work, however, is undisputably, it belongs to Jim Allison, Arlene Sharp, Gordon Freeman, and Li-Ping Chen. Those are the 4 giants scientifically that did all of the basic science work. My contribution was just making the observation that these things are probably operational in human beings and kind of bringing clinical attention to these molecules.
So we're going to go to immunology at the end of this interview. I have it on my list because I still think it's exciting. It's got to work out some cobwebs, but we'll cover some of the drugs and what you think about them and where it's going. I do want to give a quick introduction that you're going to notice something very strange about Dr. Kwon today. If you've been following Dr. Kwon at the PCRI or any of his videos, he generally has somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,500 to 4,000 slides per hour. He has so many slides. He has more slides than anyone I've ever met. And to his credit, he always gets through them, even though I tell him before, there's no way in HE double toothpicks you're going to get through these. So I would say you've contributed hundreds upon hundreds, maybe thousands of slides to the PCRI and the videos. But like with Nick Vogelzang that I did an interview with for this conference, I said, you know what? What people don't appreciate about Dr. Kwon is that when I'm talking to him every once in a while on the weekend, because he loves to talk to me because he thinks I'm his best friend. So what I say to him is that we just kind of go back and forth about the state of prostate cancer. And I've always thought to myself, it would be a dream of mine that someone would listen into the conversation to hear about some of the interesting things I learn and sort of I think that we go back and forth on in terms of your thoughts on prostate cancer. And slides to me don't convey that. Slides to me have done everything for you. They've conveyed how amazing you are, your contributions, but your off the cuff answers and sort of human approach to not using slides is something I hear from you every month if we talk. So I decided for this contribution this spring to the Moyad Scholz meeting, I said, here's my only rule with you, Dr. Kwon, 0 slides. And we're just going to cover a couple topics and we're going to start with imaging. And he agreed reluctantly. So that's why if anyone gets mad and says, I'm used to Dr. Kwon showing at least 150 slides by this point in the program, this is the reason. We decided this would be the one time he doesn't have slides. Isn't that correct? You agreed with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So let's start with what we said we were going to start with, which is arguably the hottest area in prostate cancer, but in some ways it's also the most controversial. And that's, I put it out here for the audience. We decided to talk about imaging. PET-CT imaging options. And I thought what we would do, because I have to do this thing very basic because I'm not that smart. So I got to go through this in a basic way. I want to go through this alphabetically. First, if you don't mind, I want you to just give an introduction to PET CT imaging and why it's so hot, and then we'll start talking about each one individually and some of the controversies and some of the positives with PET CT imaging and prostate cancer.
I think that it's really important as we talk about this to still realize that the concepts of PET imaging and the utility or the strengths of PET imaging and how it fits into clinical management, all of this is still evolving. I don't want to give anyone the impression that all of these things have already been ironed out and answered. This is still a very fluid field. And the reason it's fluid is because even the concept of PET imaging of prostate cancer didn't exist over 10 years ago. So the first approval for PET imaging was the one that we sought back in 2012 for the choline PET scan. And then subsequently oxumin, which is flucivaclovine, and then the PSMA PET scans, the gallium and then the F18 were introduced more recently. But anyone that claims that they absolutely know everything about PET and all the strengths and weaknesses and all of the abilities of these various agents and its role in medicine, that can't be true because we're still learning right now.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important to understand that.
Well, I want you, what I want you to first to explain from a very basic standpoint is that in the past we always have, it seems like we've always had CT scans, and the CT scans could pick up cancer, but why adding the PET onto it with these tracers like choline and these others? Why has this really been such a game changer? What was wrong with the CT as a standalone, which is still used in clinics as a standalone in some places, but tell us why this is such an upgrade from just getting a standard CT scan.
So I'll kind of clump it together a little bit. So conventional imaging refers to imaging that was used historically for management of prostate cancer. And when we talk about conventional imaging, we're talking about a bone scan typically and a CT scan typically. And some physicians will also add in MRI.
Mm-hmm.
We call those conventional forms of imaging because they existed for a long time. And the problem with conventional imaging in general is that it will show big changes in anatomy, structural defects, things that are getting bigger or smaller. But the one thing it cannot do is distinguish between, is there something live or dead or cancer or non-cancer related in that spot? So for instance, on a bone scan, if you have an abnormality there, you don't know if that abnormality is the cancer that's growing and destroying the bone, or is it the cancer has died and the bone is healing, or did the guy fall down the stairs and break his rib? You cannot make those you cannot distinguish those things.
Mm-hmm.
With a PET scan, not only can you identify sites that look like a tumor, but you can very readily determine, is that tumor alive or dead? And when the tumor is treated, a lot of times that tumor will show changes, sometimes within a week, sometimes less, that shows you that the therapy that is being imparted upon the tumor is either working or it's not working. So that's a big distinction between conventional imaging and PET imaging. Okay. Conventional imaging just gives you kind of black and white shadows to tell you something is there, but that doesn't provide the kind of detail about what is there and exactly, is it alive or is it dead? Is it responding? Is it not? The other part that I complain about with conventional imaging versus PET imaging is a PET scan superimposed over a non-clinical quality CT scan, but it shows everything from your forehead down to your knees in one fell swoop. and it covers soft tissue, organs, and bone all in one imaging session. When you have to go for conventional imaging, if you get a bone scan, you're only seeing bone.
Right.
If you get a CT scan, you're only seeing that part of the body that's being encompassed by the CT.
Right.
So in order to get a comprehensive view of the human body, you need to order multiple scans just to survey those areas. So to me, it's kind of a situation where you can order 3 scans that are not going to provide that much information or all the information you want, or you can order 1 scan that takes 20 minutes to do, and it's comprehensively not only going to survey you from your head down to your knees, but it's going to look at every organ and it's going to tell you, do you have live or dead cancer in those locations?
And
so
and you feel comfortable saying that a PET CT scan will eventually, or is doing everything that a bone scan can do also? I mean,
I think, even when I was a resident, to be honest with you, we had to do all of these radiographic conferences.
yeah.
And we had to stand at the board and they'd say, tell me about this bone scan. And I have to be honest with you, even when I was a resident, even when I ran with all the top people in the field and we held up bone scans, to me, it was almost a little bit like a Rorschach. You'd look at the shadows and you'd say, well, there might be something there. Oh, that's degenerative change. That's actual cancer. It was all speculation. It's not direct. It's not a direct observation of the tumor. So I mean, the one thing I'm confident about is PET should absolutely supersede conventional imaging as the dominant way of assessing patients with prostate cancer. I don't think that's disputable. I don't think that anyone could put up an argument against that. I think it's absolutely the best way of looking at a patient with cancer. There's no question about it. The one thing that's true, though, is it doesn't mean you got to throw the other things away. Those things can still be used as very powerful supplements to evaluation. So you start with a PET scan, you can't quite see what's going on in the liver, get an MRI. Or if you can't see what's going on in the pelvis, get an MRI. Or if some lesion is kind of curious and you're not sure, you might have to get CT or whatever. So I think that PET is the best form of evaluation for a patient with prostate cancer. It doesn't mean that the other modalities are useless, but I think as a frontline tool to assess and manage patients with prostate cancer, I think it's the best.
Well, that's interesting because when I interviewed Dr. Margolis at Cornell and others, they seem to have this feeling that given some more trials that the future of using PET CT with MRI together seems likely. Do you agree with that? Because that's what it sounds like what you were saying right there.
Yeah, there are MR PETs that are already we have an MR PET. MR PET is a way also of basically doing a PET scan, but the framework of the image is an MRI. It's not a CAT scan.
Okay.
It probably has tremendous potential. The downside of it is that you have to be familiar with how to read an MRI, which is slightly different than actually reading a CT scan. The acquisition time for the pictures is much longer. So some of these guys lay in those tubes for an hour and a half, 2.5 hours. That's a long time to lay in a tube.
Yeah.
But my feeling is whether it's on an MRI or whether it's on a CT scan, I think that PET is going to be the king of imaging for patients with cancer. And I think it should be.
Yeah. So before we talk about the different PET CT scans, pros and cons, when we were on the phone the other day, you mentioned the I word, and I didn't know if I wanted to bring it up, but I'm going to bring it up for the sake of, there's transparency. You seem frustrated with insurance. That's the I word. And you know what? I'm not putting you alone on this boat. Every time I talk to people on the side, they're very frustrated with the I word when it comes to PET CT. Can you elaborate on that?
So I think that, the experience with PET scanning and many other forms of treatment of prostate cancer or any other kind of medical illness, you have to have the backing of your insurance company. And I think that patients get frustrated when they understand that something is in their interest and something could help their overall health care, but then the insurance comes back and says, no, you can't have that. I mean, I think it's devastating. I think the average patient says, look, I paid into this forever. I've been a good customer. And now I need to collect on what I've invested in. I need this PET scan. My physician said so. And some of the insurance providers are excellent. And I don't know, obviously, even if I knew, I wouldn't name anyone.
Right.
But the reality is some insurance providers are outstanding and other insurance providers seem to be a little bit more difficult. Some insurance providers will say, no, a PET scan, we're not going to pay for it. And then the patient will file an appeal, and then the company will come back and say, well, the reason that we're not letting you have a PET scan is because it's experimental. And that's not true. That's not true. These PET scans are not experimental. They are FDA approved, and they have been studied, and that's how they garnered FDA approval. So for some patients, the sense is that they have to be pushy to get their PET scans approved. Some patients never succeed with their insurance provider. In my estimation, that's a tragedy because fundamentally, like I've indicated over and over again, I think the best medicine in terms of managing prostate cancer comes from seeing a PET scan to assess what's going on.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of patients that do have to file appeals. And we basically tell the patients, you need to file the appeal over and over and over again, because some insurance companies have already calculated that you're going to give up on filing an appeal after your third appeal. 85% of the people will give up after the third appeal. So if you keep filing and if you keep pushing it, many of the patients can push through that obstacle and get their PET scan approved, right?
Right.
So that's understood. The part that's a little bit frustrating to me is why doesn't it make sense to just let the PET scans be paid for by insurance? Because in the meantime, if they're not paying for the PET scan, what are they paying for? They're fundamentally paying for bone scans, CT scans, and MRIs that not only don't necessarily give you the information, but they also may be giving you the wrong information with regards to management of the patient. So to me, my frustration is, I want this to be win-win. I want the insurance companies to be able to say, you know what, we're giving outstanding care to our patrons and we're doing it cost effectively. I want to be able to say that. I don't see where the cost effectiveness applies when you're ordering 3 or 4 conventional forms of imaging that are obfuscating care or making the care more delayed or irrelevant or whatever. So, I think that's frustrating to me, but I think time will change that. Compared to 10 years ago when I first started talking to you guys, 10 years later, I think more and more insurance companies are waking up to the fact that PET is here, PET is real, and PET is necessary. The reason it's important for your viewers to watch all of this discussion is because these kinds of changes happen at the patient level. And these kinds of changes happen at the level of PCRI. That's what the beauty of PCRI is. And consolidate the opinions and apply pressures on the right type of people to get these kinds of technologies move forward.
Yeah. No, I mean, we have a history of that. I remember going to the head of the FDA with a series of patients to protest basically the non-approval yet of immunotherapy. And lo and behold, we got it. So it's really powerful, but it makes me automatically think, how hard is it if you're one of those people out there who are going to get rejected for insurance coverage, how hard really is it from a patient standpoint to put an appeal in?
It's very difficult. I don't think it's difficult from the standpoint of mechanically writing an appeal and sending it in.
Yeah.
I think that the pain is a lot of these patients are very distressed. I mean, you know, the last thing you want to be thinking about is arguing with your doctors and the healthcare providers about the need to do certain kind of testing. I mean, a lot of my patients are devastated. They feel horrible.
Yeah.
So, you know, taking time out and then hanging on the phone when you know that you should be getting chemotherapy, or, you know, writing a letter or trying to chase all of these people around, I think it's very, very, very emotionally devastating. And I honestly admire my patients because I don't think I could go through that, you know, and I watch my patients go through that, and you sit there and you go, how are these people doing this? But the reality is that for some of these patients, they have to do it. They have to file the appeals. They have to try to get the approvals, and they have to compile the rationale and the letters. We have some letters that are already written and some of the information to put in appeals. I think PCRI should actually collect up from its patient audience letters that they have already written to their insurance providers that have succeeded in getting appeals, and PCRI could generate a master appeal letter. I think that would be very useful, because no one's really sat down and written that based on all of these successful appeals that have happened previously. So I think that that's one way. But what you said about public comment, so whenever FDA and whenever things go out into an approved treatment or whatever, there's usually a period of public comment, and patients have to take part in that. They have to weigh in. So every time a PET scan is approved, there's a public comment site where you can post comments, and you can tell the FDA, tell everyone what you think. That's a very, very important thing to capitalize on.
That's a really, to me, it's already worth a lot of the interview. That is actually a really good suggestion. You know, sometimes they say some of the most simplistic suggestions are the best, and you don't even think about it, but it is true. And I know that Alex Scholz and the team can hear me through this, and I know that the support line helps with all sorts of things, but it would be a good idea to put up a standard appeal letter and with all the right vernacular, the successful ones, and post it online or post it with the team, and we'll call it the Kwon appeal, or we'll give it some fancy name like that behind the scenes. And I think we're definitely going to do that. I love that idea, because what I'm trying to get a sense from you, and I get this from Scholz, and I get this personally when I'm traveling all around too, is that I'm trying to get an idea of these appeals. Are we talking about a game of lottery where everyone that buys in a ticket, you're lucky if you get one winner? Or have you, in your experience, seen that, no, that's actually not the case? A lot of people can ultimately win appeals. I'm not saying the majority, but you see that a lot of them win appeals. Or is this something where it's like a lottery, very few win the game?
I think that generally speaking, I would say that probably 60 to 80% of our patients win appeals, but we have very tenacious patients.
Yeah.
So we have patients that, you know, they file their appeal letters, they write the letters, they call the insurance companies every day, they do due diligence.
I love it.
Some of them have gone as far as engaging their state legislators, and so forth and so on. But I do think that it's not a useless undertaking. The bigger problem comes up that a lot of these people want you to also do peer-to-peer review. We don't like to do peer-to-peer reviews because they will keep you on the phones for 2 hours sometimes.
Can you explain what that means to the audience, peer-to-peer review?
So a lot of times the audience or the patient will be told, Well, all you have to do is get your doctor to call us
Uh-huh.
and we will approve this. So the patients think that we're the gatekeeper, right? They think
Yeah.
we hold the key. And we have to explain to the patients that's not how it works. So a peer-to-peer review is the insurance company will set up a time for us to discuss the case of the patient over the phone. Problem number one usually occurs in the sense that they're never available when we're available. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is usually when we pick up that phone, the person that we have to speak to is not on the phone. So then we have to wait for that person to become available. Problem number three is typically from what I've done with peer-to-peer review, when we speak to the person and we explain it, they already have multiple answers of they're not going to approve this. The patient doesn't qualify, they don't approve it. And then you have to escalate. You have to say, well, I need to speak to your supervisor or whatever. And then you escalate it. And I've been through peer-to-peer reviews in the middle of my clinic, which have taken in excess of 2 hours. And the last person that you talk to, who's the senior most person in the cubicle there, they'll pick up the phone and they'll say, thank you for going over this with us. This is a compelling case. Unfortunately, I do not have the authority to approve this. And then that's the end of the conversation. And I'm not saying that this always happens, but one of the problems is it's a pothole that we don't like to step in because, you know, we have lots of patients to take care of. So I think that for some organizations, doing peer-to-peer is just a way of, you know, kind of sucking the lifeblood out of you, you know?
Yeah.
But I still encourage my patients as much as possible to kind of study up on the topics, study up on the appeal letters. I think organizations like yours can help band together good appeal letters. And then, you know, I think they should at least give it the college try.
Yeah. No, I think that's brilliant. We get so caught up in wanting to talk about the latest, greatest technology, the latest, greatest PET CT, and we can talk until we're blue in the face, but if you can't have access to it, what's the point? So you got to give people access points and how to gain access. And I think about it in terms of an analogy. I think about all these drugs for advanced disease, and Scholz knows this because he's been a master at it, that somebody will say, well, you can't have that drug. And then they put in an appeal and the pharmaceutical company says, okay, we'll give you the drug. And sometimes they'll give it at no charge, like some of the immune therapies that we'll talk about later. So, but this battle goes on every day with imaging options. So at least you just gave us some insight on how to break through there. I did not expect you to say 60 to 80% can win on appeal. I was expecting you to say somewhere about 10 to 20%.
Yeah, maybe if you dragged my actual frontline team in here, they might come in and say, 20 to 30%. But, I've heard from my team that generally if patients push hard, you can get an appeal to approve. Yeah. And I know that even our nuke med people and even our group, we've helped with appeals and so forth. And a lot of our patients do end up getting PET scans. Yeah. But I apologize. I don't know the exact number.
No, that's okay.
Rates of success and so forth. But the reason that the conversation is so important, the appeals are one part of the battle.
Right.
The bigger part, though, is public consciousness. The public has to be conscious of the fact that PET is important, and they're going to have to drive that, because no matter what happens or works tomorrow, every day there's some force that's trying to make this all go backwards.
Yeah.
So in order to keep progress moving forward, I think that as a greater group, people are going to have to get together and say, we don't want conventional imaging to guide our treatment of prostate cancer. We need PET imaging,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just flat out.
That makes sense to me. We even tell people, I'll talk to people and say, just in case just in case you get rejected, ask your practitioner or the medical center how much it costs out of pocket. That is an uncomfortable conversation, but that has to be had every single day.
Yeah.
And then they'll come back and you find out how much they have to pay out of pocket. Sometimes it's not so bad. Other times you fall off your chair going, how can that be the number?
Yeah.
So I think you opened up a door here, which is really interesting, because that was my early work in advocacy was, how do we open these kind of doors? And everyone's so excited about PET CT, and we're going to go over these now in alphabetical order, but at least you gave us some insight on how the heck to get one if you need one and the insurance company says no. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go alphabetically through all the PET CTs that prostate cancer patients can get right now that are getting all the attention. And we're just going to do it alphabetically, because if I don't do it alphabetically, someone's going to write me out there in internet land and said, you're favoring one over another. So I'm going to play it PC, as in PC in the sense of I'm just going to go alphabetically. And interestingly enough, alphabetically, we start with the first tracer known as choline. That was approved in 2012. Was that right? At Mayo Clinic?
Yeah.
So can you tell us about this and tell me, I don't even know the answer to this question. Can I get choline anyplace else but Mayo, or is it only Mayo?
I think that there's several other sites in the United States. I don't know where they all are. For instance, I think that there's one in Decatur. I think that we have Mayo, Arizona, and Mayo, Florida.
Yeah.
That have cyclotrons, and there may be other sites that have choline, but they, I think, probably only started doing that recently. The reason that choline was this way. So the story was that I started working here in 2002, and on our order list here at the Mayo Clinic, we had choline PET scan. But I was not trained at Mayo. I came from Chicago by way of NIH. So I saw that box there and I checked it every time. I just thought, oh, cool. So I started ordering choline PET scans starting in 2005. And year after year, I would be ordering these things and I'd be saying, oh, that's kind of neat. I'll try this. I'll try this. And then sometime around 2010, our nuclear medicine people came to me and they said, you have to go to the FDA with us. And I said, why? And they said, we have to get our choline PET scanner approved by the FDA. And I thought to myself, that's a weird thing. I mean, they don't even know who I am. I don't know who they are. So I said, why do I have to go? And they said, you're the only one in Mayo that's using it. And I said, what? And they go, you're the only one that's using it. And I said, why is that? And they said, we don't know. So I said, okay, I'll go to the FDA with you and I'll try to get it approved. But why are we getting it approved now if I've been using it since 2005? And it was because federal law was that prior to 2012, if you manufacture something within your state, as long as it's not exported out of state lines, you could use it, kind of under home rule.
Yeah.
But as of 2012, that whole thing changed.
Oh.
And anything that went into patients had to be FDA approved.
Mm.
So I ended up being the guy that had to go to the FDA to talk about PET scanning. So we assembled our data and we talked to the FDA, and it became apparent that they did not understand what the potential of PET was for management of prostate cancer. But after a short interaction, they immediately understood that it could be extremely helpful. So we broke the ice. We were the first ones ever to get a PET agent approved for the specific imaging of a malignancy in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Prior to this, however, Europe had a history of using choline PET. And they had already, to some extent, decided it's not very good. So one of the reasons that our experience was great and we got FDA approval, but in the meantime, Europe was saying it was not very good, is because people don't realize this. we were using sometimes fourfold the amount of PET imaging agent concentration wise compared to the experience in Europe. We had higher purity, higher yield, higher concentrations. So our PET imaging with choline was stronger. At any rate, that's how it got approved in 2012. And that was the first PET agent, not only for prostate cancer, but for any malignancy in the world. Subsequently, oxumin, which is flucivaclovine, got approved afterwards. And that's very similar to choline in the sense that it's a metabolic agent. It's something that cancer cells like to eat and swallow and digest.
Yeah.
So it's taken up by cancer cells. So they followed on our approval. They got their approval. But the reason that choline did not spread out to everyone is because the C11 isotope that we use has about a 15 to 17 minute half-life. So you cannot manufacture it and send it. Well, you can send it to everyone, but by the time it gets there, it's going to be dead.
Yeah.
It's not going to be useful. So it had no commercial utility. So that's why we do it at Mayo only, and we don't export it to other people. And that's why there's no company that exports it to other people, because it doesn't have a long enough half-life. In the meantime, the reason it's so difficult and why centers don't have it is you have to have cyclotrons.
Right.
So we have 2 cyclotrons here with 3 hot box rooms. So we actually produce it in our basements at Mayo. A lot of facilities don't have that ability to synthesize and then purify and then put it into patients. You'd have to have cyclotrons, you have to have hot box rooms, you have to have all that. And this is really interesting also. One other advantage that Mayo has is that geographically it's in a boring place. If you're in a boring place and you put all your buildings in one spot, it's easy to get an isotope from the basement to your scanners in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
If you're in a place that's exciting like New York or some of these other big cities, if you produce it and then you have to run it down the street a couple blocks, it's not going to be any good by the time it gets there. So it's fascinating to me because one of the things that, I mean, we're in a boring town as far as I'm concerned, or not as exciting town, but it permits us to do this kind of thing in an incredible degree of efficiency,
Well, but if I go to Mayo site in Arizona, then you got one in Florida, northern Florida.
Yeah.
Can I get it there, or is it just in Rochester, Minnesota?
No, you can get it in Arizona as well as in Florida. They have cyclotrons, they have production facilities, and they have choline PET scan. Yeah.
So let's cover choline for a second. Who is getting, what kind of patients are getting these kind of scans at the Mayo Clinic? I mean, what are we talking about? People who are about to have surgery and radiation, but you're concerned the disease is spread, people that have recurrence after surgery and radiation. Who's getting these things?
So basically, anyone that has rising PSA after failed form of therapy. So if you've had any active therapy or any form of therapy, whether it's localized or systemic, and you have a measurable PSA that requires attention, you can get the choline PET scan. And that's pretty much what we do. However, we do have patients that are suspected of having other things going on with them. They complain of pain, their alkaline phosphatase is elevated, or outside scans show, strange lesions and stuff. And they get PET scans too. And they are found to have active lesions on our choline PET scan.
But the word on the street, as far as the choline PET scan, at least in the past, was your PSA, for example, if you've had surgery or radiation, your PSA has to get really high for it to find something. Is that true, or is that no longer true? What's the deal with that?
So our original calculation was that we thought about 80% of the patients would have an identifiable lesion when the PSA was 2. So when we first started taking patients in, we said, your PSA has got to be around 2. I think that to some extent, that number was a very honest number.
Yeah.
But it became problematic because when we have patients that are trying to travel halfway around the world and planning their trips 3 months in advance, how do you know what their number is going to be when they show up?
Yeah.
So a lot of times if a patient has a rising PSA and, it's a decent PSA of 0.9 point something, and we see that it's rising, we try to calculate approximately when it's going to hit 2, and we try to have an appointment before that, around or before that period of time. But that tends to be really tricky because, as you know, some people can call you last week and tell you my PSA was 1, and by the time they see you, it could be 5.
Right.
So we don't like that to happen because patients then feel that you're delaying their care.
So then that makes me think of 2 things off the cuff. So you're suggesting that kinetics might make a difference. So if you see, even though you might not have a high PSA, but your PSA is moving with nice acceleration upward, is that one of the times that you might use the scan earlier?
Whenever we see fast kinetics, we try to get the patients in as early as possible without really trying to anticipate when they're going to hit a number like 2.0. Because, chances are they're going to hit that number pretty fast. So we just start scheduling the test irrespective of what that number actually is.
And how long is the waiting time right now? Because one of the criticisms, I have 2 things to say that are different islands. One of the criticisms of all these PET CTs is I got to wait 2 months. I got to wait 10 weeks. That's a long time when someone's got a lot of anxiety.
It is. And part of that, we are very sensitive about that. And, as a community, I think that we should be apologetic to the patients because it probably looks like we're delaying their evaluations and care, but that's not really what's going on. These PET scanners have been rolling out slowly, and institutions have been kind of gearing up to do these kinds of studies with high rates of volume and high rates of efficiency. They're not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of patients are having to wait, and a lot of patients are typically having to wait somewhere between 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or longer to get in. Not only for evaluation, but not only for PET imaging, but for evaluation with the physician. The best I can say is everyone's trying to ramp up. Everyone's trying to ramp up in terms of PET. Everyone's trying to ramp up in terms of staff. Part of the problem on our side, on the medical side, is, they've been rolling out these new technologies, but at the same time, they're trying to figure out, what's insurance going to pay for, how many patients are going to be able to get access to this form of care. And so, everyone's working off of a sliding scale that changes from week to week.
Yeah.
If we all knew that this was the main form of imaging, and if this was going to be what everyone is going to pay for from an insurance provider standpoint, then everyone would install PETs left and right. And I'm sure that, people would be able to walk in and get the scan in a heartbeat. Right now, I think that resources are limited throughout the United States.
Well, then just to go back on an earlier comment, this was what was in my head. I call it the PET paradox. And the paradox is this, that, okay, we have all this great technology, you get it approved, but the reality is that many of these patients that have had curative therapy, now they have a rising PSA and it's still very low, right? 0.1, 0.2, it's still very low, but it's moving upward. And they're being told by their radiation oncology people, their PET people, look, just wait it out, let this go a little higher. But they're also being told by other doctors, look, the earlier you treat this thing with radiation, for example, after surgery, the more likely you are to get cure the second time. So they're struggling between two masters. The idea of waiting for the greatest technology around or the idea that the doctor's saying that the earlier you treat this with radiation, for example, after you've had a radical prostatectomy, the more likely you're going to be cured. How do you work that out in your brain? What do you tell people?
I think it's got to be sensory overload for most patients. And I think different patients are built different ways. So I tend to, when I meet with patients, I try to understand kind of what is their greatest fears and what's their understanding and so forth. So as a physician, I tend to be on the side of don't start any treatment until you know exactly what you're treating. There's no question about that. Because from my side of the equation, I don't care what the therapy is that people are about to embark on. If it's the wrong therapy, it's not going to help them. Mm-hmm. And you never know if you're picking the right one or the wrong one until you see the profile of the disease visually on a PET scan. So as a physician, I try to tell my patients, look, I know your PSA is going up and this may take a little bit of time, but it's better to know what you're dealing with up front so that you can pick the right treatment scheme as opposed to just guessing and finding out later that you didn't optimize your care. Having said that, though, just because I say it doesn't mean it's the right answer for the patient. So some patients will absolutely be very anxious about their rising PSA, and they'll want to start some kind of treatment, or they will respect their local doctor and they'll say, my local doctor says I should be doing this. And, it's not worth shattering someone's feelings just to make a point. That's not good medicine.
Yeah.
So with me, I try to explain it. I try to, point people at the videos. I try to lay it out with them. And then and a lot of my patients are self-motivated. They've already done the research. They've already actually asked the question, do I really want to take a guess and treat this, or do I want to figure this out? And most of them have already committed to, I want to figure it out before I treat it. That's why they come see us. Because a lot of the patients that come see us have already met with their doctors and they're like, he wants to shoot at my pelvis and he doesn't even know where the cancer is. So they've already figured that out. Okay. So they're comfortable. But I don't think there's a uniform right answer, but I think that everyone should walk it through with their patient, go through it point by point.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. That's interesting. And then, but okay, let's say they do that and they go ahead and just get treatment. So what do you tell people after they've started, for example, hormone therapy to suppress testosterone, or they started one of the anti-androgens? I mean, once you start these treatments, what do you tell them about PET-CT? We can't use this again for a while. So we don't talk about that enough, right?
When we have a patient walk in that's already on hormone therapy and they never got a PET before, we give them the option. And these typically are patients that are individuals that had zero documentation of relapse. It's different if a guy walks in and his bone scan looked like a Christmas tree. You're not going to tell him, well, hormone therapy is a bad idea.
Yeah.
But if it's a person that's never seen their site of prostate cancer relapse and they had a low PSA and they were just thrown on hormone therapy, we give them the option. You can stay on this until something reappears and it's resistant, or you can come off of your hormone therapy and let us track you like a hawk with repeat PSAs and periodic imaging to look for site of recurrence. And a lot of the patients will opt to come off that hormone therapy,
Really?
Yep.
So let's say a patient's got a PSA of 5,000. He goes on hormone therapy. It goes to 0. It's been staying 0 for a couple of years, which this story is not an uncommon story. And,
PSA of 5,000 is right up there with the bone scan that looks like a Christmas tree.
It is, but you got to admit, you've been around a long time. We've been around a long time. You see PSAs in the thousands.
Yeah.
And it still happens, or you can say hundreds. But the point is they go on hormone therapy. They're getting everything they want. Their labs look good. Their PSA looks good. And we're going to talk about this in a moment. So I don't want to reveal that side of the subject, but just a brief commentary. and they say, look, I've been on hormone therapy for a year and I assume everything's fine, but can you do a PET CT on me anyway, just to make sure it's fine? Is that something you entertain, or you go, are you kidding? That's too much.
So if an individual is on hormone therapy, and if they had very advanced disease to start with, I will PET them. I will still PET them. And the reason why is because PSA is not the singular indicator of disease.
Yeah.
So if it's a young individual that had very advanced disease and they're on hormone therapy, we all as a community already know that subsets of those patients will have cancer come back, sometimes without even producing PSA. And that can be a horrific situation. I have had guys that have PSA of 0 who have gone through the PET scan, who are head to toe metabolic active cancer, just like the Christmas tree, without any measurable PSA. And I covered that in, I think, the third part of the original videos. We have to, everyone's got to remember that prostate cancer is not one cell. It's a population of cells, and there are good guys and bad guys in that population. Some of that population does not make PSA. Some of it does not make any markers. Some of it does not have a hormone receptor, so it's not going to respond to therapy. So even if you're without a PSA, even if you are on treatment and everything looks good, that's not a guarantee that you're out of the woods. Right. Especially if you had serious disease in the beginning.
Okay, so then that means, because you had such a profound statement there, I am going to sidetrack for a second before we go back to PET CT, if you don't mind. Okay. Yeah. So I made this sign because, and I want to caution the audience because I don't want to freak people out. We're still talking about a small percentage of the total percentage, but if you've been around long enough, what Dr. Kwon's saying is this is a real issue that people have to work out. And this is how I came to terms of it. And I wasn't trying to be funny, but it does rhyme. It says, PSA stays low, but the cancer could be on the go.
Correct.
So how am I supposed to know?
Yeah, you have to lift your sign higher.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I can't read it this way. Maybe you can read my sign, but PSA stays low, right? But it's still on the go. So how am I supposed to know? So can you say that again? What people need to understand is there are a lot of people sitting out there with 0.2s, 0.3s. They've had multiple treatments. They're feeling fine. The majority of them, the PSA, I'm sure, is saying everything's fine. But there is, based on the latest research, 10 to 25% that the PSA is staying low, but the cancer is still on the go. So comment about that again, and then what they're supposed to do about that in terms of what do they ask for?
So we actually started a study in-house. It's not published yet, but we've been looking at all of our patients who have gone through PET imaging with a PSA that is either very low or unmeasurable. And out of the entire population of advanced prostate cancer patients who are being treated, who have incredibly low PSAs, I can't remember what we defined, maybe less than 0.3 or less than 0.4 or less than 0.2. Okay. Of them, 12% have metastatic active disease. So it's not a small number. Yeah. It's 12% of the patients. Yeah. So when I meet young people or when I meet people with advanced disease right up front, I basically tell them that it's going to be very essential one way or another that we get a PET scan on them periodically, even when their PSA is very low, because that's the only way that you're going to know whether or not the cancer is under control, period. Yeah. If you can't do a PET scan, then you must do conventional imaging diligently. You cannot, it's shocking to me how many patients we see that come out of the community that are told by their doctor, oh, your PSA is 0, don't worry about it. Your PSA is 0, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And these patients are developing massive recurrences or really nasty recurrences in the absence of a PSA, and they have not had any imaging. Even a CT, a bone scan, an MRI can pick up some of these recurrences. So the rule of thumb for me is if you've had serious disease, if you've received systemic form of therapy at all, even a short interval of hormone therapy, if you've gotten radiation, if you've gotten chemotherapy, if you've been on second generation agents, anything, you got to get imaged fairly regularly, even if your PSA is 0.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you used the word about 5 minutes ago, periodically, and then you used the word regularly. So are you talking about you shouldn't let a year go by? I mean, you can't, I know everybody's different, but periodically means how often should I start thinking about it?
So it's kind of weird because when I was trained at University of Iowa back in the dark ages, which was the 80s, when everyone had nice hair, we were trained as residents, get imaging every 3 months on cancer patients. That was it. I don't know when or where, I don't know how that kind of got marginalized. It seems like with every year that passes, imaging is done less and less and less for prostate cancer. But when I was trained, follow-up was 3 months. The word follow-up was 3 months, every 3 months. So I don't know what's changed, but when I say aggressive follow-up, it's every 3 months or every 4 months, we'll re-image patients. And those are high risk patients, guys that are on active therapy, guys that started with high-grade disease, so forth and so on. For the guy that had a little spot down in the pelvis that was documented, you gave some hormone therapy, shot some radiation, PSA went to 0.
Yeah.
Once a year,
Okay.
once a year. But you have to kind of, if you've had a history of metastatic disease, you better be watching it like a hawk.
Yes.
If you had a little pimple down in your pelvis, probably not so much so.
I know, but you realize what you're saying, Eugene. You're saying once a year, and the thing that holds up the water, DAM well, I'm trying to keep this a clean program.
Yep.
A lot of people that are going to be watching this have been sitting on a nice PSA for well over a year and have had no imaging. Don't you agree?
I think it's a problem, and it's not what we would do. We don't have, in our clinic, we don't have people that we say, I know that there's a tendency to want to do this. I know that even my staff sometimes complains, why do we need to have certain people come back? But the reality of the matter is that you have to you have to at least give the option to the patient and explain it.
Yeah.
Because if you tell a patient you're in the clear, your PSA is fine, and you don't have to come back and see me for a couple years, and in the meantime, if they explode with disease, that's catastrophic.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that's where the upset comes from. To be honest with you, even my diligent follow-up of high-risk guys, one of the biggest sadnesses in my life was when I first started here. I had a very young guy. He had systemic disease. He had PSA of 1,000. We treated him. PSA went right to 0. Everything looked good. He was 50-some years old. And then, I'd bring him back and I'd check him and so forth. And then one day his wife called and he said he's got severe pain in his abdomen. So we told him to go to a local CT, get a local CT in the emergency room. He got the CT, and the CT showed that he had a stone in his kidney. So we thought, oh yeah, that explained it. That's the pain. And he passed the stone. The pain got worse. The wife was very upset for good reason. He was in agony. And we found out, he had liver mets. He had liver mets. And you cannot explain that to a patient. There's no way that you can explain to a patient how you let liver mets get that big and that destructive, and you thought it was okay, So, and a lot of these really nasty things tend to happen to the young guys. because their disease is sneaky, it's poorly differentiated, and it's very, very insidious. So you have to have a very, very high level of awareness or paranoia almost with these younger guys.
Yeah.
So that's, kind of where we developed a lot of our strategies for how we monitor, how we watch patients.
No, this is brilliant, because we could have just done the interview on this, and you and I were talking off camera the past few weeks about how this is sort of the untapped subject in prostate cancer. It just really hasn't trickled into patient advocacy enough and I think it's multifactorial. It's always so easy to blame a medical system or a doctor, but the truth is some of the doctors, like the busiest doctors in the world, yourself, others, I mean, they're dealing with huge amounts of volume. And so there has to be a certain amount of advocacy. So first of all, we have this reliance on PSA. They're being told, and you're told, that when it's low, things are good. And so you kind of rely on that after many treatments. Then you've got a very busy medical system. And then you kind of think about the patient's life. We got pandemics, we've got aging parents, you've got, kids sometimes not acting nice to you. You don't know. You're dealing with life. And then suddenly you wake up and it's 2 years later, the PSA's fine, but you've never had imaging. So I think multifactorial wise, I don't hate to be so PC here, but I think there's a lot of reasons why this has never made it to the mainstream type of discussion. That even when your PSA is low or close to undetectable, after a year or whenever you guys think, you got to have that discussion about when are you going to image me again, right? So what am I missing on that? That's my kind of takeaway from our discussion.
Well, I think that this is why we do these YouTube videos. I don't think ultimately that we're going to be able to change how insurance companies think overall that quickly. I don't think it's easy to change culture and the doctors and how they've organized their practices and all that. I think we have to equip the patients with knowledge of what could happen and let them, kind of drive their care. So if a patient is constantly being told, just rely on your PSA, don't worry about it, I would counter that by saying that's not true. I would say you never reach a point where you cross the line and say, my cancer is gone. That's a mistake. That's an old-fashioned way of thinking.
Yeah.
We've had patients that have had explosive recurrences of their disease 25 years after surgery. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what it means is you always have to keep your eyes on the prize. You have to stay on your toes.
Yeah.
You always have to anticipate the Mercury retrograde, something bad happening.
Yeah. And
you have to know what that means to be cognizant. So what it means to be cognizant or aware is just because your PSA is flat doesn't mean you should never get imaging. You should probably get imaging periodically just to make sure you're okay, especially if you have had a nasty history of prostate cancer, right?
Right.
So that's the kind of message that it'd be nice to get out. And these are all kind of little pearls of wisdom. I thought that for your PCRI thing, we should do a little pearls of wisdom, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there throughout the year.
Yeah.
Here's a pearl, here's a pearl. Because there are a lot of pearls that I think can be life-saving for these individuals.
No, that's a good point. I'll tell you, but Alex and the team do a good job of what they'll do is they'll take these videos, we'll end up talking 90 minutes to 2 hours today, and they'll break up this pearl, this moment where we talk about, like I said, I had to put it on a sign where the PSA stays low, but the cancer could be on the go. So what am I supposed to know? And so this will be a pearl in and of itself. And you have a lot of pearls there on the internet, but this was one I didn't expect to spend so much time on. But truthfully, maybe that's the problem. We just need to spend more time on this. So
there's probably metrics, or not metrics, but indices. So if a guy had Gleason 8, 9, or 10 cancer, they're on that list.
That's right.
If they had systemic therapy, a long duration of hormone therapy, they're on that list.
That's right.
If they were treated with chemotherapy or they had a large mass in the pelvis and it was irradiated, they're on that list. So there are people that are high risk in terms of gonna possibly have a non-PSA recurring form of disease. If their PSA was low in the beginning, but they had a fair amount of cancer, they're on that list because that encompasses small cell, neuroendocrine, poorly differentiated, and the Gleason 10, 9, and 8s, right?
Right.
It's
right.
amazing to me how, I hear these stories of a guy comes in, he's got Gleason 9, his PSA at the time of diagnosis was 2, and he got treated with bing, bing, this or that, and no imaging ever.
Yeah.
They're the ones that explode. So, I think that there are probably people that you need to be more paranoid about. And if they're young, they should try to do everything possible to get imaged as frequently or regularly as possible.
It's funny. You remind me of when I was first starting at Michigan. I've been here almost 25 years. So Ken Pienta was our oncologist at the time. Now he's at Hopkins. And I remember we were sitting down before a meeting and he said, I did a graph of how many people have life-threatening disease in our clinic, what percentage do, and have low PSA. And he came up with this number. I don't remember what it was like 20-25%. And I just went, what? I thought PSA is the end all be all. And, it's incredible. So here's what I did to end this subject. We might throw some more light on it. When I was talking to Nick Vogelsang, I said, okay, and he's in 100% agree with you. He says that we don't look at these patients enough. And I said, okay, but let's say you're Eugene Kwon and you don't have the choline at your beck and call. There's got to be a few labs that also makes you on top of PSA that makes you nervous when they increase. And he said that there were. And I said, what were they? And he did this during our PCRI conference. That's for this conference. He said, well, there's 4 in particular I don't like. And see what you think about this. He said, I don't like when an alk phos just keeps going up. I don't like when an LDH keeps going up. And he said, interestingly enough, I don't like when some of these cardiovascular coagulation markers like fibrinogen or D-dimer change either. And I said, okay, so let me go back in your 4. He said, alk phos, LDH, D-dimer, and fibrinogen. I said, brilliant. We're going to do that as a snippet. And then I thought, I'm going to ask Kwon, does he have any of those? Does he agree with those? Does he use any of his others? Or what's the deal?
I think that Vogelsang's observation is a very smart one. And I can definitely explain that scientifically. Basically, these are inflammatory markers. These are distress markers inside the body. So, it's just like sed rate, for instance. Sed rate probably goes up. Some of the, like fibrinogen and stuff, usually those go up when there's ongoing destruction or disruption in the body. We get alk phos, we get liver function tests, okay, and we get PSA, and we always get testosterone. That's something I always forget to mention during all of these talks. You have to get testosterone to make sure that these patients, if they're on hormone therapy, that it's being maximized, but that's unrelated. So in terms of markers, the one, we don't like alk phos going up. We don't like, PSA going up. But unfortunately, a lot of those markers, I don't think they're very easy to get on every visit, with the insurance company paying for it. So we don't draw them automatically.
Yeah.
We have also obtained periodically neuroendocrine markers like CEA and chromogranin and things like this, or markers of poor differentiation or dedifferentiation. So obviously you don't like to see the chromogranin start shooting up because that could mark neuroendocrine disease coming on. But in general, the observation that Dr. Vogelsang brings up is spot on. I mean, there are probably things that we should be doing, and there's probably indices that we should be following more rigorously, especially for very high risk subsets of patients.
So I'm assuming then what you all agree with is that, let's say you're following these markers, the LFTs, the liver enzymes, you're following, even if you're doing a CRP or a sed rate, let's say you're following LDH or alk phos or fibrinogen, and some of them start to jump, is that an automatic trigger for Dr. Kwon that now, okay, now I'm doing imaging for sure?
Well, I think that if I were seeing things jump, I would get imaging, but I probably am different in the sense that we lead with imaging.
Okay.
We don't think that there's anything in the serum that you're necessarily going to see that is going to rule out metastatic disease on a PET scan. I have seen so many people that walk in with totally normal undetectable PSA and totally normal ALK phosphors, and they just light up our scanner. It's just shocking. And even the liver function, this, Dr. Volzang knows this. Even the liver function test, you can pack a liver with metastases and they look normal.
Yeah.
And you just sit there and go, how is this possible? Mm-hmm. It's just like the patient saying, I don't feel anything. You're sitting there thinking to yourself, how on earth is this possible?
Yeah. No, that's a good point. So
that's why for me, I completely rely upon imaging, because I don't think that there's any degree of insight or experience that can give you the information that you get off imaging.
So since you rely on imaging, do we want to talk about briefly some of these other ones? Because
sure,
a lot of the rules that you stated apply to a lot of these things. So, the ones, do you want to talk a little bit about Acumen or fluciclovine, I call it.
Yeah.
And PSMA. Do you want to tell us a little bit about these?
So, we'll go through. So as I indicated before, the first one that was approved was choline, and I think it's a very sensitive form of scanning, and I think it's proven to be very useful. And I do think that our experience in the Western Hemisphere is different than what the European experience was. I think it's a stronger form of imaging that people are led to believe based on rumors and gossip. However, having said that, the two most recently introduced forms of imaging, PSMA PET, gallium and F18 PSMA PET, PYLARIFY, they're excellent.
Yeah.
And the reason that they are excellent is at least PYLARIFY is commercial, so it's available to everyone. So I remember the guy that invented or established PET imaging here at Mayo, the choline PET, his name's Val Lowe. So I went down one day and I talked to Val and I said, Val, they're introducing PSMA. It's going to compete against our choline. Which one's better? And his response was, the one that the patient can get is the best.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
He didn't try to make it, this one's better than that one. PSMA PET scan is available throughout the United States now. It's an excellent form of scanning. What people have to understand is it's got capabilities of seeing cancer throughout their body. You can get it with a PSA above 0.2. It can identify sites of relapse wherever they are in the body, soft tissue, bone, in the organs, everything. So it's an excellent form of PET scanning. But there are things we do not know. For instance, we do not know in the battlefield here how many patients are going to show up with lesions that appear on a PSMA PET scan. The published reports are something around 10 to 15% of patients will not have cancer show up on a PSMA PET scan. And it's because the marker, which is on the cell, prostate-specific membrane antigen, is lacking on their cancer. Mm-hmm. So their cancers are invisible in a PSMA PET scan, and that number could be as much as 10 to 15% of patients. The other question we don't know is if a guy has 100 spots in their body, we don't know if every spot is going to express the marker. Cancer, by definition, is genetically unstable. So when it sends a metastasis over here, that metastasis may be totally different than the metastasis over here. So this one may have PSMA, this one may not. So there are a lot of questions we don't know, but it's an excellent form of scanning to give you an overall picture of what's going on. The details of how often it misses a lesion or how many patients don't have lesions that are visible, that remains unknown. We need further studies to establish that. The other thing that we don't know about PSMA PET is how faithfully and quickly does it report response to therapy. We have tons of information about choline because we've been doing choline since 2012. If you treat someone and if it's effective and you get a choline scan the following week, that lesion will be gone. With PSMA, it may be a little bit different, and the literature is confusing because some people say, well, you know, when you treat with hormone therapy, PSMA expression goes up. Well, if it's going to go up, then wouldn't it get brighter as opposed to disappearing? We don't have as much experimental field data of how quickly it will show response to therapy. We don't know how it will perform in follow-up over the long run. Also related to this, if you use a form of therapy that simply targets PSMA, then should you be following that patient with a PSMA PET scan, or should you use a different PET scan that might give a more global readout of did you get it all? So obviously, if you treat someone with something like 177 PSMA lutetium, which we might talk about later, and then you follow with a PSMA PET scan, it's a foregone conclusion that those spots may go away because, of course, you're targeting the PSMA. But the question is that synonymous with you got all the disease? And that may not be the case. So there's still a lot of information that we don't know yet about some of these additional forms of PET scanning that are being introduced. But as I said in the original video, getting PET scanning is better than not getting PET scanning, period.
Yeah. So, I mean, you are a fan of just getting any of these, the choline at the Mayo Clinics and some other spots. Acumen, if you can get that, that's widely available too. And we know that PSMA is becoming widely available. You know, it's just before we went on to this video recording, just to show you how life changes. Someone contacted me from the West Coast and they said, well, I don't know if we have PSMA. And I said, well, just go to the PYLARIFY website. A lot of these websites, Acumen, PYLARIFY, you go in, you just type in now a zip code and it pops up, you know, whether or not there's a center offering it near you, you know, and that center wasn't offering it 2 months ago.
PYLARIFY is commercial.
Yeah.
So PYLARIFY, that's why it has a fancy name, right? PYLARIFY, because there's actually a company behind it.
That's
Gallium is just gallium. So gallium tells you there's no company, just like choline tells you there's no company. So gallium is a different form of PSMA scanning, and it's probably very similar to what F18 or PYLARIFY can provide in terms of imaging. And it's used to find spots of prostate cancer when PSA is going up a slight amount. The reason that gallium has a different name is gallium is typically produced on site by the institution.
Yeah.
So each institution that makes gallium PSMA has to go through its own FDA approval process in order to use it on patients. So UCLA was one of the first. Right. UCSF was one of the first. We have gallium 68 here at Mayo. We have not yet gotten FDA approval. In the meantime, the company rolled out PYLARIFY, which is F18. F18 can be manufactured, it's stable, and it can be exported to all these other sites. So that's why PYLARIFY already has F18 approval, and it's all over the United States. I mean, I don't want to crack any jokes. I was going to say, you might be able to get it at Walmart, but that's not true. That's a joke.
I know, but that's a safe joke. You know, today it's dangerous to make any jokes on anything. People.
Well, I'm not sure. You know, just about any joke is not safe.
I know, but
the point of that was it's everywhere.
The smart thing, I don't know about you, but people always ask me, why don't you do Twitter, Instagram? And I go, okay, that's a joke in and of itself. Nothing against it, but I have enough of I'm emotionally distraught enough in my life to add those two and onto my anxiety. So I'm going to stay away from that. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if Walmart or Mark Cuban or someone from the Dallas Mavericks starts offering it. And so here's the ones. But now I didn't tell you. Okay, so we agree these are all interesting to look at. There's more availability today than ever before. But now I want to mention the catch, and I want to see what you have to say about the catch. Here's what freaks me out. Ready? It's called false positives and false negative scans. So we actually got a lot of questions over the past year from PCRI folk and others about, for example, on a PSMA, they had a false positive rib. You know, it was like a sclerotic rib or an injured or old rib, and it lit up as if it was a metastatic spot. And now they've published a bunch of articles saying these isolated rib lesions could be false positives. And then when I was in consult with another doctor on the country, they showed me one of them. And so I thought, man, someone's telling me I got cancer in my rib when I really don't. So I don't think what we figured out are false positives and false negatives with all these scans. So I thought you would comment on false positives and false negatives. What do I do?
Well, first of all, it's very distressing for patients. There's not a single patient that we've, choline has fault. First of all, people should know every form of imaging, whether it's conventional or whether it's PET,
right,
is associated with false positives and false negatives. Okay. So the way I try to explain it to my patient, every form of technology that we use has an upside and a downside, and everything that we do in medicine has focus as well as a blind side. And you just have to realize that. Nothing is more distressing than having a PET scan and have multiple spots show up, and then you have to go through the gauntlet to adjudicate, is that real or not?
Yeah.
And whether it's UCSF or Memorial Sloan Kettering or Johns Hopkins or your local doctor, it happens here at Mayo Clinic too. Patients get false positives. We react to them because we're scared. We try to figure out if it's for real, and some of them turn out not to be for real. And we've had extreme cases of false positives for not many patients, but in a number of scenarios. And it's very distressing. Part of the problem with the PET scanning for PSMA right now is that it's in its infancy. So right now, we're trying to sort out what is background noise, what is a real solid finding, what is the true false positive, false negative rates, all of this stuff. So it's in its infancy. Anything that's in its infancy, there's going to be a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
We went through that same process with choline when we first rolled it out. There were spots there, were not, it turns out they're not cancer, or vice versa. We had the opposite situation at Mayo Clinic. I actually wrote a little thing. I was trying to think about my career. My career was a lot like Socrates' allegory of the cave as told by Plato. So before PET scanning, we all had an image of prostate cancer in our head because we lived in that cave, and that cave was the truth. And when I started doing PET scanning and talking to my colleagues and saying, hey, look what this PET showed, uniformly from the very beginning, they thought I was nuts. They literally thought I was nuts because it's the allegory of the cave. Everyone lived in the cave. And that was the truth. I used to go to my colleagues and I said, this guy has something in his chest. No, that's inflammation. This guy has something on his brain. It never goes to the brain. This guy has this. No. It took literally 10 years before people really started to take this seriously. And, I think PCRI should be very proud of this. I know I'm proud of it. We were the ones that pushed PET from, kind of nonsense to this should be a main pillar of treatment of prostate cancer.
Yeah.
That's where that came from. We cannot knock PSMA. PSMA is an outstanding technology. It's going to be life-saving. and it's going to be able to inform patients how to keep themselves alive. But there's a learning curve. Everyone is on the learning curve right now. And we're sorting out false positives, false negatives. I have heard from my colleagues that, yeah, some of these rib lesions are false negatives. My response to that is always, how do you know? You know?
Yeah,
So I never rule anything out. So my response to a patient like that is, I'll see you back in 3 months and we're going to re-image you.
yeah.
Period.
Yeah, they've been re-imaged. There's been some that have been biopsied to show that that's negative, which is not easy.
But even a biopsy of a live tumor, you run a 50% chance of getting a false negative on bone. So it's a tricky business.
It's a tricky
But
business.
I think that it's not a knock of the technology.
No, but I do think if you're going to have a discussion with your doctor about getting the latest, greatest PET CT, I think a Kwon Moyadism has to be, hey, you know, what are we looking at in terms of possible false positives and negatives? How are we doing there? Just to get an idea, because you always want to know what the catch of your technology is, right? But then that makes me think of, I don't know if you answered this question privately on the phone when I've asked you before, but now that you have these, you know, there are these patients out there that have very high PSAs and no one can find where that damn tumor is or tumors. Do you ever have people that show up negative on one of these scans and then you just finally go, hey, you know what? We're not finding this. I know it's there. Just go get a different type of scan. So in other words, let's say I've had a choline, just go get
all the time. All the time. So, well, not all the time, but
yeah, but you go ahead.
We've introduced PSMA PET scanning here at Mayo. And now instead of just saying, come back 3 months with a negative choline. So if a guy has a negative choline and his PSA is 5,
yeah,
you know, it's kind of like we should have seen something. So next time he comes back, I say, we're going to get PSMA PET scan, and vice versa. If a guy comes in with a PSMA PET scan and it's 5 and you don't see anything, I say, come back next time, we'll get a choline PET scan. We have had guys that come in and say, you're not going to treat my cancer until you find it. And sometimes they actually quote me, and that makes me feel bad because I've built this box. But some of these guys are gung-ho about it. And I've had guys that have actually followed their PSA to 650. And I'm saying, well, you know, we might have to admit defeat. Let's start some therapy. No. And some of them have actually, you go through oxumin, you go through choline, you go through PSMA, you can't find the disease. You get an FDG PET, which is not even approved.
Yeah.
And it shows the disease.
Yeah, on my list here, FDG.
You know, you get that. Or some guy, you know, one of your colleagues that doesn't like you, they say, oh, just get a bone scan. And you get bone scan and it lights up.
Mm-hmm.
So the rule of thumb is whenever things are getting weird in terms of the workup, you have to open your mind. You have to be flexible. You cannot be immutably tied to a technology to solve a difficult problem. I think you have to be flexible.
Yeah.
And that's where I think you have to be pragmatic, you know?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And so you've seen that pay off. You've seen people play this shell game where they switch shells. They go from this one to that one, and then it shows up on when they use a different tracer.
So in my experience thus far with all of these PETs,
yeah,
you can flip back and forth and there is no rhyme or reason. Sometimes patients will show up on a choline. Sometimes they'll show up on a PSMA. Sometimes they show up on both. Sometimes they show up on neither. From my perspective, my job is to find the cancer. I'm not loyal to the technology. I'm loyal to finding the cancer. And you have to be flexible in terms of how you do that.
So we learned that with COVID vaccines, because I'm the public health guy, right? So you would get Moderna, but if you went over to Pfizer and switched, you would get still very good protection by switching over. So I'm kind of just trying to give you a public health example. But so we knew that it was clinically tangible. So then I would ask you, since you've seen these cases where people switch and then you find it, when you treat them, do they get a result? I mean, is this clinically meaningful? Do you believe that when you can't find it on one scan, but you find it on another and you treat it, and you go according to what the other scan says and you treat it, you get a result?
Oh, absolutely. So
Okay.
we've had, for instance, we've had individuals that have low PSAs. Then we run them through the PSMA PET scanner. They come back negative. We run them through choline scan, and they have these big honking lymph nodes. And they tend to be poorly differentiated, neuroendocrine, whatever. We cut them out. PSA goes to 0, and the disease is taken care of.
Okay.
So you can see clearly that if you can find the disease and if you treat it appropriately, that you're going to get clinically meaningful types of outcomes. Yeah. It's not just chasing shadows.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get across. That's great to know. The last thing I'm going to talk about before we go on to our last 2 topics of the day, because we've already gone almost an hour and a half. I want your comments on this. I'm going to call this a Moyad Kwonism. Moyad Kwonism. Notice how I put my name first, just like I do that in front of this meeting, Moyad Scholz, because I'm an egomaniac, I guess, and maybe I want people to never forget my name over the other person's name who gets a lot of attention. So, and maybe I'm insecure. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm emotionally insecure. So if I'm emotionally insecure, this is what's been drilled in my head ever since I met you a decade ago, and I haven't even heard your comment on it recently. And what is your thought? So a Moyad Kwonism is the perception is one thing and the reality is different. We've talked about that already in a few places. We talked about how great PET CTs are, but we also talked about the reality is you have to fight for them sometimes and you have to do the paperwork, right? We talked about another Moyad Kwonism, which was essentially PSA could be a flat or it could be low, but but the reality is your cancer could still be progressing, right? So here's another one I want to throw at you. The idea that when you get your PET CT read, it is different than asking for a second opinion on pathology, meaning I have been told by all of you over and over again, the PET CT is only as good as the person reading it. Which means just because you get a picture taken of your body doesn't mean you're done. You have to ensure or make sure that at that center, they have adequate experience. Just like you expect this from your pathologist when you're diagnosed, you should expect your radiation oncologist or reader to do a ton of these. Otherwise, you should be a little bit nervous about your scan. Am I right?
I think so. I do think that reading PET scans PET scan falls in the area of nuclear medicine. And nuclear medicine, as far as what's been explained to me in terms of training and individuals, it's been variable. It's a variable experience from institution to institution. Here, our nuclear medicine are basically readers are basically trained as radiologists. They're body readers, and they're very, very experienced in terms of what they can read and what they understand. Apparently, that's not necessarily true across the board because PET really is a relatively up and coming technology. Right. So once again, I think that this is a field that's in evolution. And I don't think that there's high degree of uniformity. And I don't think that we can say that everyone's maximally experienced at this point in time. Yeah. And we do have patients that get PET scans outside and almost automatically I give them to our readers because I want to hear 2 things. It was a good PET scan and the findings are accurate. If they and I would say that the report on our readings from outside, they probably are changed maybe 30% of the time. They're changed. But I have seen gross changes that I myself have even detected by looking at an outside PET and the report, So I think that, but I don't think, again, the last thing I want to ever do is come across that I'm trying to be malicious. I'm not trying to be malicious to any institution or anyone out there. I'm just trying to explain the reality of the situation. It's a new field. It's being kind of growing at a mushroom rate, at a very quick rate. And I think that, experience and quality and all these things are evolving.
Yeah.
But I do think that it's generally good policy to get your pet reread if it was done in a small, kind of community area, because, the professional reading may be different.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you said it that way, because if anyone has watched us for the years, the last thing, we're not malicious in any way. I think we're the nicest folks out there. I mean, I just, my personal opinion. And my opinion of that is, though, but there's always been this mantra in prostate cancer. Hey, it's okay to get a second opinion on a pathology report. You can send it to another place. But the truth is, this is all subjective. These are human readers. And so it's not unusual once in a while to get your PET CT read by somebody else. I'm not saying it should be standard, but that's true. But think about it. You demand that for everything. You don't go to a car mechanic and you say, hey, how many cars do you fix a year? And they go, oh, about 1 or 2. And you go, okay, that's great. Here, have my car.
That's how I do it. my cars.
In Rochester,
I drive a Toyota, though. It never goes wrong.
I know, but in Rochester, you can walk everywhere. But the truth is, you demand high volume of your surgeon. You demand high volume for your radiation oncologist, your oncologist who works in prostate cancer, your pathologist. So, of course, the message has to get out there that you should demand high volume or good experience with the person reading your PET CT. I didn't know what you were going to say, but I'm glad you said the answer that you said. So
I just, it's, again, I think about these community hospitals that are trying to keep up pace and provide a high level standard of care. I have a very warm, fuzzy feeling about the fact that we are talking about community hospitals reading PET. Because when we started this 10 years ago, no one was even using PET.
Yeah.
So the fact that this thing is spreading out into the communities and that we're having this discussion means that our rollout of these concepts was successful.
Yeah.
We have now placed PET scanning dead center in the management of advanced prostate cancer, and it has been embraced by the community people. It has been embraced by every academic institution on the planet. Okay. Yeah. And oligometastatic disease treatment and management and sequencing of drugs and everything is following what the PET thing is doing. I am so proud of the fact that community hospitals are even doing this. And I don't think the message is they're doing it poorly. I think the message is that if you get a scan done by your community person, you thank them profusely for getting you that damn scan.
Yeah.
And then you say, oh, by the way, I hope you don't mind, but I'm just going to have someone look over this just to make sure the reading. And I don't really think that most people react poorly to that. They do react poorly, however, if they've embarked on a treatment that's wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
So the idea is to avoid that situation.
Right. That's a good So do you want to comment? Do you want to tell the audience, it could be happening as this is airing. Do you want to tell the audience just briefly about the next drug that's going to get approved in prostate cancer that we all agree on behind the scenes? You and I agree on, Vogelzang agrees on it. It's the FDA is deciding on it in the next few minutes or days. We expect a decision any day now. And do you want to comment on what that is and who qualifies?
Yeah, so the drug that I think everyone's been most anxious about, and it really has created a lot of excitement, but it's also created a lot of anxiety. It's 177 PSMA lutetium, and it's an isotope that's been conjugated to a little protein that can stick to PSMA.
Right.
So for the audience, what you have to know is that is one of the advantages of PSMA PET scanning. A PSMA PET scanner, lutetium, Lutetium, L-U-T-E-T-I-U-M.
See, I got it.
Yep. So if you get a PSMA PET scan, it will show you if your cancer cell has prostate-specific membrane antigen on its surface, and it's hanging on the surface like a little toothpick or a little flag. 177 PSMA lutetium can find that flag and bind to it. and it can irritate the cell. And when the cell gets irritated, it swallows the isotope. It's called endocytosis. It swallows the isotope, and the cell gets irradiated from inside out. So this is something that underwent clinical phase 3 testing over the last several years. And then now it's with the FDA, and the rumors are that it will be approved very shortly. People thought that it might be approved last year, but then because of COVID and all the delays, it's taken some time. But we think it will be approved relatively shortly. And it will be a drug that is administered through the vein with about a 15-second push. You just push it into the vein with a needle. And each time you get treated with that push, it's called a cycle. And the cycles are typically administered once every 6 weeks or once every 8 weeks, depending on what the approval is going to permit. And that isotope will float through your bloodstream and immediately bind to whatever has PSMA on its surface, and it will kill those cells. It's not a suppressor, it's a killer. It actually will kill the cells through ionizing radiation. It's very intense radiation over a tiny distance. So it's not going to take, it's not going to spill out into the environment or next to the people that you're sitting by and so forth. The beauty of this form of therapy is it's very effective in terms of killing cancer cells with relatively modest side effects. So the side effect profile over the long run, some patients will lose some ability to make saliva because, ironically, even though the name is prostate specific membrane antigen, it's not specific to the prostate. It's also on salivary glands. So some patients will have loss of their ability to generate spit or saliva. Some patients may have some impairment of kidney function and bone marrow function when they receive it, but those are things that will be assessed or monitored with treatment. But the nice thing about the treatment is relatively few side effects and the potential for actually killing cancer. Now that's kind of the summary of the treatment. However, I don't want to overhype it either.
Yeah.
So what people have to understand, and I'm just going to kind of do this very crudely, about 30% of the people in our experience had a tremendous response, meaning that their PSA almost went down to nothing and the disease seemed to have gone away. About 30% of the patients had mixed response, some reduction, some lesions going away, but 30% of the patients had no response whatsoever or a poor response. So just because it's coming out and just because it's new and just because it's exciting, it's not synonymous with a miracle drug.
Right.
The other thing that people have to know, as I indicated earlier, 10 to 15% of people are not going to have that marker on their cancer. So it's not for everyone. You have to have a PSMA PET scan that is positive before you can qualify for the treatment. So for the first approval, patients that have hormone resistant or hormone refractory prostate cancer that is metastatic, that has been treated with at least one taxotere or taxane-based regimen of chemotherapy qualify for treatment with 177 PSMA lutetium. In other words, if you're failing hormone therapy and you've had taxane-based chemotherapy, docetaxel, cabazitaxel, also known as Jevtana, Taxotere, then you can get this treatment if you have metastatic prostate cancer. So that's the first batch. The next set of trials will be for patients that maybe didn't have Taxotere, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
So the first group of patients are metastatic, had taxane-based chemotherapy, and have failed hormone therapy. And
Okay.
that's what's coming around the corner.
And it's another option, so it's got to be exciting, right? It's at least another option out there. So, okay, here's the quick commentary we agreed to talk about. Where, we were talking about this in the beginning, where is immune therapy? We were so excited about this when you used to come over to Los Angeles to the Marriott. You used to show these fancy slides of immune therapy. Heck, you're a professor of immunology at the Mayo Clinic. Where is immune therapy going? We still have the same immune therapy that's been out there forever, right? That's Provenge. But all these other immune therapies, where are we and where are we going?
So the one thing that I think that people have to realize, so we did do the clinical phase 3 studies on checkpoint inhibitors and we missed the approval. And I have pondered that for almost 10 years now, why we missed it.
Can you
actually
explain that story, Eugene? Because the people don't understand what we understand from behind the scenes, that you were running this trial. Can you walk us through? And when you say you missed it, you really just missed it. But just explain that story for reference.
So when I first came to Mayo Clinic and I had just finished I was still collaborating with Jim Allison, and one of our favorite cancers to go after was prostate cancer. It was one of the first malignancies that we went after. And what ended up happening is we set up a trial. We were going to go after prostate cancer. And in the meantime, it got approved for melanoma. No surprise, because that was thought to be an immunogenic tumor. And then we ran the trial and we didn't get the answers we wanted with the trial. It was a phase 2 trial. But then Bristol Myers Squibb came to us and said, we should try again and we should have it more organized. So we did what's called a phase 3 trial, multi-institutional randomized trial. That's the way you should do it. And it was a worldwide trial. And I think about 600 to 800 participants were enrolled into the study, and it was randomized. And the treatment population for that study was patients that failed hormone therapy and chemotherapy, same population for lutetium. And the drug that was being used had an initial name, MDX-010, which then became ipilimumab when it was purchased and developed by BMS, which later became approved as Yervoy. It's on the commercials, Yervoy.
Yeah.
So we ran the first study on this very sick population that had failed hormone and chemotherapy, and they were given IPI. And when we broke the code at the end of the study, there was a separation between the guys that got the IPI and the guys that did not get the IPI in terms of survival. Patients that got the IPI did better than patients that did not get the IPI. In other words, the patients that got checkpoint inhibitor immunotherapy did better than people that didn't get immunotherapy. But the catch was that we missed the statistical goal line or touchdown line of 0.05 by 0.0034, or some tiny amount. We just barely missed. In other words, had we had 1 or 2 more patients that had responded to therapy, we would have gotten FDA approval. We would have made a touchdown, but we didn't. So subsequently, BMS, I think that they really, really tried to make this happen for good reasons. They decided, well, maybe one of the problems was the patient population was too sick. So they repeated the trial again for patients that did not get chemotherapy, instead just got hormone therapy. But we missed by a mile, which was weird because we thought, the issue was the sickness of the patient.
Right.
So that brings us up to today. And to be honest with you, my hunch is that the reason that we missed the goal line is exactly for that reason, because the patients that are more likely to respond to immune-based therapy are the ones that are sicker,
Yeah.
the ones that have more mutations and disease that is more foreign.
Mm.
So we know for a fact that some genetic tests will include parameters such as MSI, microsatellite instability,
Yeah.
as well as tumor mutation burden. So tumor mutation burden has now been published as an index for whether or not you're going to respond to immunotherapy. And what my suspicion is that the bad cancers such as lung cancer, melanoma, kidney cancer, bladder, these are high-grade tumors that mutate at a high rate of speed, and they generate a lot of mutations very quickly. Zip, zip, zip. And guess what? They're the ones that respond to immunotherapy. So for prostate cancer, I think the problem is that it's pokey in terms of generating mutations. And so when we do genetic testing, when we see patients towards the end, a lot of them have higher mutational index or mutational burden. And those patients qualify for Keytruda or Opdivo, and they tend to respond. So I think that immunotherapy does have a very strong potential for patients, especially as they're approaching the end of their treatment experience. I really do.
Yeah.
And I think that it turns out that it's the one area on the planet where the worse you get, the better you may do, at least for prostate cancer. So that's what we're learning. So I don't think that the game is over, but I think that we have not, as a community, articulated that approach to identifying patients. And actually, I don't think the trial has been done. And I think that that's something that I would like to do, is organize a trial that specifically addresses that question.
Yeah, because that's where this is getting approved in other cancers, right? You see the TMB, the tumor mutational burden high, people respond.
That's because the nasty cancers mutate quickly.
Yeah.
So melanoma is mutating by the second. Renal cell carcinoma, lung cancer that's post-treatment. And also you notice that a lot of these things are cobbled together in a counterintuitive way. So you give immunotherapy with platinum-based chemotherapy for the lung. How on earth does that work? Well, the cisplatin chemotherapy is probably mutating the hell out of the tumor cell. And that's when you're giving the checkpoint inhibitor. Anytime you have mutations, that thing is going to look more and more foreign to the body. So the objective is to go after a tumor that looks absolutely foreign to the body. And that's why this tumor mutation burden is so important.
Yeah.
But I think that prostate cancer is just pokier than all the other cancers. I think that it is a target, but the question is, how do you get the tumor mutation burden high enough, or how do you time the therapy?
Well, I just hope that people watching this have a discussion, especially if they're dealing with advanced disease and a lot of different treatments, that they even have a discussion about tumor mutation burden or microsatellite instability, right? They even just have that discussion.
Yeah. So, kind of one of the things I wrote down, that I want to kind of punch home right away. If you are a patient with advanced prostate cancer, I think you need to do the following to protect yourself. I think that you should watch the videos that we've made, and you should, kind of scour the internet. And I think you should always make a checklist. This actually happened today. One of my patients triggered this. He came in with a checklist that was all typed out of every single therapy that's out there. And basically, he's making his decisions based on, have I tried this? Have I discussed this? Have I ruled this out?
Yeah.
So I think for every patient that has advanced prostate cancer, they should make a checklist. Chemotherapy, all the different drugs. And when they sit down with their doctor and they're deciding where they're going to go with their next therapy, they need to make sure that they've talked about all of these different treatments and what the role is or what the role is not, especially before they sign on to a clinical phase 1 or a clinical phase 3 trial.
Yeah.
Because if you just jump onto a clinical trial and you have not tried some of these things, I think you're eliminating potentially effective therapy for yourself. Related to that checklist, repeat genetic testing over and over is important, because the genetic information that you got from your tumor 2 months ago may not be relevant anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of people make that mistake. They say, oh, I did genetics back 5 years ago on my primary tumor, and it didn't have BRCA. Well, that's not the question. The question is, what does your tumor have today?
Yeah.
After failing all these therapies? And on that genetic testing, there should be several pieces of information that are vital. One are the tumor mutations, ATM, CHEK2, BRCA1, BRCA2. But the other thing that absolutely should be there is tumor mutation burden and microsatellite instability. And when you look at that, the number you're looking for prostate cancer is a value of between 10 to 12 mutations per megabase DNA.
Yeah.
If you see that magic number, you should be waving it up and down and saying, you know what? I think that I can get checkpoint inhibitor. I can get Keytruda or Opdivo, or even possibly something like Yervoy, ipilimumab.
Yeah.
But those are the things that should be on the checklist, along with make sure you get imaged frequently or reasonably frequently to protect yourself.
No, that's a good point. You look for the TMB that's high double digits, 10 plus. You look for microsatellite instability that says an H next to it, something that shows there's a lot of mutations going on. And, that's why you and I always talk about how I wish we'd catch up to breast cancer in our thinking, right? We talk about this all the time.
Yeah. So, the single thing that I've talked about with PCRI, I think PCRI has provided an incredible service to the patients it serves, and it's also impacted patients it doesn't serve by putting pressure on the communities that are out there. The job of PCRI is to make the status quo uncomfortable. You have to make, by definition, medicine goes extinct about every 5 years. If you're not moving it forward, you're not moving. Okay, that's all there is to it. Mm-hmm. PCRI is outstanding at moving the technologies, the concepts, and everything forward through its patients who advocate for improvements in care. The single most important improvement needs to be that we have to bring prostate cancer up to the standards of breast cancer, because they are one and the same disease. There is no distinction other than, breast cancer is predominantly women, prostate cancer is men. But I can think of no other form of cancer that's treated with palliative intent. And to me, palliative intent, non-curative intent, is a barbaric concept. Yeah. We need to move it from palliative to intent for cure, just like breast cancer. And I personally, I'm sure you agree with this, it's not just the therapies, it's not the technology, it's not the pills, it's the imaging, it's everything. How does the patient talk about their disease? How do they feel about their disease? How do they deal with this in relationship to their families? How do they deal with this in relationship to their workers, to their employers? There are so many issues that are just totally swept under the rug and not addressed for prostate cancer. I have guys that have bad disease, and you think that their number one thing would be they're worried about dying, or they're worried about this or that. No, their number one thing is they broke down in the car while they were driving home when they were listening to the record, and they don't know where that came from. Mm-hmm. It shatters them. Mm-hmm. So I think that we have to move the art of treating prostate cancer and the medical management up to the exact same level as breast cancer. Multimodality, multi-agent, multidisciplinary treatment with intent for cure as the number one goal, period.
Yeah, no, we agree. And just an overwhelming passion for preventing and treating side effects, right? I mean, every side effect that could ever come up in breast cancer, there's been a study on it, there's been a report on it, you name it. And I couldn't agree more. Can you explain that? At the very end, you said the guy's driving home, hears a record and breaks down. Can you just explain that to the audience?
Yeah, I feel horrible about, about these patients because, they go on hormone therapy and they've not had one discussion about the side effects of hormone therapy.
Yes.
It's almost like you're going to get a shot, go home. I'll see you in 3 months. Or, your cancer's 40% this, 60% that, blah, blah, blah. And all these statistics are thrown around. But the thing that really impacts the patient a lot of times is the treatment, especially hormone therapy. And a lot of these guys, they're young and they are completely, well, I don't know, I don't want to overstate it because women obviously go through the exact same thing. But basically, the men are experiencing this issue of menopause, mental changes, physical changes, all these things. And I personally think that probably because of the way society is, men really haven't been given much of an opportunity to learn how to deal with their emotions, right? The average male is basically raised to not be that emotional, to be stoic, not show pain, not show weakness. This is part of our culture, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's really sad because it becomes a very lonely, painful journey for a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, when it becomes a lonely, painful journey for them, it obviously impacts their families tremendously,
Yeah. I mean, it's okay to do a comparative because, there's menopause and then there's perimenopause. So women go through perimenopause. The average length of time from perimenopause to menopause, depending on who you quote, when I'm teaching, is 3 to 5 years. But to be fair, it has to be explained. When men go on hormone therapy, you're going right into menopause in 30 days. There's no peri point. The peri is 30 days. You're just crashing right into male menopause. And emotionally, it can be extremely labile, very difficult, roller coaster rides. And you're right, if that's not explained up front, the partner's sitting there going, who is this person that I married, right? So I think that's a really good point. But to touch on this toward the end, I saved this for you. I got this in my mailbox this week because, I follow breast cancer as much as I follow prostate. FDA okays PARP inhibitor as adjuvant therapy in early breast cancer. That just happened this week. So we have PARP inhibitor drugs that are used in late stage prostate cancer. Now they're using olaparib for high-risk patients with germline BRCA at early breast cancer. Wow. Can you comment on the PARP inhibitors and why we should be excited about them? And will we please start moving this ball earlier and earlier?
So the PARP inhibitors are designed to target people with specific types of mutations, BRCA2 related mutations, ATM mutations, CHEK2 mutations, and several others. And basically, it's a drug that you take orally that has a fairly higher, fairly high, 40 to 50% response rate if you have those gene mutations associated with your cancer. But the responses can be profound. I mean, you can have very extreme disease and then see it all melt away if you take these PARP inhibitors. So they're just like everything else. When used for the right population at the right time, they can be highly effective. Right now, the way that most people get PARP inhibitors is it pops up on a genetic test that's sometimes done on some of the patients somewhere down the road, right?
Right.
And the weird thing about it is also what they don't put in there is that actually about 20% of people that don't have a mutation still respond to PARP inhibitors.
That's right.
So there may even be a higher rate of response for patients that have prostate cancer, even if you don't have a specific gene mutation. So it's another very good drug. I mean, we have a host of drugs that are out there. That the host of drugs is not the problem. It's the mindset.
Yes.
The current mindset with prostate cancer is we're going to try this drug until it fails, and then maybe we'll try another. That's the strategy. That
Yeah,
cannot be the strategy.
when you're using bad language with me on the phone and nobody's around, you're using the word sequential or sequencing, like this traditional form of boring sequencing, right? If this doesn't work, then what does the cookbook say? Oh, you throw this. And then if this doesn't work, the cookbook says this. That's how you always put it to me, right?
Right. So the way the thing that I really get upset about with regards to prostate cancer, the strategy in the United States is sequential palliative treatments until the patient dies. So you're going to bombard them with one agent at a time until it fails, and then give them another agent until it fails, and then give them another until the patient dies. Breast cancer is not like that. They look at the cancer, they say, oh, hormone sensitive, here's the location, here's a couple lymph nodes, here's another marker. We're going to throw everything at this and blow it out of the water right now.
Right.
And then not only are we going to do that, but you're going to feel good about your therapy. We're going to support you emotionally. We're going to keep you cosmetically as intact as possible. We're going to care about everything about you, but we're going to cure your cancer.
That's right.
And we're going to try to make you feel good about it. Prostate cancer needs to be managed like that. And we have all the agents, but right now we need to change the national thinking or the international thinking. And you and I spoke about this. I think it was truer probably back in the 70s or 60s, but it's not true now. So back when, I started my career and we were talking, median survival for the average male was about 63 years old because everyone smoked Marlboros, right? It was okay to be the Marlboro man, right?
Right.
Problem is, that's not the median age of survival anymore. A lot of guys live a long time. And I think that you can't just say this guy is going to die with his prostate cancer. I hate that terminology. Oh, yeah. No one dies of prostate cancer. They die with prostate cancer. Nuh-uh, not anymore. A lot of people die of prostate cancer even when they're 86.
That's right.
Period. So I think that the focus has to be, we have to get sequential palliative treatment out of the equation. And we have to absolutely drill down and go hard on, kind of curative, multi-agent, multi-modality, multidisciplinary treatment, period.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. I didn't expect us to go 2 hours. I did. I'm lying. I mean, you and I always end up talking about stuff for a couple hours, but breast cancer is everything I ever learned about the side effects of androgen deprivation therapy, I learned from breast cancer, because even though I said women have 3 to 5 years of perimenopause and these men on androgen deprivation go into menopause in 30 days, well, women in breast cancer have been treated with hormone therapy too. So lots of young women, middle-aged, older women have been thrust right into menopause overnight, and then they learned how to deal with it. Mayo is one of the premier institutions of just looking at vasomotor symptoms and hot flashes and dealing with breast cancer. I can tell you that you'll be sitting there talking to someone and say, well, they actually did study flaxseed for hot flashes and it seemed to be okay, but it was heart healthy. And they'll say, not in prostate. I go, no, in breast cancer. Oh, they studied that at Mayo and other places. So Mayo, not just Mayo, but breast cancer has this aggressive paradigm of quality of life and improving quantity. And I couldn't agree with you more. If we thought more like that, I think we're going to start seeing approval of a lot other things, right? But I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to mention. We're over our time, but before I wanted to say goodbye to you, I asked you a question at the very beginning that you got horribly wrong. And that was the unofficial mascot of your college. You didn't know what it was, and it's the squirrel, the nemesis of the dog. So I thought I would ask you 2 more quiz questions so you can make up for that really sad first question that you got wrong. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
These are softballs.
Okay.
What's the official mascot of the Mayo Clinic athletic teams, be it basketball or football? Do you know? Let me just first tell the audience before you answer this. Kwon always makes fun of my teams, even if they're winning. They could win every single game and he'd still make fun of them. So I just want to turn around. Like, what's your mascot at the Mayo Clinic for all your athletic teams? Do you know what it is?
I have no idea. We don't have. Do we have athletic teams?
No, you don't. But the fact.
Okay, well, I had to verify that for you because I mean I could have said I actually know, but you'd be horrified if you actually talked to my staff because I still don't know any of the geography in Minnesota.
Really?
And it was funny back a couple of years ago, it was minus something. It's like minus 20.
Yeah.
And it was in the middle of COVID and my license said, I have to get my license renewed. So I told my team, I need to go get my license renewed. They said, oh, you better do that. So I ran down the hallway and I thought I knew where I was going. And I got down to the end of the subways and it was like minus 27 outside. And all I had was my shirt. I took off my sport coat and I saw a building over there and I thought, yeah, that's where I get my license. So I left the parking garage. I went outside and the building was closed. And I'm like, oh my God, all this security and so I'm beating on the door. And I'm saying, let me in, let me in, let me in. And while I was doing that, I could see a reflection in the window. And I looked behind me and the government building is down the block. And I'm beating on the doors of the wrong building here at Mayo. The worst part of it was that the door I went out of was a one-way door. So I had to walk outside in the minus 27 degree weather for a couple blocks to get back into the building. I almost perished. So I can't tell you about the sports teams.
But the fact that you have to check with me, I did this to be tongue in cheek, but you know what? After today, you could get a petition going that the official mascot of the Mayo Clinic athletic teams could be like a PET CT scan.
It could be. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Their last quiz question is the biggest powder puff softball question I've ever asked a human being on this entire series. Here's quiz question 3. Who is your best doctor, MD friend outside of the Mayo Clinic currently?
Well, that probably maybe Mark Moyad.
Good. That's the correct answer. There was no other answer besides that. So what I want to say is, unless you have something else to say, we did our first ever in 10 years Kwonology course. That's what I call it, because I really am serious. Yeah. I call it a Kwonology 101. 101 was last year when you gave your 3-part series that you can see at the PCRI website ad infinitum. It's there, sitting there. I am begging every person watching this to go look at all 3 parts that he filmed last year, 1, 2, and 3, along with the Q&A, so I could keep him honest. And then we moved this year to Kwonology 102, which is a mandatory class. And this one, for the first time, made him sand slides. No slides, 2 hours, off the cuff, wasn't really sure what we were going to talk about and went with it. And sir, I give you an A++ for your own course.
Yeah, but time out. Just because you think it went well, the people watching it may not. They might come back and say, you know what? Kwon is one of the most boring people on the planet without his slides. All right.
No way.
So I have my beautiful graphics underneath our moon with all the moon things. They may say, actually, one of my patients came back. I don't care if you cut this part of the interview or whatever. One of the patients came back and goes, I said, did you watch the talk that I told you to watch that's on YouTube about prostate cancer? He goes, yeah. And I go, what'd you think of that talk? He goes, knowing you, they probably had to cut you off.
Maybe that was your dad. I don't know.
But it was a patient.
I know, but that's an N of 1. But the truth is, now you had what? How many slides did you have in those 3 parts from last year?
256.
Come on, that's like death by slides. 256 slides, that's an avalanche. That's a hemorrhage of slides. So now you've got the 256 slides plus 2 hours of off the cuff. You put those together, it's like peanut butter and jelly. It's pure gold. So I am telling you now that this will be one of the hottest talks of the entire spring conference. And I know this because part of the reason you're always back is it's nauseating. We get so much email. Oh, Kwon's great. Kwon's amazing. I wish my doctor was like Kwon. It's nauseating. So, but we want to give the people what they want. But I wanted to get them some kind of perspective of what it's like to pick your brain without a single slide. And we did that today. We did it. And whether or not people love it, I think they're going to love it. I loved it. This went much better than I thought it would go. I thought it would go swimmingly, but I'm very happy with it. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Moving forward, though, we should do little pearls here and there.
Yes.
And you promised that you were going to come out and visit us.
Yes,
Here.
I'm doing my next interview there next to that, whatever that thing is with the horns, next to your dry cleaning that was there a moment ago. And then next to that, I don't know why there's a life preserver in the back of your room. I've never seen an office with a life preserver. What's that? Is that the autograph you asked from me, or is that someone else?
That's the lyrics to Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd.
Oh, yeah, the next one.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
As long as Mayo Clinic allows me on campus, the next one we're doing on site.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think that it's, you know, all joking aside, the vast majority of my patients think that the discussion forum is very useful and that you're capable of taking really boring subjects and making them interesting. So I think you should come out and do some stuff with us here. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to
And
that.
I know I'll actually give you a tour of the pet facilities.
Yeah.
I think you'd like to see that. It's pretty cool.
I would. I've seen a number of them, but I've never seen the choline situation and the other one that you have
The
going on.
cyclotrons and the production rooms and stuff like that. They have robotic arms all behind the windows, and it's really amazing.
Yeah, I'm excited to do that. So we are definitely headed that way. And you're not that far from me. I mean, Minnesota. Plus, I got to go. My wife's in Minnesota. It's mandatory. I have to visit that state every year. So, I look forward to it, and I always look forward to talking to you. And we covered stuff that I don't remember covering in the part 1, 2, and 3, and that makes me happy. So, thanks for being you, man. I really appreciate it, and I can't wait to come out there and we cover some more items.
Thank you for letting me speak my mind for the patients. All right.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Take care.
You. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Dr. Moyad, and thanks, Dr. Kwon, for that amazing presentation. And thanks to everyone who joined us today. Thank you to you. Day 1 of our conference is already over, but we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. PDT with Dr. Amar Kishan from UCLA, and he'll be presenting on everything you need to know about SBRT and side effects. I'm really looking forward to that presentation. And we'll also be having Dr. Nicholas Vogelsang with Comprehensive Cancer Center with a presentation on advanced treatments from imaging to hormone therapy to chemotherapy and new treatments that are becoming available for men with advanced disease. It's also going to be packed with information you won't want to miss because at the end of tomorrow, we have the Moyad and Scholz Q&A session where we'll recap everything that was discussed and answer some of the questions that you guys have submitted. I also want to say thank you again to Bayer, Pfizer, Astellas, Janssen, AbbVie, Advanced Accelerator Applications, Dendreon, and Tolmar. And also thank you so much for everyone who joined us. I hope you guys have a great afternoon. We love you so much at PCRI, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. The Prostate Cancer Research Institute is an educational organization for prostate cancer patients, their caregivers, and their families. We put patients first and are an unbiased source of information and support. For over 20 years, our goal has been to meet the educational needs of prostate cancer patients at every stage of their journey. Medical technology is advancing rapidly, and new treatments are becoming available. Patients have to make complex choices which have lasting implications. They face unexpected industry biases and doctors who may not be up to date on the latest research. Your donation helps men receive the latest, most up-to-date information, which empowers them to make informed decisions. Our website, PCRI.org, is a wealth of information and resources. Our conferences and webinars are a way to get patients' questions answered by leading physicians and researchers. And we have a helpline for men to call with questions about their diagnosis, treatment choices, and side effects associated with these treatments. Each week we produce multiple videos covering concepts and every patient question that we can think of about the disease in a straightforward and easy to understand format. This was a brief overview of what we do at PCRI, and to learn more you can visit our website. Your donation directly funds our educational programs, which give life-changing information to men during a very vulnerable time in their life, and we thank you for your consideration. You can visit PCRI.org to learn more.
Provenge is an established cellular immunotherapy used to treat certain men with advanced prostate cancer. Provenge is customized to each individual and is made from his own immune cells. Immunotherapy is the prevention or treatment of disease with substances that may stimulate an immune response. The immune system has memory and can recognize substances it has encountered previously. Immunotherapy is designed to boost the immune system to target and attack advanced prostate cancer. This is why immunotherapy empowers the immune system to fight the cancer immediately and allow the effects to last over time. Indication: Provenge is a prescription medication used to treat certain men with advanced prostate cancer. Provenge is an established cellular immunotherapy and is customized to each individual by using his own immune cells. Important safety information. Before receiving Provenge, tell your doctor about any medical conditions, including heart or lung problems, or if you have had a stroke. Tell your doctor about any medicines you take, including prescription and non-prescription drugs, vitamins, or dietary supplements. The most common side effects of Provenge include chills, fatigue, fever, back pain, nausea, joint ache, and headache. These are not all the possible side effects of Provenge treatment. Provenge is made from your own immune cells, which are collected during a process called leukapheresis. The cells are processed, returned, and then infused back into the patient through an IV, intravenous infusion, approximately 3 days later. This process is completed in 3 cycles, about 2 weeks apart. Each infusion takes approximately 1 hour and requires 30 minutes of post-infusion monitoring. Provenge infusion can cause serious reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you have signs of a heart attack or lung problems, such as trouble breathing, chest pains, racing or irregular heartbeats, high or low blood pressure, dizziness, fainting, nausea, or vomiting. Have signs of a stroke, such as numbness or weakness on one side of the body, decreased vision in one eye, or difficulty speaking. Develop symptoms of thrombosis, which may include pain and/or swelling of an arm or leg with warmth over the affected area, discoloration of an arm or leg, shortness of breath, chest pain that worsens on deep breathing. Have signs of infection, such as fever over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, redness or pain at the infusion or collection sites. Tell your doctor about any side effects that concerns you or does not go away. For more information, talk with your doctor. You are encouraged to report negative side effects of prescription drugs to the FDA. Visit www.fda.gov/medwatch or call 1-800-FDA-1088. Please see accompanying full prescribing information.